Chapter 1529 Chapter 1529 Slaying another heaven's favorite. From the 5th round onwards, the survival rate of the Dragon God Valley team was getting higher and higher. Although the Xianxia sect, the Tianyu demonic sect and the Yudu sect still sent out their experts to challenge the weak ones of the Dragon God Valley, it had become difficult to kill the elites of the Dragon God Valley. In the 5th round, one person successfully rushed off the fighting stage and saved his life. The other two almost rushed off the fighting stage, but they were still killed. In this round, 2 people from Dragon God Valley died and 2 were defeated. There were 17 people left. No one challenged Lu Ming in this round. It seemed that they were not confident and wanted to challenge him later. In the 6th round, although Dragon God Valley was still completely defeated, all of them managed to keep their lives. Although the 3 sides of the Xianxia sect wanted to kill the people of Dragon God Valley, they were all pushed off the fighting stage by them. The atmosphere in the Dragon God Valley was finally a little better. After this round, there were only 13 people left from Dragon God Valley. Apart from the Life and Death Sword sect, the Dragon God Valley sect had the least number of people. It had only been 6 rounds and many of the other sects still had around 30 people left. Some even had 20 or so people, close to 30. As for the Xianxia sect and the Tianyu demonic sect, they only had around 30 people left. Their losses were very small. Then 2 more rounds passed. There were only 5 people left on the side of Dragon God Valley. They were Lu Ming, Han Sun, Tianque, Xianxia and another person named Ziyu. After so many rounds, no one had challenged Tianque or Xianxia. In the battle 10 days ago, Tianque and Xianxia had revealed their terrifying combat strength. To be able to fight against heaven's favorites like Mo He and Wuxia, their combat strength was undoubtedly extremely strong. It was normal that they had not been challenged before. By now 8 rounds had passed. From the 9th round onwards, the faces of the people from the Heaven Deity sect started to turn ugly. None of the remaining 5 people from Dragon God Valley were weak. They did not know who to challenge. I'm going to kill Lu Ming. A young man at the 6th level of the martial royal realm stepped out and flew up to the fighting ring. Lu Ming, come out. The young man at the peak of the 6th level martial royal realm of the Divine Sky sect condensed a spear of divine punishment in his hand and pointed it at Lu Ming. Just what I wanted. Lu Ming smiled coldly. He took a step forward and landed on the fighting ring. Buzz. 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 Light curtains appeared around the paragon of the Xianxia sect, and even an emperor's spiritual weapon armor appeared. It was obvious that this person had learned his lesson and had set up layers of defense on himself from the beginning. I'm a lot more careful, but I still have to die. Lu Ming said. You're the one who's going to die. Kill. Die. The Heaven God Sect's paragon shouted. He took a step forward and turned into a beam of holy light, rushing toward Lu Ming. Whoosh. The spear of divine punishment streaked across the sky, making a terrifying whistling sound. Boom. Lu Ming threw a punch and it collided with the spear of divine punishment. There was a huge explosion. Lu Ming did not move, but the other party retreated a few steps. Your combat strength is only so. Lu Ming smiled faintly. I'm not done yet. You're courting death. The other party shouted angrily. A milky white book flew out from his brow. This book was an emperor's spiritual weapon. As the book was flipped open, rays of white light flew out and landed on the Heaven God Sect's paragon. The aura of the Heaven God Sect's paragon became stronger. A real milky white spear appeared in his hand. He thrust the spear forward and the power this time was much stronger than the last time. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming threw a few punches in succession. The terrifying fist force traversed the void and blasted toward the other party. His opponent's long spear continued to thrust out, turning into terrifying spears of divine punishment. They collided with Lu Ming's fist force, causing a terrible boom to erupt on the fighting ring. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had exchanged more than 10 moves. That Lu Ming is so powerful. He's at the peak of the 4th level martial royal realm, but he can fight against a heaven's favorite at the peak of the 6th level martial royal realm. It's indeed terrifying. However, Lu Ming's cultivation is 2 whole levels lower. In my opinion, he'll definitely lose. Not necessarily. The person from the deity sect has a medium-grade earth spiritual body, while Lu Ming obviously has a superior-grade earth spiritual body. The surrounding crowd discussed. Die. The combat strength of the prodigy of the Xianxia sect was getting more and more violent. He kept pouring his attacks on Lu Ming. Has this reached your limit? Then let's end this. Lu Ming said coldly. Boom. Lu Ming's fist momentum seemed to be able to penetrate the void. In an instant, it shattered the spears of God's punishment that were thrust out by the prodigies of the Xianxia sect. Bang. Following that, Lu Ming took a step forward and threw a punch that destroyed everything. He landed a heavy blow on the other party's chest. His energy surged and broke through several layers of the other party's defense in a row. It then landed on the other party's armor. The armor shook and the Heaven's God Sect's paragon was sent flying. He slid on the fighting stage for a long distance and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Earlier on, Lu Ming did not use his full strength at all. At this moment, Lu Ming was using his full strength. Although the other party's cultivation was 2 levels higher than his, Lu Ming's spirit body and chaos domain were much more powerful than the other party's spirit body and chaos domain. He could completely make up for the gap between the 2 levels of cultivation. The Heaven Deity Sect's paragon was shocked and furious. He did not expect Lu Ming to be so powerful. Die. Lu Ming took a step forward and approached the other party at a high speed. I have an Emperor spiritual weapon to protect me. You can't kill me. The Heaven God Sect's paragon let out a long cry and retreated rapidly. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered. An Emperor spiritual weapon spear appeared in his hand. Whoosh. The long spear pierced towards the other party. 13 charged strikes. The terrifying spear radiance destroyed the opponent's counterattack and stabbed into the opponent's armor. It's useless, the other party shouted, but in the next moment his expression changed drastically and there was only fear. The tip of Lu Ming's long spear had 13 layers of attack power. They stacked and exploded in an instant, erupting with a terrifying penetrating power. The fearsome penetrative force pierced through the opponent's Emperor's spiritual weapon armor, and the long spear pierced through the opponent's heart. Buzz. Then with a shake of the spear, the land of destruction erupted. The spiritual god of the other party disappeared before it could escape. The Heaven's God Sect's paragon was dead. Gasps could be heard at the scene. A Heaven's favorite at the peak of the 6th level martial royal realm who had cultivated a medium-grade earth spiritual body was killed by Lu Ming. The prodigy of the Xianxia sect wanted to kill Lu Ming, but he was killed by Lu Ming again. This kind of Heaven's Pride expert was the peak existence even among all the people who participated in this time's treasure auction, except for those top Heaven's Pride experts who cultivated superior earth spiritual bodies. However, a superior earth spiritual body was extremely rare. There were not many of them in the entire Azure region. Each of the 13 top sects participating in the party had at most 1 or 2 disciples. Some of the sects didn't even have one. It could be said that Lu Ming's combat strength was already at the peak among the participants of the treasure auction. Many people were guessing whether Lu Ming could compete with those who had superior earth spiritual bodies and were at the peak of the 6th level martial royal realm. Chapter 1530. 1530 The counterattack begins. Good kill. Tianque was naturally incomparably excited. It was the same for the people of Dragon God Valley. Up until now, the Xianxia sect had lost 3 6th level martial royal realm geniuses. Lu Ming had killed 2 and Zhou Xian had killed 1. Damn it, this Lu Ming, damn it. Someone in the Heavenly Divine sect shouted angrily. There were not many Heaven's favorites with medium-grade earth spiritual body in the Xianxia sect. Now Lu Ming had killed several of them. It was a great loss. Lu Ming kept his spoils of war and returned to the platform. Next, it was the Tianyu demonic sect's turn to challenge. I'll do it. A person from the Tianyu demonic sect stepped out. It's him, Mo He. Mo He is going to personally take action. Who will he challenge? Many people were shocked. Mo He was the top genius of the Tianyu demon sect. He had an upper-class earth spiritual body and was at the peak of LV6 martial royal realm. He had the potential to become one of the top 10 geniuses of the Azure continent. He was definitely powerful. The top 10 geniuses of the Azure region all had superior earth spiritual bodies. In theory, as long as one successfully cultivated a superior earth spiritual body, they all had the hope of breaking through to the top 10 geniuses. Of course, there was only hope. Even if they had the same high-grade earth spiritual body, their combat strength would still be different. For example, the strength of a domain martial technique, one's own battle consciousness, various secret skills, and so on all determine the strength of one's combat power. Emohi's eyes fell directly on the 5 people of Dragon God Valley. He glanced at them and finally stopped at Ziyu. I knew it. He wants to challenge me. Ziyu laughed. Ziyu, if you can't defeat him, get off the fighting stage. It's more important to save your life. Han Sun warned. Although Ziyu's combat strength was very strong, he did not have a superior earth spiritual body. He was probably not Emohi's match. I know, don't worry. Ziyu stepped onto the battle stage. Without any unnecessary words, a great battle erupted. Ziyu was a heaven's favorite of the Purple Dragon Valley. He had cultivated the Purple Dragon combat body, which was a medium-grade earth spiritual body. His territory had reached the peak of level 7, and his territory martial technique had been perfected. His combat power was extremely amazing. Although his spiritual body was not as good as Emohi's, his combat strength was not much different. It was impossible for Emohi to kill Ziyu in a short period of time. The two of them exchanged nearly 100 moves. In the end, Ziyu was no match for him and was thrown off the fighting ring. Ziyu had failed and there were only 4 people left from Dragon God Valley. The challenges continued and soon it was the Yudu sect's turn. The leader of the Yudu sect looked at the 4 people from Dragon God Valley and hesitated. None of the 4 remaining people from Dragon God Valley were simple. If they wanted to send someone to fight, they could only send someone with a superior earth spiritual body, who was at the peak of the 6th level martial royal realm. Moreover, they would not be able to kill Lu Ming and the others. Even if they could defeat one of them, they might be injured, which would be disadvantageous for the subsequent battles. In the end, the Yudu sect's team leader sent out a weakling. For the first time, he did not challenge Dragon God Valley but other sections. The leader of the Heavenly God sect's team had a gloomy expression. However, he also understood that the Xianxia sect, the Tianyu demonic sect, and the Yudu sect had joined forces to deal with Dragon God Valley. However, all 3 sects wanted the final victory. If they sent their top Heaven's Pride experts now, it would only cause heavy losses to both sides, which would be extremely disadvantageous for the future battles. After the Yudu sect, the Jiuxiao sword sect went up to challenge. Just like that, it was Dragon God Valley's turn. Cold killing intent flashed through Han Sun's eyes. Now the counterattack begins. Xianxia, you go. Good ha, it's finally my turn. Xianxia laughed out loud. He was already on the verge of exploding from holding back his laughter. Now it was finally his turn. Boom. Xianxia landed directly on the fighting ring. His eyes fell on a 6th level martial royal realm young man from the deity sect and he shouted, You, come down and accept your death. I'm not afraid of you. The young man from the Heavenly God sect jumped onto the fighting stage. As soon as he stepped onto the fighting stage, he immediately launched an attack at Xianxia. Go to hell. Xianxia roared like a mad tyrant dragon. He raised his giant hammer and smashed it towards his opponent, completely ignoring his opponent's attack and defense. Boom. With a violent tremor, the young man from the Heaven God sect screamed and was smashed into a pile of meat paste by Xianxia. Die, die. Xianxia roared. His water tank-like hammer danced in the air, causing the void to rumble. His eyes were filled with malevolent killing intent. Good kill. The disciples of Dragon God Valley shouted in joy. Han Sun and Lu Ming both sneered. The counterattack of the Dragon God Valley was finally about to begin. This was Lu Ming's plan. First, protect the people, then counterattack. This way, the lives of the disciples of Dragon God Valley could be preserved as much as possible, and the most powerful one would be left. In the beginning, many people were killed because there was no other way. If they didn't do this, those disciples with weak cultivation would all die. Not a single one would be left alive. To save the counterattack for the last time, he could try to preserve the lives of the Dragon God Valley disciples. The disciples of the Heavenly God sect gritted their teeth and were furious. The people from the other sects seemed to have thought of something. Xianxia returned to the platform. After that, he continued with 3 more rounds. With this round over, the 10th round began. It was the turn of the Xianxia sect to challenge again. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the Xianxia sect. How would the Heavenly Divine sect fight? Should he continue to challenge Dragon God Valley? Who would they send? At this moment, the leader of the Heavenly God sect looked gloomy and hesitant. He had encountered a difficult problem. The remaining 4 people of Dragon God Valley had terrifying combat strength. If he were to send someone to challenge them, he would definitely send the most powerful Heaven's Pride expert. Sending the others would only be sending them to their deaths. Moreover, it would not be easy to defeat Lu Ming, Tianshui, and the others. Even if he could win, he would definitely be injured and his combat strength would be greatly reduced. If a few of the top experts of the Tianxian sect were injured, the top experts of the other sects would definitely not let go of this opportunity and would challenge the top experts of the Tianxian sect. In this way, the top experts of the Tianxian sect would most likely be eliminated. Without a top expert, the Tianxian sect might not even be able to enter the top 10. The Heavenly Divine sect had now fallen into a passive position. The paragons of the other sects had obviously thought of this as well, and they all revealed looks of anticipation. How did this happen? The leader of the Heavenly God sect clenched his fists tightly. Similarly, the team leaders of the Sky Demon sect and the Desire Poison sect were similar. Hey, are you guys going to challenge me or not? Don't dawdle and waste other people's time, said Lu Ming. He was calm and unruffled, as if he was waiting for the challenge from the deity sect. Lu Ming. Many disciples of the Heavenly God sect gritted their teeth and glared at Lu Ming with hatred. However, they definitely did not dare to challenge Lu Ming. They were just courting death. Brother Wu, Brother Mo. At this moment, the leader of the Heaven God sect transmitted a message to the leaders of the Sky Demon sect and the Desire Poison sect. Let's put Dragon God Valley aside and eliminate the weakest sects first. Then we'll concentrate our forces on dealing with Dragon God Valley. What do you think? Alright, I agree. The leader of the Tianyu demonic sect replied, and the leader of the Yudu sect nodded. Chapter 1531 Chapter 1531 Challenging a top-tier powerhouse. The leaders of the three major sects, the Tianxian sect, the Tianyu demonic sect, and the Yudu sect, had a discussion. They would first eliminate the weakest sects, then join forces to deal with Lu Ming and the others from the Dragon God Valley. They had no other choice. If they went all out to deal with Lu Ming and the others now, the other sects would likely take advantage of them. In that case, they might not even be able to enter the top 10 and could not participate in this time's treasure-fixing assembly. This was something that they could not accept no matter what. Eliminating the other weakest sects would at least guarantee that they would enter the top 10 and be able to participate in the future treasure-sealing assembly. He would deal with Lu Ming and the rest after he was in the top 10. This was their plan. As expected, the God of Heaven sent a 5th-level martial emperor to challenge a 4th-level martial emperor from the Piyuan family. The Piyuan family was one of the weakest forces. It seems that the Tianxian sect is afraid. Why don't you dare to challenge my junior brothers of the Dragon God Valley? On the grandstand, a 7th-level martial royal realm Heaven's favorite from Dragon God Valley spoke. He looked at the grandstand of Tianxian sect with disdain. Previously, they were repeatedly ridiculed by the people of the Tianxian sect, saying that they would definitely not be able to participate in this time's treasure-fixing assembly, which made them extremely sullen. Now they could finally fight back. What's the rush? That's right, the good show is yet to come. The Heaven's Pride experts of the Heavenly God sect who were at the 7th-level martial royal realm and above snorted coldly. Hansen, this is a good plan. An old voice came from a pavilion. It was the Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley. Elder, this is junior brother Lu Ming's idea. Hansen said as he bowed towards the pavilion. Not bad. Keep up the good work. We must make some sects pay a price. Otherwise, do you really think that Dragon God Valley is easy to bully? The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley continued. Elder, don't worry. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. Lu Ming said with a smile. At that moment, the battle had already begun. The Heaven's Pride expert of the Tianxian sect had easily defeated the Heaven's Pride expert of the Piyuan family. Next, it was the Tianyu demonic sect's turn. The Tianyu demonic sect also sent out an expert to challenge the Piyuan family and easily defeated the Piyuan family. When it was the Yudu sect's turn, they would also challenge the Piyuan family. Everyone understood that the three major sects of the Heavenly God sect were going to join forces to eliminate the weaker sections. The Piyuan family was helpless. They couldn't even resist. This year there was a gap in the talents of the Piyuan family. They did not even have one upper-class earth spiritual body who had reached the peak of the 6th-level martial royal realm. They only had one upper-class earth spiritual body, who was at the 4th-level martial royal realm. They could only be targeted and could not fight back. Soon it was Dragon God Valley's turn. This time Xianxia had challenged the deity sect and killed a 6th-level martial royal realm heaven's favorite. This made the faces of the people from the deity sect turn even uglier. Previously they had killed the disciples of Dragon God Valley arrogantly, and Dragon God Valley could not fight back. But now the people of the Dragon God Valley were hunting their Xianxia sect. It was difficult for them to fight back. They couldn't say anything and were extremely depressed. In the 11th round, the Xianxia sect, the Tianyu demonic sect, and the Yudu sect would continue to challenge the Piyuan family. When it was Dragon God Valley's turn, it was finally Han Sun's turn. Han Sun also challenged a LV6 martial royal realm expert from the Heavenly God sect. Han Sun had an upper-class earth spiritual body and his cultivation was at the peak of LV6 martial royal realm. He was absolutely powerful. His opponent could not even get off the fighting ring and was easily killed by Han Sun. The Xianxia sect could only endure. They had to endure until 3 sects were eliminated. At that time they would launch a counterattack. In the 12th round, the 3 great sects of the Xianxia sect would continue to challenge the Piyuan family. This was because there were still other sects challenging the Piyuan family. The Piyuan family's number of people was also reduced to a single digit. They were already destined to be eliminated. This round it was finally Lu Ming's turn to challenge. Buzz. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared on the fighting ring. His gaze fell directly on the side of the Xianxia sect. No one was surprised. Now Dragon God Valley would naturally take revenge and kill the people of the Xianxia sect. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the remaining Heaven's God sect's geniuses. Their expressions changed drastically, especially a few 6th-level martial royal realm Heaven's geniuses. Their faces turned pale. Finally, Lu Ming's gaze fell on a white-haired young man. "You come down and die," Lu Ming said coldly. "What?" Lu Ming wants to challenge Bai Mo. The hearts of the surrounding people trembled. There's a good show to watch. Let's bring it up in advance. Indeed, I never expected that Lu Ming would challenge Bai Mo now. In recent years, the deity sect has produced many geniuses and strong people. It is said that there are 3 upper-class earth spiritual bodies who have reached the peak of the 6th level of the martial royal realm participating in the treasure-settling small meeting. This Bai Mo is one of them. That's right, Bai Mo, he is one of the top experts in this time's treasure auction. Many people were excited. The battle of the peak was about to begin. Junior brother Lu Ming. Han Sun's eyes flickered as well. Lu Ming's move had exceeded his expectations. He had thought that Lu Ming would challenge an ordinary 6th-level martial emperor. "You want to challenge me?" Bai Mo's body gushed out cold killing intent and he said indifferently. "Not bad." Lu Ming said. "All right, I wanted to kill you later, but since you're in a hurry to die, I'll send you on your way first." Bai Mo said coldly. He moved and appeared on the fighting ring, standing opposite Lu Ming. "Oh really? If I kill you, the Xianxia sect will be heartbroken." Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. White essence slash. At this time Bai Mo moved. A snow-white sword light slashed toward Lu Ming at an amazing speed. Before the sword reached him, the sharp intent pierced the air and made a whistling sound. Not everyone in the Xianxia sect cultivated sacred arts. Many people cultivated other arts. Buzz. The Emperor's spiritual weapon spear appeared in Lu Ming's hands. With a shake of the spear, it turned into a spear ray and pierced through the air. The spear radiance and the sword radiance collided, and the dense energy spread in all directions. Lu Ming and Bai Mo were already engaged in a fierce battle. Bai Mo's realm was very special. It was white and every wisp of white light was a sword chi. With Bai Mo's realm martial technique, the power was very terrifying. The dense sword gleam was aimed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming used 13 accumulated power strikes to fight his opponent. His long spear was like a dragon, sweeping across the void. Each spear contained 13 attacks. The endless sword gleams were crushed by the long spear and dissipated in the air. The two figures crossed each other on the fighting ring, occasionally colliding with each other, making a shocking roar. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 50 moves. Gate of God Seal. In the process of the battle, Lu Ming cast the 9 seals of the Gate of God. 6 sealing gates appeared at once, emitting thousands of rays of light, trying to seal Bai Mo. Bai Mo's pupils shrank and he growled, "White God, sword shadow." Bai Mo's body emitted a white light like a sword. In a flash he rushed out of the 9 seals of the Gate of God. What a wondrous spirit body. Lu Ming's heart stirred. By most, spirit body should be a kind of sword body which was extremely mysterious. Chapter 1532 Chapter 1532 Killing by Mo. It had to be said that the upper-class Earth spiritual body was indeed extremely talented and powerful. By Mo's combat strength was absolutely amazing. With his cultivation at the peak of the 6th level martial royal realm, he might be able to kill an expert at the 8th level. White God Sword Formation. After Bai Mo rushed out of the 9 seals of the Gate of God, he growled. His eyes turned completely white and there were strange lines in his eyes. Buzz. In the sky, a dense pattern suddenly appeared like a huge white array. Following that, white lines also appeared under Lu Ming's feet. It looked like a large array. One from above and one from below, they surrounded Lu Ming. This isn't a formation. It's a secret technique that belongs to the spirit body. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Some powerful spirit bodies would develop some secret skills that belonged to the spirit body. To put it bluntly, they were brought over by the bloodline. For example, Lu Ming's devouring power was brought over by the 9 dragons bloodline. He condensed the dragon god's body and still retained the devouring power. Other bloodlines, after turning into spirit bodies, might also retain some powerful innate secret skills. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boundless sword chi condensed from the 2 images and poured toward Lu Ming. In all directions, Lu Ming had no way to retreat. Wind elemental technique. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. From the air-frozen bead, a green energy gushed into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming cast the wind element art and his body seemed to turn into a breeze, floating in the void. Lu Ming's body swayed, leaving a trail of afterimages behind him. He flickered among the endless sword chi and dodged the sword chi. However, there were too many sword auras. In such a narrow space, no matter how fast Lu Ming's movement technique was, he could not completely avoid them. Whoosh. An extremely sharp sword chi was aimed at Lu Ming's chest. Lu Ming's body was covered with the chaos realm. It resisted the sword chi and there were sizzling sounds. The sword chi actually pierced through the chaos realm and stabbed Lu Ming's chest. It was not that the chaos realm was not strong. First of all, this kind of sword chi was really terrifying. Secondly, Lu Ming's chaos realm was too low level, only level 4. At least for Bai Mo, his level was too low so he could not defend against it. If it had been a 5th level primal chaos domain, this sword chi would definitely not have been able to break through its defense. However, the primal chaos domain had also greatly weakened the sword chi's power. Roar. At that moment, a dragon's roar came from Lu Ming's body, and a layer of dragon scales appeared on his body. Buzz. The sword chi slashed at the dragon scale, causing sparks to fly in all directions. The sword chi was shattered and the dragon scale on Lu Ming's chest was slightly damaged, revealing a trace of blood. What a terrifying sword chi. Lu Ming's heart stirred. The upper and lower patterns contained boundless sword chi. Even a LV8 martial royal realm expert would be cut down by them. Buzz. Buzz. More energy poured into the air-frozen bead. Lu Ming circulated the wind element art to the extreme and his speed increased. The sky was filled with Lu Ming's figure. However, Lu Ming could not rush out of the range of the 2 diagrams, as they covered the entire fighting ring. If he did, it would mean that he had rushed out of the fighting ring and he would lose this round. If it was anywhere else, Lu Ming would have rushed out. Haha, under Senior Brother by Mosai technique, the White God Sword Formation, Lu Ming is dead. That's right. Senior Brother by Mosai technique has killed many high-level martial emperors. Once you fall into it, unless your cultivation is too high, you will only die. This Lu Ming actually took the initiative to challenge Senior Brother by Mo. He's really looking for death. Seeing that Lu Ming was in danger, the disciples of the Heavenly God sect were in a good mood. They could not help but mock and gloat at. On the Dragon God Valley side, Tianxia and Xianxia were a little worried. On the fighting ring, Bai Mo's eyes turned completely white. There were lines on his eyes, which were exactly the same as the 2 patterns. Bai Mo stepped into the void and landed on the pattern above. The area on his body seemed to merge with the pattern. Suddenly, the pattern became even more terrifying. The sword chi whistled and the speed increased greatly. Lu Ming, today is the day you die. Bai Mo said indifferently. It's too early for you to be happy. Lu Ming's indifferent voice was heard. At the same time he continued to form seals with his hands. Gate of God 9 seals. A deep voice was heard as 6 sealing gates appeared. However, this time the sealing door was not aimed at Bai Mo, but at Lu Ming himself. The 6 gates of sealing hovered around Lu Ming and shone with a brilliant light. The sword qi that was aimed at Lu Ming was actually sealed by the power of the gates of sealing and stopped in midair. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Then Lu Ming took 9 steps in a row. The power of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps burst forth, dispersing the sword qi below. With the help of this force, Lu Ming soared into the sky. The Emperor's spiritual weapon spear had appeared in his hands again. He and the spear became one and he launched 13 strikes. He rushed to the sky and attacked Bai Mo. Whoosh. Whoosh. In the process of soaring into the sky, 2 jet-black divine swords burst out from Lu Ming's eyes. Godly sword technique. The godly sword technique was a soul attack. It broke through the pattern that Bai Mo had laid and rushed into Bai Mo's body. Ah! At this moment, Bai Mo let out a shrill scream, as if his soul was about to be torn apart. As a martial monarch's cultivation level increased, his spiritual god would become stronger. At the same time, his soul would also become stronger. The higher the realm, the stronger the soul power. Lu Ming's soul had been refined by the world refining tribulation bell. It was broken and then rebuilt. The strength of his soul was dozens of times stronger than martial artists of the same level. Moreover, he had been cultivating the divine sword technique during this period of time. His soul force had also become stronger. If it was a martial artist of the same level as Lu Ming could directly annihilate the soul of the other party with the divine sword technique. Even a heaven's favorite like Bai Mo, whose cultivation was 2 levels higher than Lu Ming's, felt as if his soul was about to split open at this time. At this time, the 2 patterns under Bai Mo's feet became dim. Bang! Lu Ming broke through the pattern directly, and the sharp spear pierced Bai Mo's body directly. Ah! Bai Mo let out an unwilling scream, and then under Lu Ming's destructive power, his body and spirit were destroyed. Bai Mo died. At this moment, the fighting ring suddenly fell silent. Almost everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at the fighting ring. A moment ago, Lu Ming was completely suppressed and in danger, but the next moment the situation was reversed. Lu Ming had killed Bai Mo in one fell swoop. This change was too fast, making everyone unable to react in time. Bai Mo was cut down and the pattern on the fighting ring disappeared. Bai Mo's body fell heavily on the fighting ring, which also woke everyone up. The scene was in an uproar. Senior brother Bai Mo. Junior brother Bai Mo. Ah, Lu Ming, you deserve to die. Furious roars rang out from the side of the heavenly divine sect. Bai Mo had a superior grade earth spiritual body. There were not many heaven's favorites like him in the entire Xianxia sect. Each one of them had the potential to become one of the top 10 geniuses in the Tsong region. In the future they would be able to become martial saints. They might even have the chance to become supreme saints. To a sect, each and every one of these heaven's favorites was an immeasurable treasure. But now Lu Ming had killed one of them. How could the people of the Xianxia sect not be angry? Chapter 1533. 1533. Beginning to deal with Dragon God Valley. On the other hand, the disciples of Dragon God Valley were very excited. Good kill. Isn't the heavenly god sect very arrogant? This is how you kill. Lu Ming is invincible. Many people shouted. Especially Qiao Ying, Qiao Hao and those who were close to Lu Ming. They were so excited that their faces turned red. Previously, so many people of Dragon God Valley had been killed. The disciples of Dragon God Valley were furious and aggrieved. They had nowhere to vent their anger. Now he had completely vented it out. A heaven's favorite with an upper-class earth spiritual body was worth more than all the disciples of Dragon God Valley who had been killed. There were only 3 Heaven's Pride experts from the Heavenly God sect who had participated in this small meeting. One of them had died all of a sudden, which was a heavy loss. You're just a piece of trash. Let's go. Lu Ming said coldly in the fighting ring. He put Bai Mo's storage ring away. Ah, Lu Ming, I'll kill you. You're dead. Some of the Heaven's Pride experts of the Heavenly God sect, who were at the LV7 Martial Royal Realm and above, roared in anger. What's wrong? Disciples below the 7th rank can't do it. Do you want to make a move? On the grandstand of Dragon God Valley, the disciples of the 7th rank and above said coldly, which made the faces of the disciples of the Xianxia sect even more unsightly. Lu Ming, your combat strength has already reached this level? In the stands of the Heavenly God sect, Ziwuji spoke as he clenched his fists tightly. Xianxia of Eden was sitting beside him. They were all from the Divine Ruins Continent group. A few years ago they had even competed with Lu Ming, but now Lu Ming had completely surpassed them. Eden was the strongest among them, but he was only at LV2 Martial Royal Realm. As for Ziwuji and Xianxia, they were still stuck at the peak of the first-level Martial Emperor realm. In Eden, Xianxia's face was also filled with complicated emotions. Ziwuji, Xianxia, after this competition ends, I plan to leave the Heaven Deity sect and go out to temper myself. What about you two? Eden transmitted his voice to Ziwuji and Xianxia. In the past, the three of them did not have a good relationship in the continent of the Divine Ruins. They were even competitors. However, after coming to the Yuan continent, the three of them became very close. After all, they came from the same place. You want to leave the Xianxia sect? With your current cultivation, it's very dangerous for you to leave the sect and go out. Ziwuji's expression changed. Only danger has the value of training. If I die on the path of training, I can only blame myself for not being skilled enough. However, if we stay in the deity sect, outsiders like us will not be able to receive any good training. We are no different from handymen. We will never be able to catch up to Lu Ming's footsteps. Yidian said as if he had made a decision. I'll go with you. Xianxia said after a moment of silence. After Ziwuji's expression changed for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, I'll continue to stay in the Xianxia sect. All right. Eden nodded. Everyone had their own ambitions and he would not force them. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming kept the storage ring and returned to the 10th platform in a flash. Lu Ming, well done. Tianshui laughed. Xuanxin and Han Sun also smiled. The disciples of the Xianxia sect flew down from the fighting ring and collected by Mo's body. The competition continued. Soon this round was over and a new round began. It was the turn of the Xianxia sect to challenge again. The leader of the Xianxia sect cast a cold glance at Lu Ming and the rest. However, in the end he still sent people to continue challenging the Puan family. Now they could only endure. Now they had already lost a top-notch powerhouse and their strength had been greatly reduced. They did not dare to fight with Dragon God Valley now. They were afraid that they would not be able to make it into the top 10. After the deity sect, the Tianyu demon sect and the Yudu sect followed the deity sect's footsteps and dealt with the Puan family. When it was Dragon God Valley's turn, Tianshui challenged them and killed a 6th-level fighter. Just like that, a few rounds passed. The first sect to be eliminated had finally emerged. The Puan family had been eliminated in advance by the combined forces of the deity sect, the Tianyu demonic sect and the Yudu sect. Now there were only 12 sects left. The competition continued. It was Lu Ming's turn to challenge someone. This time he did not challenge the opponent's top powerhouse. Instead he chose a weaker opponent. The competition went on round by round. The atmosphere was getting more and more depressing. The faces of everyone in the Heavenly God sect also became uglier and uglier. Every round they would lose one of their heaven's favorites to Dragon God Valley. Those who were selected to participate in the small meeting were all top Heaven's Pride experts. The loss of each of them would make the Xianxia sect feel heartache. But now they were being killed one after another. When the 19th round ended, the Xianxia sect only had 16 people left. The losses were beyond imagination. There were still 4 people from Dragon God Valley. At this moment, another 2 weaker sects were eliminated. Finally, there were only 10 sects left on the scene. These 10 sects were equivalent to obtaining the qualifications for the treasure-fixing assembly. The 20th round began and it was the Xianxia sect's turn to challenge. Brother Wu, Brother Mo, it's time to eliminate Dragon God Valley. The leader of the Heavenly God sect's team had a very cold look in his eyes. His tone was filled with endless coldness. Good, just what I want. In the Tianyu demon sect, the cold light in Mo's eyes was especially intense. I've been waiting for this moment. From the Yudu sect, Wu Qiandiu's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Poisonous insects crawled out of his body and swam around him. Brother Wang, how about we work together and eliminate Dragon God Valley? The leader of the Heavenly God sect team looked at the leader of the Jiuxiao Sword sect. Jiuxiao Sword sect had a good relationship with Xianxia sect. On the contrary, they were not on good terms with Dragon God Valley. He wanted to get Jiuxiao Sword sect to deal with Lu Ming and the others. The Zhou sword sect leader's eyes flickered as he looked in the direction of Dragon God Valley with a hint of fear. I won't get involved in your business. He didn't want to get involved in the conflict between the Xianxia sect, the Tianyi demonic sect and the Yudu sect. Moreover, Dragon God Valley wasn't an easy bone to chew. Humph. Zhou sword sect's refusal made the leader of the heavenly god sect's face darken. Hey, are you guys going to challenge me or not? Don't waste time. Tian Chui carried his huge hammer on his shoulder as he looked towards the direction of the Tianxia sect and berated. Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Wanning, you're up for this round. The leader of the heavenly god sect said to a figure who was wrapped in a black robe. I've been waiting for this moment. The black-robed figure spoke coldly, causing the hearts of many disciples of the heavenly god sect to tremble. They knew very well how terrifying these black-robed figures in Wanning were. Buzz. A shadow flickered and Wanning appeared on the fighting ring. Many of those with weaker cultivation didn't even see how he had appeared on the fighting ring. You come down. Within the black robes, a pair of cold eyes stared at Tian Chui as a cold voice sounded out. Haha, it's finally my turn. Tian Chui grinned and laughed. Tian Chui, you have to be careful. This person is one of the 3 high-rank earth spiritual bodies in the Tianxia sect, and he is good at assassination. Han Sun warned with a serious expression. Don't worry. No matter what he's good at, I'll smash him to pieces with my hammer. Tian Chui grinned. Chapter 1534. 1534 Chapter 1534 Heavenly Hammer, Zhan Ying Boom. Tian Chui, carrying the giant hammer that was as big as a water tank, rushed into the fighting ring. Like an iron tower, he landed on the fighting ring, causing it to rumble. Shorty, let Grandpa Chu's hammer scout you. Tian Chui brandished his water tank-like hammer, revealing a malevolent killing intent. Die. Right at this moment Wanning moved. His body was like a shadow, suddenly appearing in front of Tian Chui, and a thin and long sword was thrust towards Tian Chui's heart. Fast, accurate and ruthless, he was like a well-trained killer. Boom. Tian Chui's feet suddenly stomped on the ground as his figure rapidly retreated. Then the giant hammer appeared in front of him. Clang. The opponent's long sword was deflected when it struck Tian Chui's hammer. Wanning made use of the rebound force and his body flickered, reappearing above Tian Chui's head, and the terrifying sword light pierced towards Tian Chui's head. Get lost. Tian Chui roared in anger and the giant hammer exploded above his head. The giant hammer struck, bringing with it a terrifying wind that caused the sky to rumble. Clang. The giant hammer hit the opponent's sword again. However, Luan Ying's body seemed to be weightless and he could appear wherever he wanted. Buzz. In the next moment Luan Ying appeared behind Tian Chui again and thrust his long sword. Tian Chui used his giant hammer to sweep across, forming an impenetrable defense. However, Luan Ying's movement technique was truly too fast. He constantly slithered around Tian Chui's body, and his long sword was like a poisonous snake, aiming at Tian Chui's vital points every time. Shadow Domain. On the platform, Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows slightly. Wanning had comprehended the shadow domain, which allowed him to follow like a shadow. He cultivated the sword Dao of assassination, and when they worked together perfectly, their power was astonishing. Martial artists of a higher realm than him could usually kill with one strike. It was obvious that the other side had arranged for Wanning to challenge Tian Chui, which just happened to be able to restrain Tian Chui, making him unable to use his full strength. Get lost, get lost, get lost. Tian Chui became more and more furious as he continuously struck out with his giant hammer. The sky exploded, bringing with it a terrifying gale that swept out in all directions. Whoosh. All of a sudden, a sword light shot out from beneath Tian Chui's feet, piercing towards him. This sword strike came without any warning and was unbelievably fast. This sword strike was actually from Tian Chui's own shadow. This sword strike had exceeded everyone's expectations. Not good. Han Sun and Xuanixin exclaimed in shock. Roar. Tian Chui seemed to have sensed the danger. With a roar, his muscles squirmed and a layer of dragon scales appeared on his skin. At the same time, Tian Chui's figure retreated explosively, avoiding this sword. The sword light still hit Tian Chui's leg, and the dragon scales were cut open, revealing a deep wound. If not for Tian Chui's timely reaction, one of his legs would have been chopped off. Whoosh. However, at this moment his own shadow shot out another sword light from Tian Chui's feet. What a strange attack. Kill! Tian Chui roared as the giant hammer in his hand heavily smashed down on his own shadow. Boom! The giant hammer smashed the sword light directly and smashed into the shadow on the fighting ring. The entire fighting ring started to shake. Not far away, Luan Ying's body trembled and he retreated a few steps. It seemed that Tian Chui's attack had indirectly injured him. Whoosh! Then with a flash, Luan Ying disappeared. At this moment, 8 more shadows appeared around Tian Chui. Each of the shadows would shoot out a sword light, stabbing towards Tian Chui. Tian Chui used his giant hammer to sweep across, blocking the enemy's attacks. However, the attacks from all 4 directions were too fast, and Tian Chui found it difficult to completely block them. After a while, Tian Chui's body was covered with several wounds, so deep that his bones could be seen and blood was flowing out. Hee, senior brother Luan Ying, you're going to win. On the side of the Heavenly God sect, some disciples sneered. On the side of the Dragon God Valley, everyone was watching carefully with a sullen face. Torvosaurus strike. All of a sudden Tian Chui let out a loud roar. He grabbed the handle of his giant hammer with both hands, lifted it up and began to spin at an extreme speed. The handle of Tian Chui's hammer was exceptionally long. When it was swung, it was like a hurricane sweeping in all directions. Bang! 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 The 8 shadows couldn't dodge at all. They were hit and collapsed. The 8 shadows crumbled and condensed back into one shadow, which turned into Luan Ying's figure. At this moment, the black robe on Luan Ying's head had been blown to pieces, revealing a dark and gloomy face. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Clearly, he had also been injured by Tian Chui's attack. Shadow sword kill. A deep voice came out of Luan Ying's mouth. His body slowly became blurry, turned into a shadow and finally disappeared. Luan Ying seemed to have completely disappeared from the fighting ring, and even his aura could not be sensed. Shadow-type spirit body. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Whoosh! At this moment, a sword light shot out from the top of Tian Chui's head, aiming for him. The heavenly hammer struck upwards. But at the same time, a sword light appeared beneath Tian Chui's feet on his left and right and stabbed towards him. Tian Chui roared in anger, his figure rapidly retreating, avoiding the sword light attack. However, there was still a ray of sword light that managed to leave a wound on Tian Chui's body. Around the heavenly hammer, sword lights constantly appeared without a sound or sign. Torvosaurus strike. Tian Chui roared loudly and once again used the same move as before. He raised the giant hammer and madly spun it. However, this time the sword light did not collapse. Instead, it passed through the heavenly hammer's attack and continued to stab towards it. A few more wounds appeared on Tian Chui's body. What's going on? Why can't I attack him? Some disciples of Dragon God Valley said anxiously. The opponent was too strange. Tian Chui's attack was actually unable to hit him. It's not that the attack can't hit him but that the opponent's shadow can greatly reduce the damage. When Tian Chui's attack lands on the opponent's body, the damage is reduced. At the same time, the opponent's speed is too fast and most of the attacks have been dodged by him. A 9th-level martial royal realm heaven's favorite explained in the stands. Roar. A dragon's roar came out of Tian Chui's mouth. He took a step forward and madly rushed to the side of the fighting stage. It looked like he was about to rush off the fighting ring. You want to rush to the fighting ring? Stay. In the air, Luan Ying's cold voice came. Tian Chui acted as if he didn't hear anything and continued to rush forward. Whoosh! A terrifying sword light pierced towards the heavenly hammer from behind. Tian Chui, who had been charging forward, suddenly stopped and turned around. Puchi! This sword light pierced through Tian Chui's chest, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Die! A cold voice rang out as Luan Ying's figure appeared in front of Tian Chui. Roar! At this moment, Tian Chui let out an earth-shaking dragon roar. A huge phantom of a barbaric dragon appeared on his body, and it clawed at Luan Ying. Not good. Luan Ying's expression changed drastically, but it was too late for him to dodge at such a close distance. Chapter 1535. 1535 Lu Ming vs. Wu Qindu Bang. The Torvosaurus phantom's claw hit Luan Ying. He groaned and was sent flying, spitting out blood. Kill! Die! Tian Chui roared. He threw the giant hammer in his hand like a meteorite, hitting Wan Ying, who was still in the air. But Wan Ying screamed as his body was sent flying. The giant hammer carried him out of the fighting ring and landed heavily on the ground. Wan Ying spat out a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as a sheet. Wan Ying was defeated because Tian Shui was still on the fighting ring. Buzz! The giant hammer flew back into the fighting ring and landed in Tian Shui's hands. Tian Shui's body trembled as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. Although he had defeated Wan Ying, he had also been severely injured. Senior brother Tian Shui, quickly come up and heal. Lu Ming shouted. Circulating his true qi, Tian Shui rushed up to the platform and sat down cross-legged, focusing all his energy on healing. Just now he had been wounded by Wan Ying's sword many times, and his heart had even been pierced by the long sword. The terrifying destructive sword qi had continuously destroyed Tian Shui's spiritual body. Tian Shui had to first destroy these destructive sword qi before he could recover. Damn it! On the platform of the Heavenly God Sect, the leader of the Heavenly God Sect shouted angrily. Originally he had thought that with Wan Ying's combat strength as well as the fact that he just happened to be able to restrain Tian Shui, he should be able to take him down. Although he might not be able to kill Tian Shui, he should be able to defeat him without any problem. He didn't expect that Tian Shui would defeat Wan Ying in the end, with both of them suffering great losses, causing his plan to fail. In this way, 2 of the 3 top experts of the Heavenly God Sect had been defeated, leaving only the leader. This made everyone in the Heavenly God Sect look very ugly. Before this, the God of Heaven sect had already announced that they would also take the first place in this time's fixed treasure little meeting and achieve 3 consecutive championships. But now the leader was the only top-notch expert. Most of the other 6th-ranked experts had been killed. It was impossible for him to obtain first place. All of this was because of Dragon God Valley. Previously they had wanted to deal with Dragon God Valley, but in the end they had gotten themselves into trouble. Before the competition began, the people of the Tianxian sect probably never dreamed that this would happen. I'll leave the rest to you. The leader of the Heavenly God sect team looked at the Tianyu demon sect. Buzz! A figure with a demonic blade on his back rushed out of the Tianyu demonic sect, and his demonic qi soared into the sky. It's a demon manifestation. Someone recognized this person. There were 2 people from the Tianyu demon sect who had upper-class earth spiritual bodies and had reached the peak of LV6 martial royal realm. One of them was Mo He and the other was Mo Xian. Mo Xian's gaze fell directly on Xianxia and he said, I challenge you. Many people were shocked. Sure enough, the Tianxian sect, the Tianyu demon sect, and the Yudu sect had begun to dispatch their strongest combat forces to deal with Dragon God Valley. Xianxia took a step forward and stepped onto the fighting ring. Kill! The demonic blade was unsheathed, and demonic qi soared into the sky. Roar! As the dragon's roar rumbled, Xianxia revealed her true form, turning into a snow dragon. The 2 sides engaged in an intense battle. This battle was different from Tian Shui's and Wan Ying's. This battle was a head-on clash and it was particularly fierce. Xianxia was a pure-blooded true dragon. Even among the true dragons she was considered a genius. Her dragon body was strong, not weaker than a superior earth spiritual body. She was on par with Mo Xian. The 2 sides fought for more than 200 moves. In the end, Xianxia won by a slight margin and knocked Mo Xian off the fighting stage, while Xianxia herself was seriously injured. Her injuries were even worse than Tian Shui's. Xianxia dragged her heavily injured body back to the platform and began to heal. Dragon God Valley had won another battle and defeated a top expert of the Tianyu demon sect. Could it be that Dragon God Valley would be the last one? Some people had such thoughts. The challenge continued and soon it was the Desire Poison sect's turn. Buzz! Wu Qiandu of the Desire Poison sect stood up and stepped onto the fighting ring. The Desire Poison sect also had 2 top experts. Wu Qiandu was the leader of the Desire Poison sect. This time he was personally taking action. Wu Qiandu's gaze shifted between Han Sun and Lu Ming. According to the rules, Tian Shui and Xianxia had just fought. Now they could not challenge them. They could only challenge Lu Ming and Han Sun before they could challenge Tian Shui and Xianxia. Finally, Wu Qiandu's gaze fell on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you managed to escape with your saint weapon the last time. Now come down and face your death. Wu Qiandu said coldly. Last time, Lu Ming had used the black wings to create a strong wind that rendered his poison gas useless. Now that he could not use his holy weapon, he would like to see how Lu Ming would defend against his poison gas. Another one is here to die. Lu Ming smiled indifferently. He took a step forward and landed on the fighting ring. Buzz. As soon as Lu Ming's feet landed on the ground, Wu Qiandu made his move. A dense swarm of venomous insects swarmed toward Lu Ming, covering the sky and the sun like a dark cloud. Buzz. Lu Ming's chaos domain spread out and enveloped the countless poisonous insects. Fire. Lu Ming said softly. The chaos realm turned into a flame realm in an instant. The flames enveloped the venomous insects, and with a sizzling sound, the venomous insects were burned to ashes by the flames. However, at this moment, with a wave of Wu Qiandu's hand, toads appeared one after another. Each toad was covered in pustules and emitted a foul stench as they pounced at Lu Ming. In midair, the toads spat out streams of poisonous water from their mouths, which enveloped Lu Ming. When the poisonous water fell on the chaos domain, there was actually a sizzling sound of corrosion. Kill. At the same time, Wu Qiandu charged towards Lu Ming. A soft whip appeared in his hand. The soft whip was covered with poisonous thorns and was rolling towards Lu Ming. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming cast the prison-suppressing heavenly art and punched the toads and whips one after another. However, the toads exploded in the process of Lu Ming's fist force. They turned into a pool of thick water and gushed toward Lu Ming, emitting a disgusting smell. Lu Ming felt a little dizzy when he smelled the stench. He circulated his true qi and regained his consciousness. What a terrifying poison! Lu Ming thought to himself. Buzz. Buzz. Venomous insects kept swarming out of Wu Qiandu's body. Then toads, venomous snakes and other things attacked Lu Ming. He controlled the soft whip and lashed it at Lu Ming with great agility. Kill, die. Lu Ming suddenly shouted and extended his divine sword technique. Two black sword lights burst out from Lu Ming's eyes and rushed toward Wu Qiandu. But at this moment, a shield made of venomous insects appeared on the surface of Wu Qiandu's body. When the divine sword technique hit the venomous insects, a large number of them were killed, but Wu Qiandu was safe and sound. Soul attacks can ignore ordinary defenses and attack the soul. However, these bugs of mine have a spirit. Your soul attack can't penetrate anything with a spirit. You used it once last time, so I'm prepared this time. Hehe. Wu Qiandu sneered. It seems like soul attacks aren't omnipotent. They still have their weaknesses. Lu Ming pondered. Chapter 1536. 1536 Refining Wu Qiandu ordinary defenses couldn't defend against soul attacks at all. They could directly penetrate through. Back then, when they were facing the evil spirit cult's elder Mo Hun, Lu Ming's chaos domain and Bubble's spacetime domain could only weaken a portion of the attack. They could not completely defend against it. It was obvious that ordinary defense was useless. However, soul attacks also had their weaknesses. If a living being was in front of them, the soul attack would not be able to pass through. For example, Wu Qiandu used his poisonous insects to block in front of him. Although the poisonous insects were small, they still had a spirit and a soul. The soul attack would attack the venomous insects, and Wu Qiandu, who was behind the venomous insects, was naturally safe and sound. Since he dared to challenge Lu Ming, he naturally had a foolproof plan. However, Lu Ming's expression remained calm. If the soul attack technique was useless, could Lu Ming not do anything to Wu Qiandu? Buzz. Lu Ming covered his entire body with the chaos domain and soared into the sky. Boom. 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 Then Lu Ming looked down from above and continued to bombard with his fists. Terrifying fist forces shot towards Wu Qiandu, the poisonous insects and the snakes like meteors. A large number of poisonous insects and toads were killed. On the fighting ring there were dead insects, toads and vipers everywhere. Pools of venom filled the fighting ring, giving off a disgusting smell. Wisps of poisonous gas filled the fighting ring. Ah, Lu Ming, thank you for your cooperation. The poison gas formation has been set up. You can die now. In the fighting ring, Wu Qiandu revealed a cold smile. A cloud of green poisonous gas gushed out from his body and merged with the poisonous gas on the fighting ring. The entire fighting ring was shrouded in the poisonous gas. 1,000 poisonous hands. Wu Qiandu said coldly. The poisonous gas rolled and turned into poisonous palms, blasting toward Lu Ming in the sky. Lu Ming cast the wind elemental technique and dodged the poisonous palms. Since that's the case, I'll kill you first. An Emperor spiritual weapon spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. He became one with the spear and swooped down, charging into the poison gas formation and killing Wu Qiandu. You can't kill me. Wu Qiandu sneered. With a bang, his body exploded and turned into clouds of poisonous gas, which then merged with the poisonous gas of the formation. Lu Ming's long spear swept across and the poisonous gas rolled around. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and an invisible soul attack burst out. However, there were countless poisonous insects flying in the poisonous gas. Lu Ming shouted and a group of poisonous insects fell. Lu Ming, you can't hurt me at all. You can only let me kill you. Wu Qiandu's smug voice rang out. The poison gas formation rolled and surged towards Lu Ming continuously. The terrifying poison gas enveloped Lu Ming as if it was going to corrode the chaos realm and turn Lu Ming into ashes. Moreover, the poisonous gas would condense into attacks that were aimed at Lu Ming. The long spear vibrated and destroyed the attacks one by one. Lu Ming, you can rush down the Colosseum yourself. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Wu Qiandu's cold voice sounded. You think too highly of yourself. Lu Ming said indifferently. If he wanted to kill Wu Qiandu, Lu Ming could do it now. As long as he cast the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal, the terrifying power of the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal would directly cover the entire fighting ring. He could easily destroy this large array and even kill Wu Qiandu. But now was not the time to use the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal. Lu Ming wanted to keep the Chaos Empyrean Seal to deal with the leader of the Divine Realm sect or Mohe. He would not use the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal for the time being, so he could only use other methods. Buzz. Lu Ming's chaos domain suddenly spread out, enveloping the entire fighting ring. Then endless thunder and lightning appeared and filled the fighting ring, followed by flames. The entire fighting ring was enveloped by the power of thunder and fire. The poisonous insects were burned to death one by one. Kill! Kill! Then Lu Ming kept shouting and casting the divine sword technique. It formed invisible waves that rushed in all directions. A large number of poisonous insects were killed and turned into ashes in the thunder and fire. I don't believe that your soul force can keep on exploding. Wu Qiandu's voice sounded. A person's soul power is limited. Using it continuously will consume a lot of soul power. However, after a while Wu Qiandu started to get nervous. Lu Ming did not stop. His soul attacks continued to erupt and the poisonous insects were almost all killed. Kill! Lu Ming bellowed. The poisonous gas rolled and Wu Qiandu's agonized cries rang out. A cloud of mist gathered and rolled as if it was about to condense into a human figure. Devour! Lu Ming took a step forward and pressed his left palm in the air. The devouring power burst forth and enveloped the cloud of poisonous gas. Wisps of poisonous gas were devoured and began to be refined by Lu Ming. The poisonous gas was very terrifying. However, Lu Ming's spirit body had reached the superior grade earth spirit body. Moreover, his spirit body contained traces of chaotic qi, which was stronger than ordinary superior grade earth spirit bodies. He was not afraid of the poisonous gas. A faint dragon's roar could be heard coming from Lu Ming's body. The poisonous gas that Wu Qiandu had turned into was being refined continuously. How could this be? My spirit body is invincible. How did you refine it? Within the poisonous gas, Wu Qiandu's terrified cry rang out as he desperately resisted. Kill! Die! Lu Ming shouted. 2 beams of sword light shot out of his eyes and pierced into the poisonous gas. Wu Qiandu screamed in pain as his resistance was instantly weakened. Lu Ming continued to release his devouring power, devouring and refining the poisonous gas that Wu Qiandu had turned into. As he screamed, the cloud of poisonous gas that Wu Qiandu had turned into became smaller and smaller. He wanted to reform his body, but Lu Ming attacked him directly. With a punch, he turned into poisonous gas again and was devoured and refined by Lu Ming. Very quickly, the poisonous gas that Wu Qiandu had turned into was reduced by more than half. Spare me, please spare me. Wu Qiandu was finally scared and started to beg for mercy. The feeling of watching himself being refined made him extremely frightened. Moreover, he didn't want to die. He had a bright future ahead of him. With his talent, he was very confident that he could break through to the Saint Realm in the future. How carefree was a Saint Realm expert with a lifespan of more than 100,000 years. And NBSP, the spectators from the 13 sects were all stunned. Wu Qiandu had actually been forced to this extent by Lu Ming? In the eyes of these heaven's favorites, Wu Qiandu was a terrifying existence. With his 1,000-bath poison body and his deadly poison, no one wouldn't be afraid of him. Even those heaven's favorites at his level would be afraid of him. But now he was begging for mercy in front of Lu Ming. Spare my life. Previously you sent people from the Yu-Du sect to kill our Dragon God Valley disciples. Why didn't you spare them? Why didn't you think about the current situation? Lu Ming said coldly. The devouring power continued to devour. Wu Qiandu cried out in pain and the poisonous gas continued to roll. Before the battle with Lu Ming he would not have thought of such an outcome. All he could think of was how to kill Lu Ming. Wisps of poisonous gas were devoured by Lu Ming and then refined. The poisonous gas that Wu Qiandu had turned into was getting smaller and smaller. Chapter 1537. 1537 Chapter 1537 became a joke. Young man, don't go too far. Don't go too far. At this moment an old voice came from one of the buildings. From the direction of the voice, it should be the Saint Realm Elder of the Yu-Du sect. Hee, are you heartbroken? Why didn't you think about that when you killed the disciples of Dragon God Valley? Lu Ming, you don't have to care about this old man. The voice of the Dragon God Valley's Saint Realm Elder came from the pavilion behind the Dragon God Valley. Young man, you'd better think about it. After all, you'll have to travel outside in the future. It's not good to go too far. The Saint Realm Elder of the Yu-Du sect continued. You're despicable. You're threatening a disciple of Dragon God Valley. The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley said. Hee. The Saint Realm Elder of the Yu-Du sect sneered. Kill. However, Lu Ming's reply was only one word, kill. Two more beams of sword light shot out from Lu Ming's eyes and pierced into the poisonous gas. Wu Qiandu screamed in pain as the cloud of poisonous gas collapsed completely without a trace of life. Wu Qiandu dead. This was Lu Ming's response to the Yu-Du sect's Sage Realm Elder. He was domineering and merciless. At this moment, there was no sound from the pavilion behind the Desire Poison sect. However, a cold killing intent spread out. Of course, in such an environment, the elders of the Saint Realm were not allowed to interfere. Otherwise, the other sects would gang up on them. He was dead. Wu Qian was poisoned to death. Most of the people present felt their hearts trembling. Another top Heavens Pride expert was killed by Lu Ming. Including by Mo, there were 2 top Heavens Pride experts who had died at the hands of Lu Ming. It was too tragic. In the previous treasure auction, very few upper-grade Earth's spiritual bodies were killed. Geniuses of this level, even if there was a gap in combat strength, it wouldn't be too big. It was possible to defeat them, but it was very difficult to kill them. This time it was only the 20th round and 2 Heaven's favorites of this level had already died. There were also many who were seriously injured. Because of Lu Ming, the small meeting this time was many times more tragic than before. Lu Ming put away Wu Qianda's storage ring and returned to the platform. Then someone went up to the fighting ring and cleaned it. After all, Wu Qiandu had released so many poisonous insects, snakes and the like. The fighting ring was filled with poisonous substances. On the platform of the Heavenly God sect, the Heavenly God sect's team leader's eyes were incomparably cold. His gaze swept over Xianxia and Xianxia, who were currently recuperating, and his killing intent was faintly visible. This guy wants to challenge Xianxia and Xianxia in the next round. Lu Ming said. Now Xianxia and Xianxia were seriously injured. If they were to be challenged by the Heavenly God sect's team leader, it would be extremely dangerous. The Heavenly God sect's team leader obviously wanted to take this opportunity to kill Xianxia and Xianxia. I won't let him succeed. Han Sen said, his killing intent cold. After cleaning up, the competition continued. It was unknown if the atmosphere had been incited, but when it was the other sect's turn, it became even more intense and explosive. The other sects that had grudges with each other also began to send out their top experts to challenge the top experts of the sects that had grudges with each other. After Lu Ming and Wu Qiandu, there were 2 more clashes between the top powerhouses. The battle was extremely intense. In the end, the top geniuses of the Intentionless Saber sect and the Demon Castle were both injured and fell off the fighting ring. The top-tier expert of the Linglong Palace had defeated his opponent with a serious injury and won. Soon it was Dragon God Valley's turn to challenge. Han Sen stood up, took a step forward and appeared on the fighting ring. Yuxing, come down. Han Sen coldly said. Yuxing was the name of the team leader of the Heavenly God sect. Everyone was shocked. Han Sen was challenging Yuxing. The leaders of the two sects were about to clash. Yuxing's eyes turned cold. His original plan was to wait for the next round. When it was the time for the Heavenly God sect to challenge him, he would personally take action to kill Tianchui or Xuanixin. Obviously, Han Sen had seen through his plan and directly challenged him. Yuxing stepped out and landed on the fighting ring. It's the same if I kill you first. Yuxing said coldly. Brilliant holy light burst out of his body. He was bathed in the holy light and there was no dust or dirt on him. Yuxing was a direct descendant of the Tianxia sect, and he cultivated the pure techniques of the Tianxia sect. What big words! Han Sen sneered. A terrifying cold qi burst out from his body, spreading in all directions. Half of the fighting ring was covered with white frost. Boom. Boom. Yuxing and Han Sen charged at each other at the same time and started an intense battle. The two figures kept clashing on the fighting ring at an increasingly fast speed. Some of the weaker cultivators could no longer see the two figures clearly. They could only see the endless holy light and the terrible cold current clashing on the battle platform, forming a pillar of qi that shot into the sky. Whoosh. Yuxing was bathed in holy light, holding the spear of God's punishment. He was like a god descending to the world, ready to punish the world. White dragon scales emerged on Han Sen's body, and he was covered in a layer of ice armor. His arms had turned into dragon claws, which were so terrifying that they seemed to be able to tear apart everything. Buzz. Buzz. The dragon claw and the spear of God's punishment collided fiercely. Puchi. Han Sen's shoulder was pierced by the spear of God's punishment, but his other dragon claw was still on Yuxing's chest, almost ripping his heart out. The two of them were injured at the same time and their clothes were stained red with blood. However, the battle continued. To be honest, Han Sen and Yuxing's combat power was very terrifying, even stronger than Bai Mo's. It could be said that in the future, they were very likely to be among the top 10 geniuses of the Azure continent. After all, the top 10 geniuses were selected by the younger generation below the Saint Realm. Once the current top 10 geniuses entered the Saint Realm, they would automatically be removed from the top 10 geniuses and replaced by new Heaven's favorites. It could be said that these two future freaks were going to fight in advance. This battle lasted for more than 300 moves. The two's true essence and physical strength gradually ran out. In the end, it became a hand-to-hand fight. The two were entangled and their blood stained the fighting ring. Bang! In the end, the two of them rolled off the fighting ring at the same time, ending the battle. Lu Ming moved and appeared beside Han Sen. He poured his essential core into Han Sen's body and said, "Senior brother Han Sen, are you all right? Don't worry, it's fine. That guy is even worse off." Han Sen said with a smile. Humph. Yuxing snorted coldly. With the help of the disciples of the Heaven God sect, he landed on the stands, took a healing pill and began to heal his injuries. Lu Ming supported Han Sen to the stand behind the platform. Then they returned to the platform. In this way there were only 3 people left in the Dragon God Valley. However, the people of the Heavenly God sect all had gloomy faces. After Yuxing stepped down, there were no more top experts in the Tianxia sect. It was a complete joke to win the first place. The competition continued and soon this round was announced to be over. It was time for the 22nd round. In this round, the remaining disciples of the Tianxia sect had completely lost their morale. They randomly sent out one person to challenge the other sections. It was the Tianyu demonic sect's turn. "I'll do it." In the Tianyu demonic sect, he carried the demonic blade on his back and stepped out. He landed on the battle platform and looked directly at Dragon God Valley. His eyes swept across Tianchui and Xuanixin. Lu Ming's heart sank. Chapter 1538. 1538. Lu Ming was the only one left. He obviously wanted to challenge Tianchui and Xuanixin. Finally, He's eyes fell on Xuanixin and he said coldly, "Come out. Fight." Xuanixin said forcefully and stepped forward. "Senior sister, be careful," Lu Ming said. Xuanixin nodded and stepped onto the fighting ring. "I'll kill you in this battle." He's demonic qi surged and a vast demonic might burst out. Behind him, the demonic blade automatically unsheathed, and the terrifying blade light slashed towards Xuanixin. Roar. Xianxia roared and transformed into her true form. She opened her mouth and spat out a stream of ice and snow, which rushed toward the saber light. Boom! An intense collision occurred and Xianxia's slender body trembled as she retreated. Xianxia had been seriously injured in the last battle. It was impossible for her to recover in such a short time. With her injured body, she was at a disadvantage from the beginning of the fight with Mohe. Splitting Devil Blade. The demonic blade in Mohe's hand merged with the domain all over his body and he slashed out again. The splitting demonic blade was the ultimate technique of the Tianyu demonic sect. It was said to be able to split all things with one blade. It was extremely terrifying. Anything would be split apart by the splitting demonic blade. Snowflakes were condensed around Xianxia. The snowflakes danced in the air and were extremely sharp. They cut through the air and made a terrible whistling sound as they flew toward the splitting demon blade. However, when the snowflakes came into contact with the splitting demonic blade, they seemed to have received a terrifying shock and exploded. Buzz, buzz, and NBSP whoosh. The endless snowflakes collided with the demonic blade, creating a metallic sound. The snowflakes crumbled, but the demonic blade's power also weakened rapidly. Slash. However, Mohe's demonic chi was boiling and he slashed again. Then he slashed again. One slash after another, each slash was extremely terrifying as if it was going to split the sky. Xianxia's dragon claw stepped in the air and pounced forward, engaging in a fierce confrontation with Mohe. Boom, boom. Terrifying rumbles continued to be heard as the two of them exchanged dozens of blows. Gradually, Xianxia was no match for him. Her injuries flared up and it was difficult for her to use her full combat strength. Puchi. The dragon scales were cut open and fell everywhere. On Xianxia's body, there were many deep and long wounds and her white body was stained with blood. Kill. Mohe's demonic blade pierced through Xianxia's attack and went for her head, trying to cut her head off. Xianxia quickly retreated, but she was still a step too late. A wound was left on her forehead. Xianxia was already seriously injured and now she was even more injured. Her combat power was getting weaker and weaker and she was no match for Mohe at all. Senior sister stepped down from the fighting ring. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Xianxia. If this continued, Xianxia would be in danger. Roar. Xianxia roared loudly. He was a little unwilling. After exchanging another blow with Mohe, she turned around and left. If you want to leave, then stay. Mohe said coldly. The demonic chi from her body was even more terrifying. She shot up into the sky and slashed out with her demonic blade. 8 blade lights slashed down, blocking Xianxia's path. Xianxia's dragon claws stepped on the ground, and the ground was suddenly covered with a layer of ice and snow. Ice swords rushed out one after another, rushing toward the demonic blades. Bang! Bang! The sound of a collision rang out. Unfortunately, Xianxia's combat strength had declined. For a moment she could not break the demonic blade at all. Instead, the demonic blade left a deep wound on her body, almost cutting off one of the dragon claws. You won't be able to escape. You'll definitely die today. Devil Dragon Seal. Die. Oh, he said coldly. He formed a seal with his hands and a black demonic dragon flew out with a roar, charging at Xianxia. 2 dragons, one black and one white, were fighting on the fighting ring. Then, Mohe attacked Xianxia with the splitting demonic blade. After a few moves, Xianxia's injuries became even more serious. Break. In the end, Xianxia let out a loud roar, and her true dragon body rapidly shrank. Then a layer of ice crystals covered her body, making her look like an ice sword. Whoosh. The ice sword continued to attack, clashing with Mohe's demonic blade. Finally, it rushed out of the range of the demonic blade and rushed to the edge of the fighting ring. At this time, the ice crystals covering Xianxia's body also collapsed. Xianxia's breath became even weaker. With a step of her dragon claw, her body rushed out of the fighting ring and fell down. At this moment, she heaved a sigh of relief and quickly restrained her aura. Kill. However, at this moment, Mohe roared and stood at the edge of the fighting ring. His eyes were ferocious and full of cold killing intent. He slashed out a demonic blade towards Xianxia's head. When Xianxia fell off the fighting ring, it meant that the battle was over. Therefore she had completely let down her guard and retracted her Zhen Yuan. However, she did not expect that He would be so despicable that he would attack again and make a fatal move on Xianxia. Xianxia had no time to dodge this move. "You're looking for death." On the platform, Lu Ming let out a loud roar. The vital essence in his body was boiling, and the black wings on his back suddenly stretched out. With a flap, he appeared beside Xianxia. He flapped his black wings and destroyed the demonic blade. "Lu Ming, what are you doing? Interfering in the middle using a holy weapon and breaking the rules." Seeing that his saber was blocked by Lu Ming, his eyes flashed with dissatisfaction and he shouted angrily. "Shut up. Who is the one who broke the rules? My senior sister has already rushed out of the fighting stage and her feet have already touched the ground, which means that she has lost. This battle has already ended, but you still continue to kill her. Is it you who has broken the rules, or am I the one who has?" Lu Ming stared at his eyes very cold. Just now, if he hadn't been staring at the fighting ring and noticed that something was wrong, he would have immediately used his saint weapon and rushed out. Xianxia would have been in real danger. Oh. Had she already landed on the ground? I didn't see it just now. He quibbled. Lu Ming did not say anything. He just stared at his eyes revealing an extremely cold killing intent. He must kill this Senior sister, let's go. Lu Ming helped Xianxia to the stands. Junior brother, thank you for earlier. At this moment, Xianxia had already returned to her human form, her face a little pale. Senior sister, you don't have to be so polite. I will kill and avenge you. Lu Ming said. I believe in you, junior brother. Xianxia smiled and swallowed a healing pill to begin healing her injuries. Lu Ming, on the other hand, returned to the platform. The challenge continued. As expected, when it was the Desire Poison sect's turn, one of their experts challenged Xianxia. The Desire Poison sect, like the Sky Demon sect, also had two top experts. Previously, Wu Qiandu had been killed by Lu Ming and there was only one left. The Desire Poison sect clearly hated Lu Ming to the core and wanted to kill Tianxia to avenge Wu Qiandu. However, Tianxui's injuries were slightly better than Xianxia's. Furthermore, Xianxia cultivated the Berserk Dragon body, which had a strong defense. The opponent did not cause too much damage to Xianxia. However, Xianxia was still injured and was no match for his opponent. After exchanging more than 100 moves, he was knocked down from the fighting ring. With Tianxui's defeat, Lu Ming was the only one left in Dragon God Valley. Countless gazes fell on the platform of Dragon God Valley on Lu Ming alone. Now Lu Ming was the only one left in Dragon God Valley. How would he fight? Chapter 1539. 1539. The great battle against the challenges continued and it was very intense. By now the competition was already in the latter half. The weak had been eliminated and the remaining ones were all very strong. The battle was very intense. One match after another, it was finally Dragon God Valley's turn. Lu Ming took a step forward and landed on the fighting ring. Come down and accept your death. Lu Ming's voice was heard by everyone. As expected, Lu Ming wants to challenge He. Many people thought that He had broken the rules and almost killed Xianxia. Many people guessed that Lu Ming would definitely challenge He. He carried the devil's saber on his back and stepped onto the fighting ring. You've managed to escape twice. Today I'll finish you off, He said. Even though Lu Ming had already killed two top-notch experts, he was still very strong. You won't have any chance today. You'll definitely die. Lu Ming spoke in an equally domineering manner. Buzz. Buzz. The two of them stood facing each other and their domains burst out at the same time, surging toward each other. Boom. The two's domains clashed together, creating a loud boom as they fought fiercely. He's territory was a demonic Dao territory and was at the peak of the 7th level, while Lu Ming's territory was only at the peak of the 4th level. However, in the clash of territories, Lu Ming's territory was not at a disadvantage at all. The two domains clashed and intertwined, creating a terrifying storm of energy. Kill. Splitting devil blade. Die. He shouted and unsheathed his demonic saber. A shocking saber radiance broke through the sky and slashed down at Lu Ming. The Emperor's spiritual weapon spear appeared in Lu Ming's hands. He cast storing power for 13 strikes, and a spear ray burst out, colliding with the demonic blade. Within the spear light, 13 forces overlapped and exploded, erupting with a terrifying penetrating power. However, there was a terrifying splitting force within the demonic blade that was rapidly splitting the spear radiance's power. In the end, the two of them dissipated. Lu Ming's eyes flickered slightly. The Sky Demon Sect's splitting demonic blade indeed lived up to its reputation. Buzz. Buzz. Then the two of them charged forward like two bolts of lightning and struck each other. The demonic blade and the long spear clashed together, creating a terrifying boom. Every time the two of them collided, a terrifying shockwave would burst out. The force was wanton and swept in all directions. There was a layer of transparent light screen around the fighting stage, which blocked the overflowing qi. Otherwise, some of the weaker people in the stands would have been injured. Kill. After exchanging several moves, Lu Ming shouted. Two divine swords shot out from his eyes and shot toward Emohi. Lu Ming cast the divine sword technique. Two jet-black divine swords rushed into Emohi's body and bombarded his spiritual god. However, Emohi's body only trembled slightly and he was fine. Spiritual god defensive treasure. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Your soul attack is useless against me. Emohi sneered. His demonic blade swept across and he took the opportunity to attack Lu Ming. Buzz. Lu Ming's long spear shook and blocked the demonic blade's attack. Then the two of them fought again and exchanged dozens of moves. To be honest, Emohi was indeed very strong. He was even stronger than Bai Emo and Wu Qiandu, whom Lu Ming had just killed. He should be on par with Han Sun and the team leader of the Divine God sect. Lu Ming's spirit body and chaos realm had some advantages. However, his opponent's cultivation was 2 levels higher than Lu Ming's. The two of them fought intensely and it was difficult to determine the winner. The third bloodline. With a single thought, Lu Ming's third bloodline emerged. A wisp of energy surged into Lu Ming's body, making his combat strength even stronger. Flying. Lu Ming's long spear swept out. Emohi's body trembled and he was sent flying. He slid along the fighting ring for a long distance. Gate of God 9 seals. Lu Ming's hands rapidly formed seals. 6 sealing gates appeared around Emohi trying to seal him. Demonic God descend. Demonic God. Emohi roared and demonic qi surged. A giant demonic god with 3 heads and 6 arms condensed around him, emitting vast demonic might. This was a secret skill, or it was a secret skill brought by the demonic spirit body. It was very similar to Bai Mo's sword array, which was a secret skill brought by the spirit body. Boom. The 3-headed and 6-armed fiend celestial struck out 6 palms in a row, hitting the 6 sealing gates. Boom. Boom. The 6 gates of sealing trembled and exploded. At this moment, Lu Ming's attack had already arrived. The long spear smashed down on Emohi like Mount Tai. An NBSP boom boom. The 3-headed and 6-armed fiend celestial's 6 huge demonic palms slammed down on Lu Ming. 2 of them blocked Lu Ming's long spear, while the other 4 were like 4 huge mountains that pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's long spear trembled and turned into a heavy spear shadow, blasting out. The long spear collided with the demonic palm continuously. Lu Ming and Emohi were forced to retreat in the midst of the violent rumbles. This brat has such combat strength in such a short time. He must be eliminated. Emohi was extremely shocked. Back then, when he led his men to hunt down Lu Ming could not put up much of a resistance in front of him. However, now Lu Ming could fight him head-on. The battle was difficult to determine. Then after a period of time, what realm would Lu Ming reach? Would he surpass him in all aspects? His heart turned cold at the thought of this. He and Lu Ming were already mortal enemies. They would not rest until one of them was dead. If they met in the future, there would definitely be a tragic battle. One of them had to die. However, after a while he was afraid that he would be the one to die if he encountered Lu Ming. Therefore he had to kill Lu Ming now. Kill, die. Emohi roared. His demonic qi seemed to be on fire. The huge demonic god seemed to have become real. What was shocking was that 6 huge demonic blades appeared on the 6 arms of the demonic god. Boom. Boom. Emohi stepped forward and charged at Lu Ming. The huge demonic god waved his huge demonic blade and charged at Lu Ming. Kill. Lu Ming shouted. The power of the 3rd bloodline gushed into Lu Ming's body continuously, making his killing intent even more intense. At the same time, the devouring power burst out and enveloped Emohi, causing the demonic qi in Emohi's body to become unstable. The demonic god's aura also weakened. Lu Ming took a step forward and his body soared into the sky. His long spear turned into a 1,000-meter-long spear ray and smashed wildly at Emohi. Emohi's eyes were ferocious. He exerted all his strength. The huge demonic god and the 6 demonic blades slashed at Lu Ming continuously. The two of them collided intensely, and the spear radiance and the saber radiance soared into the sky. All around, whether it was on the platform or the grandstand, everyone held their breath and stared at the fighting ring. They were afraid of missing out on the exciting scene. What a powerful combat strength. He is below the 7th level of the martial royal realm, but he can still exert such a terrifying combat strength. I'm afraid that even a LV8 martial royal realm expert would be killed by him. A heaven's favorite above the 7th level of the martial royal realm spoke with a serious look in his eyes. They are all peerless heaven's favorites. In the future, they have great hopes of becoming one of the top 10 demon-level geniuses of the Azure continent. That's right. I wonder what the outcome of this battle is. Some people were discussing in low voices, but their eyes were still fixed on the fighting ring. Chapter 1540, 1540 Chapter 1540 Foul in the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Emohi had exchanged dozens of moves. At this moment the demonic god that Emohi had condensed began to shake. Obviously, to maintain this demon god Emohi's consumption was astonishing. Moreover, Lu Ming was constantly releasing the devouring power. Emohi felt that the demonic qi in his body was constantly being devoured by Lu Ming, causing his demonic qi to be even more unsustainable. Seal. At that moment Lu Ming cast the sealing gates again. The 6 sealing gates glowed and suppressed the demonic god. This time the demonic god finally could not break through the sealing gates in a short time and its movements became stiff. Boom. Lu Ming seized the opportunity. His long spear turned into a huge spearlight and smashed heavily on the Asmodean lord's head. 13 forces instantly stacked and exploded. Die. Emohi roared. The demon god's head exploded and then his body exploded. In an instant the demon god exploded. Emohi's body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Retreat. Emohi gritted his teeth and flew backward. He knew that he had lost today. He was no match for Lu Ming. Now he had to rush down the fighting ring. You can't escape, Feng. Lu Ming said coldly. 6 sealing gates appeared in front of Emohi, blocking his way. Emohi's demonic blade slashed out continuously, but it couldn't break the barrier of the door seal. At this moment Lu Ming had already put away his spear. He was holding a huge seal in one of his palms. Primal Chaos Sky-Turning Seal. Now the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal had been cultivated by Lu Ming to the peak of the 3rd level. While its power was getting stronger, he was also getting more skilled in using it. When he used the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal, he didn't need to use it all at once to the maximum, as it would consume a terrifying amount of true essence. Now he could control the power of the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal. By reducing the power of the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal, he could save a lot of genuine yuan and control it more easily. For example, the seal in Lu Ming's hand was the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal that he had condensed. It was about 50% of its power when Lu Ming used his full strength. However, if Lu Ming used his full strength, it was impossible for him to hold it in his palm and control it to such an extent. It was much more convenient for Lu Ming to control 50% of its power. Boom. Lu Ming waved his hand and the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal smashed at Emohi. The attack power of 50% of the full power was also terrifyingly powerful. It exceeded the power of Lu Ming's, storing power 13 strikes. The primal Chaos Sky-Turning Seal smashed towards Emohi like an ancient divine mountain. Its vast power and astonishing aura made Emohi's expression change drastically. Emohi roared and turned around to block. He kept slashing out with his demonic blade, hoping to block it. Boom. When the splitting devil saber slashed on the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal, not only did it not split the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal, but the devil saber itself was directly crushed by the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal. The primal Chaos Sky-Turning Seal continued to descend. In the end, Emohi used his demonic blade to block in front of him. An Emperor-level spiritual weapon armor appeared on his body, and together with his territory he blocked in front of him. Boom. The primal Chaos Sky-Turning Seal struck down heavily. Emohi's body trembled violently and he retreated frantically. His face was pale and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. His hands that were holding the blade were trembling non-stop. The bone armor on his wrist was broken. Only by paying such a heavy price could it block the Chaos Sky-turning seal. However, a loud rumbling sound came from above, and another Chaos Sky-turning stamp came crashing down. Ah! Emohi roared and exerted all his strength to defend with all his might. Bang! This time, Emohi knelt on the ground and spurted blood. His arms exploded and his demonic blade flew far away. Even with the protection of the Emperor's spiritual weapon, his body couldn't withstand all the power. The terrifying power shattered many of Emohi's bones. However, to Emohi's despair, the third Chaos Sky-turning seal pressed down on him with a loud rumble in the sky. No! This time, Emohi let out a desperate roar. This time he definitely couldn't resist it. If he couldn't resist it, he would die. Come out, die! Emohi roared. A small black pagoda flew out from his brow, and a vast aura spread out. A holy weapon. This small pagoda was a holy weapon. Buzz. The saint weapon expanded rapidly and collided with the chaotic sky-turning stamp. The small black tower was sent flying. Emohi spat out blood again and rolled on the fighting ring, leaving a pool of blood on the ground. He's breaking the rules. He's breaking the rules. He's using a holy weapon. Use your saint weapon and kill without mercy. The disciples of Dragon God Valley roared in anger. Buzz. In the pavilion behind Dragon God Valley, the elder of Dragon God Valley stepped out in the air. His eyes were cold as he said, "Those who use saint weapons without permission on the stage will be killed without mercy." The Saint Realm Elder struck out with his palm and a huge palm print pressed toward Emohi. "What are you doing?" An elder rushed out of the pavilion behind the Tianyu demon sect. He struck out with his palm and a blade light slashed out, shattering the palm print of the Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley. The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley looked coldly at the Saint Realm Elder of the Tianyu demon sect and said, "Before the battle began, I already announced that anyone who uses a saint weapon on the stage will be killed without mercy. You want to stop me? Elder, save me!" Emohi shouted in fear. The Saint Realm Elder of the Tianyu demon sect frowned and said, "How about we let him off this time? Spare him? You can ask the fellow Taoists from the other sects if they agree." The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley sneered. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. Figures stepped out of the buildings. They were the Saint Realm Elders of the 13 sections. The rules that have been passed down for tens of thousands of years must not be broken. Since you have violated them, kill. The Elder of the Life and Death Sword sect was the first to speak, his killing intent cold. That's right. If everyone uses their saint weapons, what's the point? How could one tell the strength of the younger generation? Wouldn't it just be a matter of how many saint weapons one had? Therefore he must be killed. The Elder of the Demon Castle continued. "I agree. We must kill him. If he didn't use his saint weapon, he would have already been killed." "I agree." The elders of the other sects chimed in one after another, causing Emohi to be filled with despair. Only the elders of the Heavenly God sect and the Yudu sect did not speak. Their expressions were rather unsightly. "No, I don't want to die." Emohi roared and turned into a ray of demonic light, rushing into the distance. "Die!" The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley roared, and a terrible sound wave rushed toward Emohi. Emohi's body exploded in the air and even the small saint weapon tower had no effect. Lu Ming's heart trembled. Was this the combat strength of a Sage Realm Elder? He didn't even make a move. He only shouted and killed Emohi. After killing Emohi, the Elder of the Dragon God Valley reached out and grabbed Emohi's holy weapon pagoda. Then he waved his hand and the holy weapon pagoda flew toward Lu Ming. Chapter 1541. 1541 Chapter 1541. No one dares to fight with one person, Lu Ming. This holy weapon is your spoils of war. Take it. The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley said. Many thanks, Elder. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony. He put away the holy weapon, the small tower and of course, Emohi's storage ring. These were all his spoils of war. He took them without any hesitation. Humph. The elder of the Tianyu demonic sect cast a cold glance at Lu Ming, then turned around and returned to the pavilion. The elders of the other sects also returned to their pavilions one by one. Lu Ming, you've done well. You've made a great contribution this time. The sect will definitely reward you according to your contributions. The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley said with a smile. This made you and the others from the Silver City jealous. Lu Ming smiled and returned to the 10th platform. He sat down cross-legged and waved his hand. A large pile of raw gemstones appeared. Lu Ming devoured the raw gemstones and began to recover. In the battle just now, Lu Ming had also consumed a lot of his essential core and he did not have much of it left. On the stands, everyone's gaze fell on Lu Ming with deep fear. 3 top-notch geniuses had already died at Lu Ming's hands in this small meeting. If he did not use his holy weapon, he would have been killed by Lu Ming. Therefore it was the same as being killed by Lu Ming. There were 3 top-notch heaven's favorites. The Xianxia sect, the Tianyu demonic sect and the Yudu sect each had 1. This was truly a heavy loss. In the past, such a situation rarely occurred. Moreover, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the peak of the 4th-level martial emperor realm. It was simply a miracle that he had such a battle record. In the treasure auction, it was extremely difficult and rare to kill a 6th-level martial royal realm heaven's pride expert. However, Lu Ming had killed 3 of them this time. It should be known that the Divine Son had only killed 2 heaven's favorites of this level when he participated in the treasure auction. And now the Divine Child was the head of the 10 great monsters. Lu Ming had already broken the record of the Divine Son. The 13 sects and forces all had different thoughts in their minds. The challenge continued. After Lu Ming's challenge, it was the Demon Castle's turn on platform number 13. This was because Piyuan family on platform 11 and Blood Demon Tower on platform 12 had already been eliminated. After the Demon Castle challenge ended, this round also ended. Next, it was a new round and it was the turn of the Xianxia sect. The people of the Heavenly God sect looked at Lu Ming with deep fear. Then they sent 1 person to challenge the other sections. Next, it was the Tianyu demon sect's turn. Although they wanted to avenge no one dared to challenge Lu Ming. They could only challenge the other sections. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the platform alone, but no one dared to fight. Soon it was the Desire Poison sect's turn. The Desire Poison sect still had a top genius who had defeated Tian Chui earlier. However, when he looked at Lu Ming, his eyes were filled with fear. He did not dare to challenge Lu Ming, so he sent another person to challenge the other sections. When it was Dragon God Valley's turn again, no one dared to challenge Lu Ming. When it was Lu Ming's turn again, everyone's eyes fell on him. They did not know who Lu Ming was going to challenge this time. Everyone was nervous. This was especially so for the 3 major sects, the Deity sect, the Sky Demon sect and the Yudu sect. Anyone who was challenged by Lu Ming would be courting death. Lu Ming stepped onto the platform. After the cultivation just now, his essential core had been fully recovered. The devouring power and the speed of devouring raw gemstones to recover his essential core was shocking. No one could compare to it. Lu Ming's gaze fell directly on the Desire Poison sect's side, challenging the only remaining top-notch expert of the Desire Poison sect. Just now, this person had challenged Tian Chui, so he would not let him off easily. The Yudu sect's expert stepped onto the fighting stage with an ugly expression. However, the moment he stepped onto the fighting stage, he immediately rushed to the back. He wanted to rush off the fighting ring. Many people were speechless. This person had a superior grade earth spiritual body, an existence on par with Wu Qiandu and the others. However, he didn't even dare to fight and wanted to rush down the fighting stage. It could be seen that this person was very afraid of Lu Ming. Kill. Lu Ming charged toward the person. However, this person's spirit body was highly toxic and his life force was extremely tenacious. Moreover, he was determined to escape and did not want to fight at all. It was very difficult for Lu Ming to kill him on this small fighting ring. In the end, the other party successfully rushed out of the fighting ring, even though he was injured. Lu Ming sighed in pity. As a result, the 7 top experts of the 3 great sects, the Deity sect, the Sky Demon sect and the Yudu sect were all defeated. Some died and some were defeated. The competition ended early. There was not much suspense in the following matches. Lu Ming was in charge alone and no one dared to fight. Every time it was Lu Ming's turn, he would choose a Heaven's God sect's paragon to kill. This made the Heaven's Pride experts on the platform of the Xianxia sect scared to death. In the end, in order to survive when they challenged others, they deliberately admitted defeat and rushed down the fighting stage. They even challenged the Tianyu demonic sect and the Yudu sect in order to preserve more people's lives. The three great sects had actually been forced to such a state by Lu Ming alone. This was a rare sight in history. After this battle, Lu Ming's name was destined to spread throughout the entire Azure continent. The challenges continued. Because the Tianxia sect's method was equivalent to admitting defeat, they were the first to be completely annihilated among the remaining 10 sections. This move of the Heaven God sect is really beautiful. Where did you learn it? Someone from the Dragon God Valley mocked. The disciples of the Heaven God sect on the grandstand all blushed, but no one refuted. Because he really had no face to refute. Before the treasure-settling small meeting, the Heavenly God sect had announced that they would win 3 consecutive championships. But now it had completely become a joke. If not for the fact that they had used the right tactics and eliminated the 3 weakest sects in advance, they might not even have made it into the top 10. After the Divine Heaven sect was eliminated, Lu Ming set his sights on the Desire Poison sect. Considering that Xianxia was the Holy Virgin of the Tianyu demonic sect, Lu Ming did not continue to challenge the other disciples of the Tianyu demonic sect after killing Mo He. This made the disciples of the Tianyu demonic sect heave a sigh of relief. As for the Yudu sect, they were in a miserable state. Each and every one of them was trembling with fear. In the end, they simply adopted the method of the Tianxia sect and became the second sect to be eliminated. As the competition went on, the number of people left from the major sects decreased. Even the Life and Death Sword sect only had a few people left. This battle was the same as the previous ones. Although the Life and Death Sword sect had fewer people, they were all elites with terrifying combat strength. As for Zhou Xian, he had also risen in this battle. With his cultivation at the 5th level of the Martial Royal Realm, he had killed several 6th-level Martial Royal Realm geniuses in a row. His combat strength was extremely shocking. Gradually, one sect after another was completely annihilated. However, there was still one person sitting cross-legged on the 10th platform. Lu Ming. Long ago, Lu Ming was the only one left in Dragon God Valley. However, he was as steady as a rock and did not move. In the end, Lu Ming won't be the last one to let Dragon God Valley take first place, will he? Someone muttered, causing many people to look at each other. If that was the case, it would be a legend that would be passed down for hundreds of generations. Whoosh. With a flash of sword light, Luo Xiang stepped onto the fighting ring. Lu Ming, why don't you and I have a spar? Luo Xiang looked at Lu Ming. Chapter 1542 Chapter 1542 One Sword Strikes. Life and Death. Luo Xiang wanted to challenge Lu Ming? Many people's hearts trembled as they revealed looks of anticipation. Without a doubt, Lu Ming was the biggest dark horse this time. He was only at the LV4 Martial Royal Realm and had killed several top powerhouses with superior earth spiritual bodies. He had forced the Deity sect and the Yudu sect to challenge the other sects on purpose and lose the battle on purpose, causing them to be eliminated early. And Luo Xiang wasn't weak either. Some people who knew Luo Xiang knew that he was a terrifying figure. He had stayed at the peak of the Supreme Being realm for 15 years in order to nurture his sword soul. Now, as a 5th-level Martial Royal Realm, he had killed a 6th-level Martial Royal Realm genius. His combat strength was unfathomable. Moreover, the life-death sword art was extremely terrifying. What kind of sparks would be created when Luo Xiang challenged Lu Ming? Lu Ming stood up and took a step forward. He descended from the fighting ring and stood opposite Luo Xiang. Lu Ming, how about we decide the winner with one move? Luo Xiang said. Sure. Lu Ming said. To be honest, he had a good impression of Luo Xiang. This was a true sword cultivator, sharp, decisive, but upright. He had his own bottom line. Previously, when the Tianxia sect, the Tianyu demonic sect, and the Yudu sect were hunting Dragon God Valley, Luo Xiang couldn't stand it anymore and killed the experts of the Tianxia sect. This was a man who was born for the sword. Lu Ming, you have to be careful. My life-death sword art can determine life and death with one strike. It has the meaning of I live, you die. If you can withstand one strike of mine, you win. Luo Xiang reminded. Go all out. If I die under your sword, I can only blame my lack of skill. Lu Ming said. His eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. He also wanted to see the famous life and death sword art in Zhangzhou. Buzz. As he unsheathed his sword, a terrifying sharp light shot up into the sky from Luo Xiang's body. At this moment Luo Xiang seemed to have turned into a peerless divine sword. He was no longer a human but a sword. However, it also seemed as if the sword in his hand was no longer a sword but a human. At this moment Luo Xiang's sword seemed to have come alive and had a soul. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. He could feel a strong pressure from Luo Xiang. It was extremely rare for a 5th-level martial monarch to give him such a strong pressure. Lu Ming's vital essence began to circulate rapidly. The Emperor's spiritual weapon spear appeared in his hand and the chaos domain spread out. At the same time Lu Ming's muscles, bones were wriggling slightly, ready to launch a terrifying attack at any time. Whoosh! At this moment Luo Xiang moved. A ray of sword light cut through the void and stabbed toward Lu Ming. Under this sword light the void seemed to be pierced. Everything in the world seemed to lose its color. It was as if this sword light was the only thing left in the world. It was terrifying, sharp and accurate. At this moment, Lu Ming felt as if there was a terrifying sword aura pressing down on his body, making it difficult for him to move. In the face of this sword, it was as if he could only be killed. Roar. At this moment, a shocking dragon's roar came from Lu Ming's body. The dragon's roar was mighty and it was as if a real dragon had soared to the 9 heavens. His essential core boiled and Lu Ming broke through the terrifying sword force in one move. He became one with the spear and stabbed out. The spear was used with the power-storing 13 strikes, and the body of the spear was covered with the chaos domain. A sword light and a spear light seemed to be the only things in the world at this moment. Flying. The spear radiance and the sword radiance were like 2 meteors in the deep sky, colliding with each other. A dazzling light spread out from the point of impact. It was like a sun that had suddenly exploded and the world was covered in white. Many people felt a piercing pain in their eyes. Those with weaker cultivation could not help but close their eyes. How terrifying! Who won? Some of the stronger cultivators poured their vital essence into their eyes and stared ahead. The dazzling light flashed and disappeared. When the light disappeared, everyone saw a figure flying backward. When he landed on the fighting ring, he retreated more than 10 steps before he stopped. Luo Xiang, the one who retreated, was Luo Xiang. At this moment Luo Xiang's face was extremely pale, and the hand that was holding the sword was trembling. Lu Ming stood still and dense dragon scales appeared on his body. What a terrifying sword! Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. There was a hint of shock in his eyes. The moment they clashed, the chaos realm that Lu Ming covered the long spear was pierced through by Luo Xiang's sword gleam. The terrifying sword chi followed the long spear and broke into Lu Ming's body. Dragon scales appeared on his body to block the attack. Even so, his skin still felt like it was being torn apart. From this, one could see how terrifying Luo Xiang's sword attack was. Life-death sword art. One sword strike could determine life and death. Every sword was a sword that could kill. Luo Xiang was much stronger than when he was in the Emperor Tsong's secret realm. This kind of strength did not refer to the increase in cultivation, but the ability to fight at the same level. At that time, Lu Ming's spirit body was only a low-grade earth spirit body, but he was able to defeat Luo Xiang. At that time Luo Xiang was on the same level as Wang Jian and Shi Tian. But now Luo Xiang could easily kill Wang Jian and Shi Tian, who was at the same level as him, with one sword. Spiritual body. He's still a medium-grade earth spiritual body, but he can make such a sword attack. It's incredible. Lu Ming thought in his heart. I've lost. Luo Xiang kept his sword and cupped his fists at Lu Ming. The sword attack just now could be said to be Luo Xiang's most powerful attack. If he could not defeat Lu Ming with one attack, he would lose. With that, Luo Xiang turned around and jumped off the fighting ring. Lu Ming did not pursue him. He and Luo Xiang were originally more of sparring. After Luo Xiang descended from the fighting ring, Lu Ming turned around and returned to the platform. The challenge continued. The following battles calmed down again, but undercurrents were surging. Because more than 30 rounds had already passed and there were very few people on the various platforms. The battles were about to end. The rest were all powerhouses. After a few more rounds, there were less than 10 people left on the 13 platforms. However, the rest of them were all top experts. Most of them were heaven's favorites at the level of Bai Mo Han Sun and Mo He. At this moment, the people of the Xianxia sect and the Tianyu demonic sect had all been eliminated. A new round had begun, and it was the Heaven Seat King's turn to challenge them. The Heaven Seat King was extremely powerful, Not any weaker than the Tianyu demonic sect or the Yudu sect. Right now there were only 2 people left in the Heaven Seat King, and both of them were top experts. There was only 1 person left from the Evil Moon sect. The leader of the Evil Moon sect was also a top expert. The Zhou Sword sect also had 1 person left who was also a top-tier expert. The Linglong Palace also had 1 person, a top-notch expert. There was also the Life and Death Sword sect and the Good Demon Castle. Each of them had 1 person and they were all top-notch experts. Including Lu Ming, there were 8 people in total. There were only 8 people left. On the surface, the Heaven Seat King was the strongest with 2 people left. However, at this moment all the major platforms fell silent. The 2 powerhouses from the Heaven Seat King swept their gazes across the rest of the people, but the one they looked at the most was Lu Ming. As for the powerhouses from the other sects, most of them were looking at Lu Ming with grave expressions. The treasure auction had reached the final moment, and the first place would be decided very soon. However, the first place would be rewarded with 7 Emperor Jade pills, which everyone wanted. Chapter 1543 Chapter 1543 Taking turns according to the rules. The first place and the last person to stay would receive 7 Emperor Jade pills as a reward. Who would not want it? However, if he wanted to get the Royal Domain pill, he would have to defeat the others. Among the 8 people present, Lu Ming was undoubtedly a huge mountain that everyone had to cross if they wanted to get first place. Previously, Lu Ming had already displayed his terrifying combat strength and could kill a top-tier powerhouse. The other 7 people were all afraid of him. No one had the confidence to fight Lu Ming alone. There was a high possibility that they would lose. Therefore they were extremely cautious when they challenged him now. Heaven Seat King, it's your turn. Hurry up and challenge them. The remaining paragons of the Demon Castle spoke. What's the hurry? One of the Heaven Seat King's people coldly said. Everyone, you all want to get first place, right? A young man in purple gold armor from the Heaven Seat King spoke. That's nonsense. The genius from the Demon Castle said. That's only natural. Who here doesn't want to get first place? That's 7 Royal Domain pills. Not only that, but it'll also make your name known throughout the Azure continent. The Zhou Sword sect leader said. The others nodded in agreement. That's right. We all want to be number 1. But to be honest, with Lu Ming around, none of us can even dream of being number 1. The violet gold-armored youth from the Heaven Seat King spoke. The others were silent. It was clear that they had tacitly agreed. Then what do you want to do? The paragon of the Demon Castle asked. Let's join forces and take turns to defeat Lu Ming first. Then we'll decide the winner. The purple gold-armored youth from the Heaven Seat King said. Lu Ming glanced at the 2 people from the Heaven Seat King indifferently. He was not too surprised. With the battle prowess he had displayed earlier, he had long expected that he would definitely suffer a tag-team battle from the other sects in the end. Just like what the purple golden-armored youth had said, if they didn't defeat him, no one else would be able to get first place. However, would it be that easy to defeat him? Lu Ming's lips curled into an inexplicable smile. I don't agree. There are 2 people in the Heaven Seat King. It's advantageous to you if you take turns to fight. On the 4th platform, the Evil Moon sect's Heaven's Pride expert sneered. Xianxia, this is the only way. If we don't do this, I'll challenge you now. Are you sure you can win? Even if you defeat me, how much combat power will you have left? Even if I don't challenge you now, you'll still challenge someone else later. Who do you think you can challenge? The purple gold-armored youth from the Heaven Seat King asked a few questions, causing the others to fall silent once more. That was indeed the case. Every battle that followed would be a battle of the pinnacle. No one had the confidence that they would not be injured after defeating their opponent. If that happened, wouldn't it be advantageous for those who came after them? In the end, no one was Lu Ming's match. They had no other choice. I agree. The paragons of the Demon Fort were the first to agree. He was in the best position. He would take turns to fight Lu Ming. After all, he was the last one to fight. After so many rounds, Lu Ming would most likely be defeated. He could still conserve his strength at the back. I also agree. The sovereign of the Linglong Palace also spoke. The Linglong Palace's seat was also relatively at the back. In the end, Zhou Sword sect nodded in agreement. In the end, only Xianxia of the Evil Moon sect was left with an unsightly expression. His position was merely behind the Heaven Seat King. After the Heaven Seat King's challenge, it would be his turn. I will be the first one to challenge, the purple gold armored youth from the Heaven Seat King said. All right, I agree. In the end, Xianxia also nodded in agreement. At this point he had no other choice. Fortunately, the youth in purple gold armor was the first to challenge Lu Ming. He should be able to deplete some of Lu Ming's combat strength. He might have a chance if he went up. After Xianxia agreed, the young man in purple gold armor from the Heaven Seat King stepped onto the fighting ring. He looked at Lu Ming and said, "Lu Ming, how about you fight me?" "As you wish." Lu Ming took a step forward and landed on the fighting ring. The youth in purple gold armor looked serious and said, "Lu Ming, let's spar and not kill each other. What do you think?" he asked. "Sure," Lu Ming said. He had already offended the Xianxia sect, the Tianyu demonic sect and the Yudu sect. He did not want to offend any more sections. Seeing that Lu Ming had agreed, the young man in purple gold armor heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was not afraid of Lu Ming. After all, he was the one who suggested a tag team battle with Lu Ming. He was really afraid that Lu Ming would kill him in a fit of anger. He was not fully confident that he would be able to charge off the fighting ring successfully. Be careful. The young man in purple gold armor glowed with purple gold light, and even his skin turned purple gold like a heavenly king. Boom. The young man in purple gold armor stepped onto the fighting ring, causing it to rumble. He charged at Lu Ming like a giant beast and threw a punch. The air rumbled as his purple gold fist landed on Lu Ming. It was extremely powerful. Without a doubt, this was a Heaven's Pride expert on the same level as Han Sun and Mo He. If it was a normal battle, even Lu Ming would have to put in some effort. However, Lu Ming had no intention of fighting a normal battle with the other party. Lu Ming's hands moved rapidly like a phantom. A huge chaos sky-turning seal appeared in Lu Ming's hand. This chaos sky-turning seal was not at its full power. Just like the battle with Mo He, it was only at 50% of its power. 50% of the power was enough. Lu Ming held the chaos sky-turning seal and threw it at the youth in purple gold armor. The young man in purple gold armor had a drastic change of expression. Lu Ming had used this move in his previous battle with Mo He. He had witnessed the terrifying power. Heavenly King supporting the pagoda. The young man in purple gold armor roared and his purple gold body swelled up. He became a lot taller and bigger. The purple gold light on his body brightened, and he struck out his palms toward the chaos sky-turning seal. Boom. The palms of the youth in purple gold armor struck the chaos sky-turning seal. His burly figure shook violently, and the purple gold light around his body swayed and exploded continuously. Bang. The young man in purple gold armor couldn't even stand straight. His bones creaked as he knelt down and spat out a mouthful of blood. Boom. At this moment, Lu Ming began to condense the chaos sky-turning seal again. "Wait, I'm not fighting anymore," the young man in purple gold armor shouted. Then he rushed to one side of the fighting stage and rushed down the fighting stage. He then flew to the grandstand behind the Heaven Seat and began to heal his injuries. Lu Ming did not chase after him. This would save his essential core. The half-condensed chaos sky-turning seal dissipated. The other people at the scene also looked at each other. The young man in purple gold armor was defeated by Lu Ming in one move and he rushed down the fighting ring. Was the difference in combat strength that great? The difference is not that big. Lu Ming's move should be his strongest move with shocking power. However, such a move usually consumes a terrifying amount of essential core. That's right. I believe that Lu Ming can only use a few of such unique moves. In the stands, some people were discussing and guessing that Lu Ming should be using his strongest move. Chapter 1544. 1544 Chapter 1544 Defeating 4 people in a row. Lu Ming returned to the 10th platform. Next it was Xiaxia's turn to challenge the evil moon sect. Xiaxia's expression was extremely unsightly. The young man in purple gold armor was defeated after blocking one move from Lu Ming. He did not know how much essential core Lu Ming had used up. He had no confidence in challenging Lu Ming now. However, he could not possibly go back on his promise with the young man in purple gold armor and the rest and give up on challenging Lu Ming. If he did not challenge Lu Ming, he would challenge someone else. However, there were no weaklings among those who remained. Even if he could win, he would definitely be injured. then the next person to challenge would definitely challenge him and he would definitely lose. Let's go all out. Xianxia gritted his teeth. He knew that it would most likely be difficult for him to make it to the end. He might as well challenge Lu Ming and leave a good reputation. Xianxia landed on the fighting ring and looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, how about a battle between us? Lu Ming smiled faintly. He took a step forward and stepped into the fighting ring again. Buzz. Lu Ming did not waste any time. As soon as he stepped onto the fighting ring, he made a hand seal and a chaos sky-turning seal appeared in his hands. Boom. Lu Ming threw the chaos sky-turning seal at Xianxia. Xianxia's expression changed drastically. His body was filled with evil qi. A blood-red moon appeared in his hand and he threw it at the chaos sky-turning seal. Boom. With a deafening sound, the blood-red moon and the chaos sky-turning seal collided. It only lasted for a few breaths before it collapsed. Xianxia himself was sent flying, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. He looked at Lu Ming in shock. He only understood how terrifying Lu Ming's chaos sky-turning seal was after personally witnessing it. What kind of attack is this? How can it be so terrifying? Xianxia thought. Bang. Lu Ming took a step forward and walked towards Xianxia. I've lost this battle. Xianxia shouted and rushed down the fighting ring. Just like the youth in purple gold armor, he admitted defeat. These people had their own selfish motives. After taking one move, they understood that they were no match for Lu Ming. Otherwise, with their abilities, they could have taken the second move of the chaos sky-turning seal. However, they would be severely injured. It was the same as the purple gold armored youth. He was going to lose anyway, so why did he have to risk his life? If he was too injured, it would affect his cultivation. It was better to leave it to the people behind. So just like the youth in purple gold armor, Xianxia admitted defeat after taking a hit. This time Lu Ming decided not to return to the platform. His gaze fell on the Zhou sword sect's expert. Next, you should be challenging me, right? Come down. Whoosh. With a flash of sword light, the paragon of the Zhou sword sect stepped onto the fighting ring. Just like before, let's have a spar. Let's not fight to the death. The Zhou sword sect disciple said. Sure. A chaos sky-turning seal appeared in Lu Ming's hand as he spoke. He did not bother to waste time and threw the seal at the Zhou sword sect experts. The huge primal chaos sky-turning seal was like a mountain, completely enveloping the opponent. On such a fighting stage, it was difficult for the opponent to avoid it. He could only take it head-on. A sword cry was heard and a brilliant sword light shot up into the sky, slashing at the chaos sky-turning seal. In the next moment, the sword radiance shattered and the primal chaos sky-turning seal came crashing down, causing the young man from Zhou sword sect to spit out a mouthful of blood. His eyes revealed a look of unwillingness. He did not want to be defeated like this. However, given the current situation, he did not know how many more of such attacks Lu Ming could release. Let's go all out. The Zhou sword sect disciple's eyes gleamed with hatred. He became one with his sword and turned into a dazzling sword radiance, slashing at Lu Ming. Buzz. Lu Ming's entire body was covered in the chaos domain. Another chaos sky-turning stamp appeared in his palm and he threw it at the paragon of the Zhou sword sect. Not good. The heaven's favorite from the Zhou sword sect was shocked and quickly retreated. He wanted to avoid it, but under the pressure of the chaos heaven flipping seal he could not escape. Break. The paragon of Zhou sword sect slashed out hundreds of times in a row. The dazzling sword radiance collided with the chaos empyrean seal, causing sparks to fly. Then the sword chi collapsed. The paragon of Zhou sword sect groaned as he was blasted off the battle platform by the chaos empyrean seal. His clothes were dyed red with blood and his face was as pale as a sheet. After taking 2 consecutive blows from the chaos sky-turning stamp, his injuries were more serious than the previous 2. Why is Lu Ming's move so powerful? Indeed, the power is too terrifying. I can't match it at all. The key is, how many times can he use this kind of attack? He has already used it 4 times in a row. I should be reaching my limit soon. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming's gaze fell on the sovereign of the Linglong Palace. The sovereign of the Linglong Palace was an extremely beautiful woman. In fact, the disciples of the Linglong Palace were all women. Each and every one of them was a beautiful woman. The sovereign of the Linglong Palace stepped forward with a beautiful smile on her face and said, "Young Master Lu Ming, please show mercy." The fragrance was soft and tender, making people unable to bear to make a move. However, Lu Ming immediately condensed a chaos sky-turning stamp and threw it at the other party. The absolute Bowtie's expression changed. With a wave of her hand, countless flower petals appeared. The countless flower petals formed a huge hand and dragged toward the chaos sky-turning seal. However, the result was the same. The giant hand collapsed and the beautiful woman slid 100 meters away on the fighting ring, blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. "Young Master Lu Ming, you don't know how to be tender to women at all." The absolute beauty wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and glared at Lu Ming in a coquettish manner. "Fairy's combat power is amazing. If I had been gentlemanly, I'm afraid I would have been the one who lost." Lu Ming took a step forward. The air of chaos in his palm was thick and rolling. This absolute Bowtie's combat strength was absolutely astonishing. After receiving his primal chaos sky-turning seal, her injuries were the lightest. "Young Master Lu Ming, I wonder how many more moves you can use against such a powerful ultimate move?" the absolute beauty said with a smile. "Won't you know if you try, fairy?" Lu Ming smiled. Another chaos sky-turning seal was formed in his hand. The absolute Bowtie's expression was solemn as countless flower petals flew around her. The countless petals formed a 7-colored pattern, making the beautiful woman look like a goddess. Boom! Lu Ming launched his second attack, the second chaos sky-turning seal. This time, the flower petals around the absolute beauty formed a shield in front of her. The primal chaos sky-turning stamp crashed down, shattering the shield. The beautiful woman was forced to retreat to the edge of the fighting ring. Her body trembled and she spat out a mouthful of blood. It was a pitiful sight. "Fairy, do you still want to try?" Lu Ming said. The beautiful woman's expression changed. In the end, she sighed, turned around and left the fighting ring. Lu Ming had defeated another person. At this moment, the entire place was silent. Lu Ming had defeated 4 people in a row. Each of them was a top-notch Heaven's Pride expert who had taken part in the party this time. However, Lu Ming had defeated 4 people in a row. In addition to the 3 people who were killed by Lu Ming previously, Lu Ming had defeated 7 such top-notch geniuses by himself this time. This was definitely the first time in 10,000 years. Chapter 1545. 1545. Lu Ming's essential core is exhausted. However, this was not the end. There were still 3 more people behind. Would Lu Ming continue to create miracles? Could these people witness the birth of a miracle? After the beauty of the Linglong Palace, it was the turn of the strongest Heaven's favorite of the Life and Death Sword sect. It was a cold-faced young man dressed in a black robe. Just by standing there casually, it was as if wisps of sword chi were bursting forth from him. He took a step forward and landed in front of Lu Ming. A powerful sword chi whizzed out and filled the fighting ring. "Make your move." The paragon of the Life and Death Sword sect spoke indifferently. He was not like the others who had agreed with Lu Ming that there would be no life and death battles, only sparring. For the Life and Death Sword sect there was no such thing. Their swords were too dangerous. Once they struck, life and death would be decided. Lu Ming did not dare to be careless in the face of the Life and Death Sword sect's prodigy. Boom! A chaos sky-turning stamp appeared in Lu Ming's hand and he threw it at his opponent. Buzz! The combat sword was unsheathed, and a terrifying sword light cut through the void and slashed toward the chaos sky-turning seal. The dazzling sword radiance slashed at the chaos sky-turning seal, producing an ear-piercing sound. Bang! In the end, the terrifying sword light and the primal chaos sky-turning seal collapsed at the same time and dissipated into the air. Lu Ming and the paragon of the Life and Death Sword sect did not move. He blocked it. The Heaven's favorite of the Life and Death Sword sect blocked Lu Ming's attack. So terrifying. The Life and Death Sword sect is indeed the Life and Death Sword sect. Such terrifying combat strength. He can actually withstand Lu Ming's attack head-on. Terrifying. The others are no match for them at all. They're not their match. I just don't know how many more of those attacks Lu Ming can release. This time it's going to be interesting. The fact that the Heaven's favorite of the Life and Death Sword sect was able to block Lu Ming's attack caused a lot of discussion. At the same time, many people were in high spirits, guessing who would win. Lu Ming was at a disadvantage because he had already fought a few people in front of him. That kind of terrifying attack had already erupted 7 times. Could Lu Ming's essential core withstand it? On the platform, the only remaining paragon from the demon castle and another paragon from the heaven seat had grave expressions. The paragon of the life and death sword sect and Lu Ming were too powerful. With these two people around, they had no hope of making it to the end. I hope that both of them will be heavily injured. The heaven's favorite from the heaven seat king thought to himself. Not only him but the young man from the demon castle also thought so. If Lu Ming and the youth from the life and death sword sect were both injured, they would have a chance. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The other party was actually able to block his chaos sky-turning seal unscathed. His combat strength was truly terrifying. Again, the eyes of the heaven's favorite of the life and death sword sect were filled with a strong desire to fight. He swung his combat sword and another terrifying sword light was aimed at Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming condensed the chaos sky-turning stamp again and clashed with his opponent. This time it was still a draw. What a powerful sword technique. I can only increase the power of the chaos sky-turning seal. Lu Ming had an idea. He formed a seal with his hands and another chaos sky-turning seal was formed. However, the power of the chaos sky-turning seal was 70% of Lu Ming's full power. A terrifying pressure spread out and everyone was shocked. How is that possible? Lu Ming's attack seems to be stronger. This is unbelievable. He didn't use his full strength just now? The scene was in an uproar and everyone was shocked. Lu Ming had used such a terrifying move but he had not used his full strength. At this moment he had increased the power. What was Lu Ming's limit? Boom. 70% of the power of the primal chaos sky-turning seal was blasted toward the heaven's favorite of the life and death sword sect. A thought of life and death. The heaven's favorite of the life and death sword sect uttered a cold voice. Then sword light burst forth. He and his sword became one. A terrifying sword light slashed toward the primal chaos sky-turning seal. Boom. An earth-shattering boom was heard. The sword light and the chaos sky-turning stamp disappeared. A figure retreated to the edge of the fighting ring before he could stand still. It was the heaven's favorite of the life and death sword sect. At this moment, the heaven's favorite of the life and death sword sect had blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth. I've lost. After a moment of silence, the heaven's favorite of the life and death sword sect spoke. He took a step forward and rushed down the stage, landing in the stands. Secretly, Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief, secretly thinking that he was lucky. The heaven's favorite of the life and death sword sect was not severely injured. If he continued to fight, he would be in trouble. That was because his true essence was really running out. He had used the chaos sky-turning stamp so many times in a row. Although he had not used his full strength, the consumption of his real essence was also amazing. After so many times, his real essence had been seriously consumed and was about to reach the bottom. With the defeat of the life and death sword sect's heaven's favorite, only two people remained on the platform. Next, it was the turn of the young man from the demon castle. Do you want to continue challenging me? Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the youth from the demon fortress. The young man's expression turned ugly, but at this point he had no choice but to fight. Boom. The young man from the demon castle landed on the fighting ring, causing it to rumble. Lu Ming, I don't believe that your essential core is endless. The young man from the demon castle let out an explosive roar as his body expanded rapidly, turning into a giant ape that was dozens of meters tall. The ancient divine ape was a terrifying divine beast. Without a doubt, the true form of the young man from Demon Castle was an ancient divine ape. Moreover, it was a pure-blooded ancient divine ape, a true divine beast. Roar. The ancient divine ape let out a roar. A huge metal rod appeared in its hand and it swung it at Lu Ming. Wind elemental technique. This time Lu Ming did not use the chaos sky-turning stamp. Instead he used the wind element technique. With a sway of his body he dodged the ancient divine ape's attack. Many people were stunned. Why did Lu Ming stop attacking? Although this ancient divine ape was powerful, it was at most on the same level as Mohe. It was not even as powerful as the heaven's favorite of the life and death sword sect. Why didn't Lu Ming defeat it directly? The next moment they all knew the answer. Lu Ming waved his hand and a pile of raw gemstones appeared. The devouring power burst out from Lu Ming's palm and began to devour the raw gemstones. He's absorbing raw gemstones to recover. His true chi can't continue, it's exhausted. Many people shouted. The eyes of the people from the Heaven Seat King and the Demon Castle lit up. Had Lu Ming's essential core finally been exhausted? Or? The ancient giant ape was even more excited. The metal rod in its hand smashed towards Lu Ming like a storm. If he did not take this opportunity to defeat Lu Ming, he would really have no more chances. Lu Ming cast the wind element technique and his body flashed to avoid the ancient divine ape's attack. At the same time, he devoured the origin energy of the origin stone and refined it at an extreme speed. Boom, boom, boom. The shadows of the cudgel hit the fighting ring one after another, and the fighting ring kept roaring. Lu Ming's figure flickered and shuttled through the many staff shadows, avoiding them one after another. The ancient giant ape is not good at speed. Damn it! The youth at the end of the Heaven Seat King roared in his heart. Chapter 1546. 1546. The last person at this moment, he was the most anxious one. He could not wait for the ancient ape god to blast Lu Ming off the fighting stage. It would be perfect if Lu Ming could counterattack appropriately and injure the ancient ape god. This way he would be able to easily defeat the ancient ape god and win. However, the ancient divine ape was not good at speed. Although its attack was strong, it could not hit Lu Ming at all. Don't run. The ancient divine ape bellowed in rage. It kept smashing and sweeping its iron rod, but it could not hit Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not care and focused on devouring the refined raw stone. Junior brother Lu Ming, good luck. In the Dragon God Valley grandstand, Tian Shui and Xuanxin were cheering for Lu Ming. Lu Ming will definitely win. The disciples of Dragon God Valley also shouted. Now they were getting closer and closer to the final victory. Most of the Dragon God Valley disciples hoped that Lu Ming would win the final victory. It had been many years since the Dragon God Valley had won first place in the small treasure settlement. Of course, there were a few people who did not wish for Lu Ming to win. They were the people of Silver Dragon Valley and Hiyu. Being smashed down by the ancient divine ape, it's best to be smashed to death. Hiyu's eyes widened as he stared at the fighting ring. He did not wish for Lu Ming to win. Instead, he hoped that Lu Ming would be defeated or even killed by the ancient divine ape. The disciples of Silver Dragon Valley had the same idea. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. Lu Ming's movement technique was extremely fast. The ancient giant ape was not good at speed. No matter how he attacked, Lu Ming could always dodge. Just like that, the fight went on for more than 10 minutes. Though this can't go on. What's the point of Lu Ming dodging? Just declare him the loser. That's right, are we going to continue like this? The people of the Demon Castle started to shout. There's no rule in the treasure auction that states that you can't dodge. Movement techniques are also a type of combat power. The people of Dragon God Valley sneered in response. If this continues, when will it end? 3 days? 5 days? It's impossible for Lu Ming to absorb the origin stone to recover his essential core during the competition. The origin chi that he absorbs and refines is not as much as the consumption of his movement technique. If this goes on, the competition will not end even after 10 days to half a month. The man from the Demon Castle retorted. The people from Dragon God Valley looked cold and didn't say anything. Indeed, if this went on, he didn't know when it would end. Moreover, the speed of absorbing raw gemstones during the competition wouldn't be that fast. Couldn't go on like this. Who said 3 to 5 days? At this moment, Lu Ming's figure stopped. His faint voice was heard. Then a dragon's roar was heard and he threw a punch. Boom. Lu Ming's fist collided with the ancient divine ape's metal rod and blocked the attack. You're not running? Many people were stunned. If you don't run, then you'll be defeated. The ancient divine ape roared angrily and continued to swing its iron rod at Lu Ming. It was even more powerful than before. You're the one who's defeated. Lu Ming formed a seal with both hands and a huge chaos sky-turning seal appeared above the ancient divine ape's head and pressed down on it. It's that move again. How is it possible? Didn't he use up all his true essence? How is it possible that he can use it again? Impossible. How can he absorb the raw gemstones so quickly? Many people shouted in disbelief. How could they know the wonders of the devouring power? The devouring power devoured and refined the rough stone at an astonishing speed. Although it had only been a short 10 minutes, it was enough for Lu Ming to recover by a large margin. It was enough to use 50 to 60% of the power of the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal a few times. The primal Chaos Sky-Turning Seal pressed down. That kind of pressure made the ancient divine ape's heart palpitate. He could not be bothered to attack Lu Ming. He swung the metal rod upwards. Boom. The huge iron rod struck the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal, making a violent boom. The ancient divine ape roared in anger and its huge body shook violently. It kept retreating and stomped on the ground, causing the ground to rumble. The ancient divine ape's arm trembled non-stop and it almost lost its grip on the metal rod. Blood flowed continuously from its mouth. Buzz. The sky trembled and another Chaos Sky-Turning stamp was formed. I admit defeat. The ancient divine ape roared and its body shrank rapidly as it ran out of the fighting ring. Lu Ming smiled and waved his hand. The Chaos Sky-Turning Seal in the sky dissipated. The ancient divine ape rushed down the fighting ring. There was no need to fight anymore. Lu Ming could condense 2 Chaos Sky-Turning Seals in a row. He knew that he was bound to lose. Therefore he might as well admit defeat. Another person. Lu Ming had lost another person. In addition to the 3 he had killed, there were already 9 top-notch geniuses who had lost to Lu Ming. And the last one 10 people. Come, let's decide the victor. Lu Ming's gaze landed on the last person, the Heaven Seat's prodigy. The Heaven Seat King's paragon stepped onto the fighting ring and looked at Lu Ming with a grave expression. Lu Ming, although you've absorbed some raw gemstones just now, you haven't recovered much, have you? How many more moves can you make with that kind of attack? The Heaven Seat King's elite spoke, testing Lu Ming. Try it and you'll know. Lu Ming said with a smile. Of course we have to try. The eyes of the Heaven Seat King gleamed with battle intent as his body began to turn golden. There was only one last battle left. It was impossible for the Heaven Seat's paragon to give up. Perhaps Lu Ming really did not have much essential core left. He only needed to withstand a few moves to defeat Lu Ming. He had to take a gamble and fight with all his might. Heavenly King's world destruction. The Heaven Seat King's paragon's body turned golden, just like the young man in purple gold armor. His body swelled up, but the color was different. A huge golden sword appeared in his hand and he charged at Lu Ming. At that moment, a Chaos Sky-Turning Seal appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Boom. The primal Chaos Sky-Turning stamp flew out and collided with the Heaven Seat King's paragon. Amidst the golden light, the Heaven Seat King's paragon was sent flying. The golden light around him dimmed as he spat out blood. One move and he was injured. However, the Heaven Seat King didn't give up and continued to charge forward. He was betting that Lu Ming's essential core was about to be exhausted. However, to his despair, another Chaos Sky-Turning Seal immediately appeared in Lu Ming's hands. Boom. This time the Heaven Seat King's paragon was even more injured. Many of his bones were broken and his body shrank again. His aura was much weaker. However, there was still a hint of stubbornness in his eyes. He didn't want to give up like this. Boom. In the sky, another huge Chaos Sky-Turning stamp condensed. I've lost. At this moment the Heaven Seat King's paragon spoke helplessly. He knew that he could not win. He would definitely die from Lu Ming's move. He struggled to get out of the fighting ring. Lu Ming looked on indifferently. The Chaos Sky-Turning Seal did not bombard him. After the youth from the Heaven Seat King rushed down the fighting ring, Lu Ming waved his hand and the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal disappeared. Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. He had finally won. In fact, he did not have much vital essence left in his body. Chapter 1547. 1547 Chapter 1547 One-person event. This battle was not an easy win. In the face of a tag-team battle with so many experts, if he did not have a heaven-defying domain martial technique like the primal Chaos Sky-Turning Seal, it would be impossible for him to win. Unless his cultivation was one level higher. He won. Lu Ming won. The Dragon God Valley won first place. The disciples of Dragon God Valley shouted in excitement. Some people were so excited that they were trembling and tears were welling up in their eyes. This battle had been too difficult for Dragon God Valley. From the very beginning, the Xianxia sect, the Tianyu demonic sect, and the Yudu sect had been targeting the disciples of Dragon God Valley. At that time they were angry and helpless, even thinking that they might be the first to be eliminated and not be able to participate in this time's treasure sealing assembly. However, he didn't expect the situation to turn around so quickly. When there were only 4 people left from Dragon God Valley, they began to fight back and took the initiative. In the end, when Lu Ming was the only one left, he defeated many strong enemies with his unrivaled talent and won first place. With such a huge contrast, the excitement of the Dragon God Valley disciples could be imagined. Of course, He Yu and the disciples of Silver Dragon Valley all looked gloomy. However, the disciples of the 3 great sects, the Heavenly God sect, the Heavenly Universe Demonic sect, and the Yudu sect, looked even more terrible. In this battle, the 3 major sects had lost everything. They had suffered a double loss. Although they had killed many people from Dragon God Valley, they were all weak and not particularly talented. However, those who died at the hands of Lu Ming and the others were all true geniuses. Many of them were heaven's favorites with medium-grade earth spiritual bodies. In particular, the 3 people who were killed by Lu Ming were geniuses with superior-grade earth spiritual bodies. They had suffered heavy losses. The people from the other sects all had complicated expressions on their faces. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on the fighting ring and on the handsome and tall figure. This time's treasure auction, in a sense, was an individual event. That was Lu Ming. Lu Ming dominated the competition alone. This had never happened since the treasure auction. The treasure settlement party this time seemed to be held solely for Lu Ming. Good. In the pavilion of Dragon God Valley, the elder of the Saint Realm stepped out and laughed. He said good 3 times, which showed how excited he was. Now it's time to give the reward. The Saint Realm elder of Dragon God Valley looked at the pavilion of the Xianxia sect. The Sage Realm elder of the Divine Sky sect flew out with an ugly expression. He unwillingly took out a jade bottle and said, "The last person to remain in this small meeting will be rewarded with 7 royal domain pills." He then threw the jade bottle to Lu Ming. Lu Ming caught it and opened it. There were 7 glittering and translucent royal domain pills inside. They were dazzling and exuded a strong medicinal fragrance. Just a whiff of the medicinal fragrance was enough to make his entire body feel comfortable. At the scene, countless envious and jealous gazes were cast on Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled. He looked at Tianchui, Xianxia and Han Sun and said, "Senior brother Han Sun, senior brother Tianchui, senior sister, come to the fighting stage." The few of them were stunned and stepped onto the fighting ring one after another. "Senior brother Han Sun, this royal domain pill is for you." Lu Ming poured out a royal domain pill and handed it to Han Sun. Han Sun was stunned for a moment, then he quickly declined. "I can't accept this. The rules of the guild state that only the last person to stay will receive the reward. You are the last person, so the reward naturally belongs to you." Han Sun shook his head. "There's no need to be so polite, senior brother Han Sun. You've been severely injured in your battle with Saint Yu and you deserve this royal domain pill." Lu Ming said and handed the royal pill over. Seeing Lu Ming's sincere attitude, Han Sun hesitated for a moment before saying, "Then I'll have to thank junior brother Lu Ming." With that, he took the royal domain pill and revealed a look of joy. The royal domain elixir was also of great help to him. With the help of the royal domain elixir, he would be able to break through to the 7th level martial royal realm very soon. How could he not be happy? "Senior brother, senior sister, there are 6 left. Let's each take 2. Lu Ming looked at Tianchui and Xianxia. "No, this battle is all thanks to you, junior brother. You were only able to get first place because of yourself. We didn't help much." Xianxia shook her head. "That's right, I can't be at ease if you split it evenly with us." Tianchui also refused. "How about this, 1 for each of you?" Lu Ming said with a smile. Tianchui and Xianxia hesitated for a moment before finally agreeing. He gave 1 each to Tianchui and Xianxia. Lu Ming kept the remaining 4 royal domain pills. 4 royal domain pills should be able to improve his cultivation. Wait a moment. At this moment, a few figures stepped onto the fighting ring. They were He Yu, the Silver City, and several other disciples of the Silver Dragon Valley. The one who had spoken earlier was He Yu. "Lu Ming, you're just going to keep the rest of the royal domain pills? So many of us senior and junior brothers are participating in this small meeting, do you want to enjoy it alone?" He Yu sneered. "Oh, what do you want?" Lu Ming said calmly. "Of course we're going to share it." He Yu sneered. "Take it out to share?" The rules of this meeting state that only the last person standing will receive the reward. Why should we share the royal domain pill that junior brother Lu Ming obtained? Tan Shui unhappily berated. All of us have contributed to Lu Ming's survival in the end. How can we not share the credit? He said. Contribution. Lu Ming said as he looked at He Yu in disdain. You're afraid of death and didn't respect the arrangements. You were the first to charge forward and deliberately lost. Is this your credit? I did this on purpose to keep myself alive. Otherwise I would have died in vain. Moreover, when we first faced such a situation and lost so many of our senior and junior brothers, it was all because you offended the three major sects of the Tianxian sect. He Yu argued and even made a countercharge in the end. Oh, is that so? Lu Ming said indifferently. Suddenly Lu Ming moved. He took a step forward and slapped He Yu. He Yu was shocked. He had never expected Lu Ming to attack him all of a sudden. Pop! The crisp sound of a slap rang out. Lu Ming's palm landed directly on He Ye's face. He Ye's body was sent flying like a sandbag and he landed heavily on the ground below the fighting ring. Half of his face had been smashed. Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath on such a person. If he could, he would try his best. He was completely dumbfounded. He lay on the ground, covering the half of his face that had been slapped and staring at Lu Ming in a daze. What right does a piece of trash like you have to split the royal domain pill? Lu Ming said indifferently. At this moment He Yu finally reacted and shouted crazily, Lu Ming, you're audacious and lawless. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have some strength? Fellow brothers and sisters, am I right? We all have made contributions, so why should he enjoy the rewards alone? He Ye's gaze turned to the youths from Dragon God Valley who had participated in the small meeting. Chapter 1548. 1548 Chapter 1548 Divine Sun takes action. However, those young men all looked at He Yu in disdain. The reward this time was clearly obtained by Lu Ming himself. They were not so despicable as to look for Lu Ming to share the reward. You guys. He Yu was so angry that he almost vomited blood when he saw everyone's disdainful eyes. He then looked at the Saint Realm Elder and said, Elder, you have to uphold justice. Shut up and get lost. Don't embarrass yourself here. Shut up. The Saint Realm Elder coldly rebuked and looked at He Yu in disgust, causing He Ye's face to turn pale as he stood there tongue-tied. You guys want to be slapped too? Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the few people from the Silver Blizzard City. The faces of the Silver City's people changed. They didn't dare to say a word and quickly left the fighting stage. Good, this small meeting has ended perfectly. Disciples of the 7th rank and above, go back and do your best to prepare for the treasure sealing assembly. The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley said, then turned around and left. Buzz. At this moment, a terrifying wave came from the sky. A beam of holy light descended from the sky and attacked Lu Ming. This holy light was too terrifying. It was like a divine sword and its speed was unbelievably fast. Danger, danger. At this moment Lu Ming felt a fatal danger. All the muscles in his body tensed up and his hair stood on end. His instinct told him to retreat and dodge, but his body seemed to be fixed in place, unable to move an inch. Who is it? The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley roared, but it was too late to save him. The terrifying holy light was about to land on Lu Ming's head. At this moment the space around Lu Ming rippled like water. The sword light pierced through Lu Ming's head. However, Lu Ming's figure shattered like glass. It was an afterimage. Then the space rippled and Lu Ming's figure reappeared several meters away. On Lu Ming's shoulder the bubble was glowing and chirping. It seemed that Lu Ming really thought that he was going to die. It was an attack that he could not resist. Fortunately, the bubble took action in time. Buzz. In the sky the pressure became even stronger. Lu Ming looked up and his pupils shrank. A white figure was stepping down from the sky. The Son of God. He was known as the Divine Son of the top 10 monsters. Many people were shocked. The Divine Son had appeared and even attacked Lu Ming. Could it be that Lu Ming had killed so many people from the deity sect and ruined their plan to win the first place? Was the Divine Son so angry that he wanted to kill Lu Ming? A terrifying pressure emanated from the Divine Son's body, pressing down on Lu Ming, Tian Shui and Xianxia, making them feel as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Space-time domain. It seems like you were the one who secretly sabotaged the Dragon Palace. The Divine Sun said indifferently. He looked down at Lu Ming coldly, then at Bubbles with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Lu Ming did not say anything. He understood what the Son of God was saying. The Divine Sun was talking about how he had secretly destroyed his God-prohibited void ancient talisman in the Dragon Palace. The attack just now was just a test. The fact that Pow Pow had used the spacetime domain proved that the person who had made the move was Lu Ming. Of course, if it had not been for Lu Ming, the attack just now would have killed him. Why would the Divine Sun care if he had killed the wrong person? Then the Son of God's gaze swept across Xianxia and Xianxia, and he said coldly, "So, you are the ones who took the Dragon Palace's treasury." "That's right, it's us. All treasures are based on fate and wisdom. Those who are fated will get them." Lu Ming said. "What a joke. What fortune and wisdom. In front of absolute strength, everything is useless." "I'll go with you," the Son of God said indifferently. He stood in the air and milky white holy light emanated from his body. He was like a god and his tone was filled with dominance and confidence in his own strength. Lu Ming sneered, revealing a hint of mockery. "How did that treasure end up in our hands? After I kill you all today, the treasure will still be mine." The Son of God's eyes were filled with killing intent. The Divine Sun had obtained first place in 2 consecutive treasure conventions. He was the head of the 10 great demon-level geniuses of the Azure region. No matter what he did, everything went smoothly. No one could compete with him for any treasure he encountered. But last time he had suffered losses in the Dragon Palace. After using the forbidden ancient void talisman, Lu Ming had secretly destroyed it. Later on they went to chase after the Black True Dragon corpse, but in the end the Black True Dragon corpse still escaped. The Dragon Palace's treasure vault had fallen into the hands of Lu Ming and the other 2. He seemed to have suffered a great loss in front of Lu Ming and the other 2. Therefore he had to kill Lu Ming and the other 2, especially Lu Ming. Everyone around them had different expressions on their faces. However, they all understood that there must have been a conflict between Lu Ming and the Divine Sun because of an opportunity. From the looks of it, the Divine Sun had suffered a loss. No wonder he was so murderous. How Lu Ming actually offended the Divine Sun. He deserves it. He deserves it. Not far away, Yu and a few people from the Silver Blizzard City were roaring in their hearts. They were gloating over Lu Ming's misfortune and wished that the Divine Sun would kill him immediately. Boom. The Son of God's body glowed with holy light. Endless holy light condensed into a long blade that stood between heaven and earth. The vast power made many young men tremble. Buzz. The terrifying saber light slashed at Lu Ming. At that moment, black wings appeared on Lu Ming's back and a shield appeared in front of him. As for Xianxia and Xianxia, both of them took out their saint weapons. How could they just sit and wait for death? Stop. The Saintess Elder of the Dragon God Valley roared and stepped on the air like a real dragon. She reached out her dragon claw and grabbed the blade light. Boom. Heaven and earth rumbled as the dragon claw and the blade light dissipated. "Old man, why are you interfering in the matters of the younger generation?" From the pavilion of the Xianxia sect, the Sage Realm Elder rushed out and attacked the Sage Realm Elder of the Dragon God Valley with his palm. The 2 of them faced off against each other and the sky trembled terrifyingly. The 2 of them trembled and stood in 2 different directions. The vast pressure of the Saint Realms spread out and the 2 of them were in a confrontation. "Get lost." The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley shouted. "I've said it before. Why are you interfering in the matters of the younger generation? Let them solve it themselves." The Sage Realm Elder of the Heavenly God sect sneered. "That's right. The treasure auction has already ended. Old people like us have no reason to get involved in the grudges of the young." The Saint Realm Elder of the Tianyu demonic sect stepped out and said coldly. Then the Saint Realm Elder of the Yudu sect appeared. The machine locked onto the Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley to prevent him from interfering. The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley looked terrible. These people were determined to let Lu Ming die here. Is the Tianxia sect so sore about losing? Seeing that our Dragon God Valley has won first place, seeing that Lu Ming has won first place, you want to send people to kill Lu Ming. Don't tell me that you are allowed to win but no one else is allowed to win? On the grandstand, Chiao Ying glared at the sky and shouted. Chapter 1549. 1549 The battle 3 years later. Nonsense. The sage realm elder of the heaven god sect shouted coldly as he looked at Qiu Ying with cold eyes. Qiu Ying stubbornly raised her head and looked at the other party. That's right. The Xianxia sect can't afford to lose. If you had said so earlier, we wouldn't have fought with you and would have given the first place to you. That's right. Why don't the other sects just not participate and announce to the world that your Xianxia sect will be the #1 sect in the world? The other disciples of Dragon God Valley also shouted and glared at the deity and the sage realm elder of the deity sect. They had directly assumed that the divine son wanted to kill Lu Ming because he had won first place in the small meeting, so the deity sect wanted to kill him. Shut up. The son of God's face was cold as he shouted. His voice was like thunder, and his terrifying aura pressed down on the disciples of Dragon God Valley. The disciples' faces changed, and they felt as if a mountain was pressing on their bodies, making it difficult to breathe. I, the Son of God, never need a reason to kill. But today I'll give you a reason. It's because they did something they shouldn't have done, the Son of God said indifferently. As such, they must be killed. Even without today's small meeting, they would still be dead. Hee, what do you mean you shouldn't have done? Didn't you just let a few people whose cultivation levels were far lower than yours take away your treasures? Son of God, you still have the face to come and kill. A deep voice rang out. In the void, a purple light flashed and a figure appeared in the sky. Zifeng. The demon of Dragon God Valley, Zifeng. You want to stop me? The Son of God looked at Zifeng coldly. If you want to kill the people of Dragon God Valley, you have to fight. Zifeng replied. You're not my match. The Son of God said coldly. It's been 3 years since we last fought. Zifeng opened his mouth, his eyes revealing an intense battle intent. Oh really? Then I'll deal with you first. The Son of God was very powerful. He took a step forward and the world rumbled. Terrifying saint light soared into the sky, turning into a snow-white saint blade, slashing toward Zifeng. Roar. Zifeng gave a loud roar and the dragon's roars reverberated. On his body, purple light flourished. On his skin, dense purple dragon scales appeared. On his forehead, 2 dragon horns actually emerged. And Zifeng's hands even transformed into dragon claws. With a furious roar, Zifeng rushed toward the Son of God, his claws continuously grabbing out, forcefully shattering the Son of God's saint blade. Holy light slash. The Son of God's expression was still calm. He clenched his fist in the air, and the holy light condensed into a holy blade again, slashing toward Zifeng. Boom. Boom. The 2 geniuses continued to fight in the sky, exchanging more than 10 moves. The sky seemed to be divided into white and purple, and the heavy pressure made it hard for people to breathe. How terrifying. Is this the combat strength of the top 10 geniuses? It's too shocking. I've seen half-saints fight before, but they're not this strong. This kind of combat power can easily kill ordinary half-saints, right? How terrifying. How can anyone below the saint realm be so powerful? Many people exclaimed in shock. Even the elders of the saint realm looked serious. Obviously, even the saint stage powerhouses had to take him seriously. The sky was completely covered by white and purple light. 2 figures were crisscrossing and dragon roars could be heard from time to time. Boom. All of a sudden there was a terrible vibration in the sky. A figure retreated dozens of steps in the void before coming to a stop. It was Zifeng. At this time, a deep blade mark appeared on Zifeng's body, straight through his bones. There was a terrifying power of holy light that was corroding Zifeng's body unceasingly. A trace of fresh blood seeped out from the corner of Zifeng's mouth, his breathing somewhat weak. Could it be that Zifeng lost? High in the sky, the divine sun strolled out. His clothes were clean and his aura was steady. He didn't seem to have experienced a great battle. Everyone's hearts trembled. It seemed like the divine child had won, and it didn't seem like it was a difficult win. The divine son was worthy of being the head of the Azure State's 10 great monstrous talents. Similarly, being one of the 10 great monstrous talents, Zifeng did not look like he was the divine son's match at all. I've said it before, you're no match for me. Today I'm going to kill the 3 of them and no one can save them. The Son of God spoke with great confidence. No one could save whoever he wanted to kill. This was the domineering nature of the Son of God. Initially, if he wanted to kill Lu Ming and the other 2, he could have chosen to do it somewhere else. That way there would be less resistance and it would be easier. However, he had chosen this place because he was so overbearing. He wanted to kill Lu Ming and the other two in front of everyone to build his reputation. Ha ha ha. At this moment Lu Ming burst out laughing. His laughter was filled with mockery. What are you laughing at? The Son of God said coldly. I'm laughing at you, Son of God. You want to kill me because you're afraid. Why do you have to find so many reasons to make me look good? Lu Ming laughed out loud. I'm scared. What a joke. What do you have that I'm scared of? The godchild said. Because of my potential. Today you saw my potential and are afraid that I will catch up to you in the future. You are afraid that I will take first place in the treasure-fixing assembly 3 years later, so you are afraid. You are afraid of my potential, so today you want to kill me to avoid future trouble. Lu Ming said loudly. These words made many people's hearts tremble. The potential that Lu Ming had displayed this time was indeed shocking. With a cultivation of LV4 Martial Emperor realm, he had defeated and killed 10 top-notch experts in a row and won first place in the treasure auction. In the history of the Azure region, there had never been such a shocking move since the treasure auction. Lu Ming indeed had the potential to threaten the Divine Sun. Although Lu Ming's cultivation level was still low, would he be able to become the Divine Sun's opponent in another 6 or 9 years? Could it be that the Son of God was not afraid at all? Many people had such thoughts. The Son of God's face was cold. You'll never be a match for me. In the Azure continent I have no one who can match me. My enemies are outside of the Azure continent, said the Son of God, still filled with confidence. In the Azure continent, there was no one in the same generation as him that was worthy of his attention. He had already set his sights outside of the Azure continent and was contending with those supreme geniuses. In fact, only those terrifying geniuses from Emperor-ranked powers were his opponents. Since you're so confident, then fine, I'll challenge you now. 3 years later at the treasure sealing assembly, you and I will fight to the death until one of us is dead. Do you dare? Lu Ming shouted loudly, his voice spreading throughout the entire venue. Lu Ming's voice was also filled with strong confidence. He had also stepped on the corpses of countless geniuses to get to where he was. He also had the confidence of being invincible. The Divine Sun came from a better background. He had been cultivating in the Heavenly God sect, a big sect in the Yuan continent, since he was young. The cultivation environment was much better than Lu Ming's. Moreover, the Divine Sun was at least 7 to 8 years older than Lu Ming. Now the Son of God's cultivation was much higher than his, which was why he could look down on him from high above. However, he was confident that in a few years he would be able to catch up to the Son of God and stand on equal footing with him. He would not be looked down upon by him like he was now. Goading is useless against me, the Son of God said coldly. Chapter 1550 Chapter 1550 Yang Tianzong. The Divine Sun stood in the air and looked down at Lu Ming. He did not change his mind at all because of Lu Ming's words. The killing intent in his eyes was as cold as a knife. Hee, what a joke, what goading. It's obvious that you're afraid, or rather the Xianxia sect is afraid. They're afraid that I'll grow up, so they sent you here to find a random reason to kill me. Otherwise, why would you not even dare to accept the challenge? Lu Ming said. No matter how glib your tongue is, you will still die today. Die? The Son of God shouted coldly. Holy light burst forth, forming a blade of holy light that illuminated the world. Roar. A dragon's roar erupted from Zifeng's mouth, pressing towards the Divine Sun. Get lost. The Sage Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley shouted. He wanted to rush over to help, but he was blocked by the Sage Realm Elder of the Xianxia sect. In addition, the Elder of the Yudu sect was watching him like a tiger watching its prey. He could not rush over at all. Let's go. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Tianque and Xianxia, preparing to leave. However, at this moment the wind and clouds in the sky stirred, and a foot appeared in the void. This foot was like a giant's foot. It was incomparably huge. It descended from the sky and stomped down on the Son of God. Who is it? The Son of God let out a long cry and holy light burst forth. He struck out with his palm toward the sky, forming a huge palm print of holy light that blasted toward the giant foot. However, when the palm print came into contact with the giant foot, the palm print immediately collapsed. The giant foot did not stop and continued to step on the Son of God. The Son of God roared, and a white jade pagoda appeared on his body. The white jade pagoda enlarged and a vast saintmite burst out. Boom! The giant foot stepped on the white jade pagoda, causing it to shake madly. The light screen on the pagoda immediately collapsed. Bang! The Son of God's body fell down like a meteorite, crashing into the fighting ring. The fighting stage let out a terrible roar and cracks appeared on it. It should be known that the fighting stage was very hard. Lu Ming and the others had fought all the way here but could not leave a mark on the fighting stage. But now the fighting stage was cracked. The Son of God's face was pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to get up, his hair flying in the wind. He was filled with killing intent as he stared at the sky. A burly figure appeared in the sky and descended. This figure looked to be in his 30s. He had a burly figure and exuded a vast aura. Third senior brother, it's third senior brother. Third senior brother is here, that's great. When Tian Chui and Xianxia saw this man, they both cried out in excitement. Third senior. Lu Ming's heart stirred. His master, the Valley Master of Cloud Dragon Valley, had accepted a total of 9 legacy disciples. However, Lu Ming had only seen his second senior brother Longyuan Shan, Tian Chui and Xianxia. He had never seen any of his other senior brothers and sisters. However, he had heard that his third senior brother Yang Tianzong had made a breakthrough to Sage Realm more than 10 years ago, and he often went out to train. He didn't expect to see him here. 7th junior brother, 8th junior sister, long time no see. Yang Tiancheng and Xianxia nodded. They then looked at Lu Ming and said, this must be little junior brother. He's indeed a dragon among men. Lu Ming greets third senior brother. Lu Ming cupped his fists at Yang Tianzong. Pa, no need to be so polite. We'll talk after we've settled the matter here. Yang Tianzong laughed and looked at the Son of God. He sneered, you're very arrogant. Come, let me see what you're capable of. Boom. Yang Tianzong took a step forward and a terrifying aura emanated from his body. That was the might of a saint, the aura of a saint. The terrifying aura of a saint pressed towards the Son of God. At the same time, Yang Tianzong extended his hand and a huge dragon claw formed, grabbing towards the Son of God. Whoosh! From the side, a terrifying demonic blade slashed over, and a combat sword condensed from poisonous gas pierced through the void and collided with the dragon claw, blocking it. At the same time, 2 old men appeared in front of Yang Tianzong. They were the 2 Saint Realm elders from the Yudu sect and the Tianyu demon sect. This is a matter of the younger generation. Why do you, a sage, have to interfere? Let them deal with it themselves. If you want to fight, this old man will accompany you. The elder of the Tianyu demonic sect said coldly. The Yudu sect's elder didn't say anything, but his attitude spoke for itself. His entire body was suffused with a highly toxic aura that was constantly rolling about. You 2 old fogies, I'll deal with you first. Yang Tianzong's gaze turned cold and he roared. His roar was like a dragon's roar and dragon scales appeared on his arm. He took a step and charged towards the 2 elders of the Yudu sect and the Tianyu demon sect. Kill! Kill! The elders of the Yudu sect and the Tianyu demon sect shouted as they charged towards Yang Tianzong with a terrifying aura. Boom! 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 5 to 6 consecutive explosions resounded in the sky. Then everyone saw 2 figures retreating frantically. Their bodies were trembling and a claw mark appeared on each of their bodies. They had almost scratched through their bodies and their bodies were covered with blood. He was defeated. The 2 Saint Realm elders of the Yudu sect and the Tianyu demon sect attacked together, but they were defeated in 5 or 6 moves. They were injured by Yang Tianzong and their clothes were stained with blood. The difference in combat strength was too great. I'll spare your lives this time. Next time I'll kill you. Yang Tianzong said coldly, causing the 2 elders of the Yudu sect and Tianyu demon sect to have extremely ugly expressions. However, their eyes were filled with deep fear. Also, let me correct you. I'm still a few years away from reaching 50, so I'm still a member of the younger generation. As for cultivation, this kid is only a half-saint, 7 or 8 years older than my junior brother. If he can attack my junior brother, why can't I attack him? After saying that, Yang Tianzong turned to look at the Son of God again. Boom! Yang Tianzong suddenly took a step forward. In the sky, a giant foot that was exactly the same as Yang Tianzong appeared and stepped down on the Son of God. The Son of God roared and used his saint weapon to block, But the result was that he was almost trampled flat. He half knelt on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Don't you think you're very strong? In front of me you're still trash. Yang Tianzong mocked. You've only cultivated 10 years more than me. If you give me another 10 years, no 5 years, I'll definitely be able to trample you under my feet. The Son of God roared, his eyes red like blood. He was the divine son, a heavenly talent. Ever since he rose to power, he had been like the moon surrounded by the stars. He had never been humiliated like this. He actually half knelt on the ground in front of everyone. At this moment he was so furious that he wanted to kill Yang Tianzong and everyone who had witnessed this. You're not qualified to challenge me. If you want to challenge me, you'll have to defeat my junior brother in 3 years. If you can defeat him, I'll give you a chance to challenge him. Yang Tianzong laughed coldly. All right. The divine son roared and looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I accept your challenge. 3 years from now, we'll have a battle at the treasure sealing assembly. It'll take your dog life 3 years later. Lu Ming said coldly. Ah, how arrogant. But let me tell you, within 3 years, it'll definitely break through to the sage realm. At that time, if you want to challenge me, you'll have to defeat my junior brother first and pass the test of the treasure fixing assembly. Only then will you be qualified to challenge me. The Son of God said coldly. His eyes were filled with confidence again. He firmly believed that he would not lose. He had been suppressed by Yang Tianzong today only because the other party was older than him and had a higher cultivation level than him. He believed that Yang Tianzong would definitely be killed 5 years later. Chapter 1551 Chapter 1551 Harvest. Space-breaking flying shuttle. The divine son will break through to the saint realm in 3 years. Many people were shocked. However, it was normal when he thought about it. The divine son had been in the half-saint realm for almost 10 years. With his talent, it would not be difficult for him to break through to the saint realm. Once he broke through to the saint realm, his status would be completely different. He would truly enter the upper echelons of the Azure continent. At the same time, he could no longer continue to participate in the treasure-fixing assembly. If a saint realm participated in the treasure-fixing assembly, other people would have no chance at all. In other words, if Lu Ming wanted to challenge the divine son, he would have to pass the auction. If he was killed in the treasure-fixing assembly, then the matter of the challenge would be impossible to talk about. 3 years later, Lu Ming will not have any hope. Someone shook his head and sighed. That's right, there's no hope. The others shook their heads. Lu Ming's current cultivation was only at the 4th level martial emperor realm. 3 years later, no matter how fast Lu Ming's progress was, it would be extremely fast if he could reach the 8th or even 9th level martial emperor realm. However, what was the use of LV8 or even LV9 martial royal realm? How could he fight against the Son of God? Even if the divine son remained at the half-saint realm, Lu Ming would not be a match for him. Once the divine son broke through to the saint realm, Lu Ming would not stand a chance. It wasn't impossible to become a battle saint before breaking through to the saint realm. There weren't many people who had been able to do it since ancient times. Each and every one of those people was a terrifying monster whose name shook the world. Then I'll let you live for another 3 years. The Son of God said coldly. He didn't say anything else. He turned and left, turning into a beam of holy light and disappearing. Let's go. The sage realm elder of the heavenly god sect let out a loud shout and also stepped into the air to leave. The disciples of the heavenly god sect also followed him and left the place. After the people from the Tianxian sect left, the people from the Tianyu demon sect and Yudu sect also left. Following that, the people from the other sects also left. Lu Ming, if there's a chance in the future, let's fight again. From the life and death sword sect, Zhou Xian stepped in the air and said loudly. All right, we'll fight another day. Lu Ming said. Farewell. Zhou Xian cupped his fists and left. Thank you for your help, third senior. At this moment, Lu Ming, Tianchui and Xianxia cupped their fists and thanked Yang Tianzong. Ah, you and I are brothers, there's no need to be so polite. I just happened to pass by the Tsang Mountains this time, so I wanted to take a look. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Yang Tianzong laughed heartily. Third senior brother, little junior brother defeated and killed 10 heaven's favorites with upper-class Earth's spiritual body by himself. He won first place in the treasure auction. Xianxia said. Oh, amazing, little junior brother is really a genius. Master has good eyes. Yang Tianzong's eyes lit up. He had just arrived and did not know that Lu Ming had actually won first place in the treasure auction. Senior brother is too kind. Then they chatted as they flew toward the Dragon God Valley. Among the people of Dragon God Valley, He Yu and the people from Silver City showed strong unwillingness in their eyes. Damn it. In such a situation, Lu Ming still managed to escape. Yes, heart was filled with hatred. Soon they returned to the Dragon God Valley base. Junior brother, junior sister, you've just had a big fight, so you should go back to your room and recuperate. Yang Tianzong said. Tian Chui and Xuanxing nodded. They had been seriously injured in the previous battle and were still far from recovering. Many of the other disciples of Dragon God Valley were also injured. They had all returned to their rooms to recuperate. Everyone returned to their rooms. Lu Ming took out a pile of rough stones and devoured them to recover his essential core. After half a day, Lu Ming had fully recovered. At this moment, Lu Ming waved his hand and a few storage rings appeared in his hand. They were all obtained from killing opponents during the treasure auction. Lu Ming started to count. Lu Ming was overjoyed after he finished counting. This time he had gained a lot. One had to know that the people he had killed were all heaven's favorites and were extremely wealthy. There was no need to mention the raw stones, they added up to a few 100 million. There were also dozens of emperor spiritual weapons. There were even 6 holy weapons. In particular, there were 3 space-breaking flying shuttles. The 3 space-breaking flying shuttles were all found in the storage rings of Mo He and Wu Qiandu, the 3 top heaven's favorites. He had really worn out his iron shoes and searched high and low for it, only to find it in the end. Lu Ming had always wanted to buy a space-breaking flying shuttle. He did not expect to get 3 at once. Lu Ming picked one, erased the mark of the original owner on it and began to refine it. It was very easy to refine the space-breaking flying shuttle. It was refined by Lu Ming in less than a day. The space-breaking flying shuttle hovered above Lu Ming's palm. It grew and shrank according to Lu Ming's thoughts, changing its shape as he wished. After fiddling with it for a while, Lu Ming put the space-breaking flying shuttle away. Then he took out the flowing essence gloves and started to refine them. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. In the past few days, the news of what had happened at the treasure auction had quickly spread throughout the Tsang Mountains and the entire Tsang region. Lu Ming's name shook everyone's hearts. In this competition, Lu Ming's name was the most widely spread. He had defeated and killed 10 top-notch heaven's favorites all by himself and won first place. In the end, he even challenged the Son of God to a life-and-death battle 3 years later. Although no one was optimistic about Lu Ming's chances, thinking that he would most likely be killed if he could fight the Divine Sun in 3 years, many people remembered one name: Lu Ming. 3 days later, Lu Ming refined the flowing essence gloves. With a single thought, the flowing essence transformed into liquid and wrapped around Lu Ming's right palm. It was as light as a chiffon. As Lu Ming injected his essential core, the flowing essence glove became heavier. In the end, even Lu Ming's arms started to tremble slightly. So heavy, so heavy. With the addition of the primal chaos domain and the prison-suppressing heavenly art, how terrifying would this punch be? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. He could not wait to find an expert to test it out. With a single thought, the flowing essence glove seemed to come alive. It burrowed into Lu Ming's skin and disappeared. With a thought, it would appear again. It was very convenient to use. It's time to leave, Lu Ming muttered. There were still about 5 days before the start of the treasure sealing convention. However, Lu Ming planned to leave and return to Dragon God Valley to cultivate in seclusion. In any case, he had a preliminary understanding of the battle prowess of the Divine Sun, Zifeng Wangjian, and the other top 10 monstrous geniuses of the Azure region. There was no point in staying here and watching the treasure sealing assembly. He might as well make the best use of his time and cultivate. To Lu Ming, time was the most important thing. Lu Ming stood up and walked outside. He then found Tianqi. Little junior brother, you're leaving? Tianqi asked in surprise. Yes, I came to the treasure sealing assembly to witness the combat power of the top 10 geniuses of the Tsang prefecture. Now that I've seen it, there's no point in staying. So, I plan to return to Dragon God Valley first, Lu Ming said. Chapter 1552, 1552. A terrifying ambush. Oh, then junior brother, I'll lend you my space-breaking flying shuttle. Xianxia said. No need. I already have a space-breaking flying shuttle. He and the others have contributed a lot of good things. Lu Ming smiled, took out 2 holy weapons and returned them to Xianxia. Say goodbye to 8th senior sister for me. Lu Ming cupped his fists, then rose into the air and flew out of the Grey Mountain. Once he was out of the range of the Grey Mountains, Lu Ming waved his hand and the space-breaking flying shuttle appeared. It rapidly grew to 100 meters in size. The door opened and Lu Ming entered the space-breaking flying shuttle. This flying shuttle was extremely similar to Xianxia's, and their grades were also similar, both being low-grade flying shuttles. The higher grade of the space-breaking flying shuttle was faster, but the price was also astonishingly high. Ordinary people simply couldn't afford it. After Lu Ming placed the rough stone, he set the location of Dragon God Valley and activated the space-breaking shuttle. Whoosh! The flying shuttle turned into a ray of light and disappeared. It flew in the direction of Dragon God Valley at an extreme speed. As for Lu Ming, he sat cross-legged in the space-breaking flying shuttle and took out a jade bottle. Inside the jade bottle was the reward for this treasure auction: 4 royal domain pills. It would take about half a month to return to Dragon God Valley from here, even if he took the space-breaking shuttle. He could use this time to cultivate and refine the 4 royal pills. Lu Ming poured out a royal domain pill and swallowed it. Boom! After the royal pill entered his stomach, it immediately turned into rolling energy. Such powerful energy. It's more than 10 times stronger than the royal fruit. Lu Ming was not shocked. Instead, he was happy. The royal domain pill was indeed a pill that could directly increase the cultivation of a mid-stage martial royal realm by 1 level. It was made with 9 royal domain fruits and other precious herbs. Following that, Lu Ming held his breath and concentrated, starting to refine the medicinal effects. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. In 7 days, Lu Ming had refined all 4 royal domain pills. Peak of the 5th level martial monarch realm. Lu Ming opened his eyes and felt the vast and majestic energy in his body. He was elated. In 7 days he had refined all 4 royal pills. Lu Ming's cultivation had increased by 1 level, reaching the peak of the 5th level martial royal realm. What others could achieve with 1 royal domain pill, Lu Ming had used 4 of them, but he was still very satisfied. His cultivation level had increased by 1 level. He did not know how much time he had saved. This would increase both his true yuan and domain. Now Lu Ming's chaos domain had also reached the peak of level 5. Given Lu Ming's current cultivation level, he could easily defeat a prodigy like He if he participated in the treasure auction. There was no need for him to use the chaos sky turning seal. Now, has the treasure sealing assembly already started? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He then shook his head and smiled. He closed his eyes again to consolidate his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. Late at night, in the vast mountains, Lu Ming's sky-breaking flying shuttle flashed across the sky like a meteor. Boom! Lu Ming was cultivating when the space-breaking flying shuttle suddenly shook violently. Someone is attacking the shuttle. Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes and looked outside through the crystal glass of the space-breaking flying shuttle. Above the dark clouds, several big hands stretched out and fell from the sky, heavily bombarding the space-breaking flying shuttle. Boom! 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 The space-breaking flying shuttle shook violently as if it was about to explode. Then a huge hand grabbed the 100-meter-long shuttle and smashed it toward a nearby mountain. Boom! The peak of the mountain trembled and the tip of the mountain crumbled, sending gravel flying everywhere. Damn it! Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He moved and rushed out of the space-breaking flying shuttle. The space-breaking flying shuttle shrank rapidly and was put away by Lu Ming. In the pitch-black night sky, more than 10 black shadows appeared and surrounded Lu Ming. Kill! Without any unnecessary words, one of them coldly spoke. Whoosh! 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 More than a dozen terrifying sword gleams shot toward Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. The 7th level of the Martial Emperor realm. They are all experts above the 7th level. There are even some at the 8th level. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. Those who had besieged him were all experts. None of them were below the 7th level Martial Emperor realm. They were all high-level Martial Emperors. Without any hesitation, the black wings appeared. With a flap, Lu Ming soared into the sky. Whoosh, whoosh. A few terrifying sword lights suddenly appeared above his head. LV-8 Martial Royal Realm. The people who appeared above him were all at LV-8 Martial Royal Realm. Who is it? Lu Ming had countless thoughts in his mind. Who was it that wanted to kill him? He had only told Tian Chui that he was coming out, but Tian Chui would never sell him out. It was very likely that someone had been keeping a close eye on Lu Ming. The moment Lu Ming left the Tsang Mountains, he had been targeted. The reason why he only took action now was most likely to wait for Lu Ming to let his guard down, and to make sure that there were no experts following Lu Ming. He only took action after he was certain that Lu Ming was alone. Kill, die. Lu Ming roared. The divine sword technique burst out and formed a terrifying soul attack, attacking the few people above him. However, the other party's body only trembled slightly as if nothing had happened. The sword light did not stop and continued to attack Lu Ming. The godly sword technique is useless. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. At the same time, the black dragon spear appeared in his hands and he thrust it forward. Whoosh. A spear radiance destroyed a sword radiance and pierced through a black-robed figure. The destructive power obliterated all of the person's life force. Lu Ming had killed an 8th-level martial monarch. However, the other sword gleams were already approaching Lu Ming. The black wings flapped out and blocked Lu Ming's body. Clang, clang. The sword light stabbed Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body trembled and he was sent flying. Buzz. Borrowing this force, Lu Ming cast the wind elemental technique. He flapped his black wings again and rushed forward. Buzz. The black dragon spear swept out and turned into a 1,000-meter-long spear radiance that swept forward. LV-7 Martial Royal Realm expert was hit. 13 forces overlapped and exploded. That person's body exploded directly. The terrifying power swept towards the second LV-8 Martial Royal Realm expert. The second expert screamed and was killed as well. With the black dragon spear in his hand, Lu Ming's attack was even more powerful. Even without a holy weapon, it would not be too difficult for Lu Ming to kill an ordinary LV-8 Martial Emperor with his current cultivation at the peak of the 5th level. With his holy weapon he could easily kill an ordinary LV-8 Martial Royal Realm expert. Lu Ming had killed 2 people in a row, but the other sword gleams had all landed on him. Lu Ming blocked the attack with his black wings, but his body was still sent flying. After all, their opponents were both 7th or 8th grade martial emperors. Although Lu Ming could kill those of a higher grade, he could not deny the strength of their attacks. They were both high-level martial emperors and their attacks were definitely terrifying. If it landed on Lu Ming, he would be injured even if he did not die. Full attack. A voice was heard. Kill, kill. The sword light continued to stab at Lu Ming, but some of them changed their long swords to sabers. With a loud shout, the terrifying saber light cut through the void and lit up the dark night as it slashed at Lu Ming. Intentionless blade technique. Lu Ming was shocked. Chapter 1553, 1553 Chapter 1553 All Strong. The intentionless saber art was the ultimate technique of the intentionless saber sect, one of the 13 top sects in the Azure region. There were people from the intentionless saber sect among them. However, he had no enmity with the intentionless saber sect. Why would the intentionless saber sect want to kill him? Also, who were the other swordsmen? Was it the Tianxian sect, the Tianyi demonic sect, or the Yudu sect? Lu Ming's mind was spinning with thoughts, but he did not stop his actions. A shield appeared and expanded rapidly, floating behind Lu Ming. Then, with a flap of his black wings, Lu Ming chose a random direction and dashed off at top speed. Whoosh, whoosh. The black dragon spear continued to thrust out, and the terrifying spear light pierced through the void and collided with the opponent. Boom, boom. A deafening explosion sounded in the sky. Lu Ming broke through the opponent's attack and pierced the dantian of an 8th grade martial emperor with his spear, killing him. At the same time, his black wings were like 2 heavenly blades, slashing the 2 7th grade martial emperors into 2. Buzz. In front of him, there was a vast saber light that seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth as it suddenly slashed toward Lu Ming. 9th level Martial Royal Realm. Lu Ming's pupils contracted rapidly. He was exhausted and could not launch a counterattack. He could only hold the black dragon spear horizontally in front of him. Clang, The saber light slashed at the black dragon's spear. The black dragon's spear vibrated with a buzzing sound and Lu Ming's body was sent flying backward. Behind him there was a storm of attacks. The sword light and the saber light landed on the holy weapon shield and sent it flying. Lu Ming's body went slightly numb and he felt the blood in his body churning. There were too many experts and all of them were at the high-level martial royal realm. They had sent so many people to kill Lu Ming. This was a sure kill. They were determined to take Lu Ming's life. There was nothing much to say. This was a life-and-death battle. Lu Ming let out a loud roar and a dragon's roar came from his body. Dragon scales appeared on the surface of his skin. At the same time his third bloodline emerged and a surge of energy surged into Lu Ming's body, making him even stronger. Kill. The black wings on Lu Ming's back flapped wildly, bringing with them gusts of strong wind. In a flash, Lu Ming's figure dashed backward. The black dragon's spear swept out with the momentum of sweeping away thousands of troops. The two 7th-level martial royal realm experts who were charging at him were killed by Lu Ming. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming protected himself with his black wings and shield. He held the black dragon's spear and used all his strength to charge into the crowd. The power of the 13 storing power strikes was too strong. When combined with his holy weapon, an ordinary LV8 martial emperor could not withstand it at all. He would be killed in one strike, let alone a LV7 martial emperor. The long spear swept across. Lu Ming seemed to have transformed into a killing machine, constantly harvesting lives. Out of the dozen experts, only a few were left after being killed by him. Of course, he had also been hit by many attacks, but with the protection of his saint weapon shield and black wings, as well as his abnormal dragon god combat body, he was not seriously injured, only his chi and blood were tumbling. However, at this moment in the dark night more figures appeared. This time there were 20 to 30 people, all of whom were high-level martial royal realm experts. So many powerhouses, they really think highly of me. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. It was truly shocking to mobilize such a terrifying force at once. Kill. Kill. 6 figures stepped out with terrifying auras. They were all LV9 martial royal realm experts. Whoosh. Below, a terrifying sword light was headed for Lu Ming. It was another person in the 9th level of the martial royal realm. Get lost. Lu Ming roared and used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. He took 9 steps in a row and 9 dragons flew out, blasting toward the person below. Boom. The sword light burst forth and collided with the 9 dragons, producing a terrifying boom. Then the sword gleam crushed the 9 dragons and the terrifying sword gleam continued to slash toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming moved his body to one side, but there was still a person in the 9th level of the martial royal realm. LV9 martial royal realm experts were everywhere. Kill. The black dragon's spear swept out toward the LV9 martial royal realm expert. So what if he was at LV9 martial emperor realm? Kill them all the same. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, even without a holy weapon he could fight with an ordinary 9th level martial royal realm expert or even kill them. With the addition of a holy weapon he was even more fearless. Clang. The black dragon's spear clashed with the opponent's battle blade. The opponent's body shook violently and was sent flying. Kill. Lu Ming had his eyes on this and continued to attack the other party. The black dragon's spear expanded to 1,000 meters in length and pressed down on the opponent. Boom. The other party tried his best to block, but he was still unable to block it. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and frantically retreated. However, Lu Ming extended the wind elemental technique and chased after the person closely. Let's attack together. The other 9th level martial royal realm experts charged at Lu Ming. Their terrifying attack sent the holy weapon shield flying. Some of the attacks landed on the black wings, causing Lu Ming's body to shake. However, Lu Ming's gaze remained firm. He stared at one person and charged at him. Another spear shot out and that person vomited a large mouthful of blood. His arm had been broken. Whoosh. In the end, Lu Ming threw out the black dragon's spear. The black dragon's spear pierced through the void like a bolt of black lightning. It contained the terrifying power of 13 accumulated strikes. It suddenly burst out and pierced through the 9th level martial royal realm expert. The body of the LV9 martial royal realm expert exploded with a terrifying shock. Lu Ming suddenly turned around and threw a punch at a LV9 martial royal realm expert. The Luyuan glove appeared and true essence frantically poured into it. The Luyuan glove's weight increased rapidly. Boom. This punch contained the power of the primal chaos domain and the prison-suppressing heavenly art. It was terrifyingly powerful and seemed to be able to destroy everything with ease. The fist landed on the opponent's sword. The Emperor's spiritual weapon could not withstand the impact and exploded. The terrifying fist force hit the LV9 martial royal realm expert. He screamed as his body was penetrated and exploded. In an instant he had killed 2 people at the 9th level of the martial royal realm. This person's saint weapon is too powerful. Some people felt their hearts tremble. Even a LV9 martial royal realm expert was killed. Retreat. Use your saint weapons to kill him. A person in the sky said coldly. A few of the LV9 martial royal realm experts retreated, but a few others stepped forward. Their auras were also at the LV9 martial royal realm. There were too many experts. There were more than 10 LV9 martial royal realm experts. Moreover, the few LV9 martial royal realm experts who appeared later were even more terrifying, because they all had holy weapons. One of them had a blood-red tower floating above his head, and a terrifying aura spread out. The other person held a battle blade, which was also a saint weapon. The third person was holding an iron rod, which was also a saint weapon. There was also a fourth person with a stone mountain floating above his head, which was also a saint weapon. The 4 LV9 martial royal realm experts controlled the 4 holy weapons and sealed off the 4 directions. Attack. The person in the sky issued an order. Kill. The man with the holy weapon was the first to make a move. A terrifying blade light slashed towards Lu Ming. Chapter 1554, 1554 Chapter 1554 Crazy Collision. The power of a holy weapon wielded by someone at the 9th level of the martial royal realm was too terrifying. Lu Ming did not dare to take it head-on. He moved his body and continued to avoid the blade light. Light splitting with a thought. The man spat out coldly. The saber light suddenly split apart and bit Lu Ming's body tightly. No matter how fast Lu Ming was, he could not avoid the saber light. It's really the intentionless saber art. You're from the intentionless saber sect. Lu Ming roared angrily. At the treasure auction he had seen the prodigy of the intentionless saber sect use the intentionless saber technique, so he was definitely not wrong. The other party's eyes were cold, revealing a strong killing intent, and the saber light did not stop. Playing. Lu Ming blocked it with his holy weapon shield and black wings. However, after being hit by the saber radiance, his body trembled violently and he was sent flying like a cannonball. Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. The power of a 9th-tier martial royal realm expert controlling a holy weapon was truly astonishing. Even with the protection of the holy weapon, Lu Ming was still injured. Boom. Above his head, the wind whistled and a terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. A huge black mountain came crashing down on Lu Ming. The other expert made his move and also attacked Lu Ming with his holy weapon. Boom. His essential core surged into the flowing essence gloves. Lu Ming activated the prison-suppressing heaven technique and threw a punch at the hill. Boom. With an earth-shattering boom, the small mountain was sent flying by Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's body was like a meteorite falling to the ground. Lu Ming spat out another mouthful of blood and felt his arm trembling slightly. Boom. A metal rod that was thousands of meters long swept toward Lu Ming like a pillar that held up the sky. Lu Ming used the black wings to protect himself. With a thump he was sent flying and crashed into a mountain, cracking it. The 9th level of the martial royal realm was already at the peak of the martial royal realm. Lu Ming had relied on his holy weapon to kill 2 people with lightning speed. However, this did not mean that the 9th level of the martial royal realm was weak. In addition, there were 4 9th-level martial royal realm experts controlling the holy weapons. When they worked together, the power was even more terrifying. Lu Ming was completely no match for them. He could not even resist. Bubble, let's go. Lu Ming called out Bubbles. Under such circumstances he could only retreat. It was not wise to fight head-on. As for the inscription refining secondary body, Lu Ming had no intention of calling it out. With Ming Lian's cultivation he didn't have a holy weapon to protect himself. If he called out he would only be killed. Ping. Pow Pow cried out and opened a space-time tunnel. Lu Ming and Lin Fan rushed in. However, at the next moment Lu Ming seemed to have hit a wall and his body was blocked. The space-time tunnel had failed. Swish. Inscriptions appeared in all directions. Dozens of men in black stood in all directions. Each of them had an array disc floating above their heads, sealing the space. What a well-thought-out plan. Lu Ming felt a slight chill in his heart. It was obvious that the other party was really determined to kill him. They had taken into account all of Lu Ming's trump cards and knew that Lu Ming had bubbles on him that could use the space-time tunnel to escape. The other party had already set up a space sealing formation here to seal the space. Even the bubbles could not break out. It wasn't that Bubbles' space-time domain wasn't wondrous enough, but that Bubbles' cultivation was still low. On the other hand, the opponent's cultivation was much higher. Combined with the array, Bubbles couldn't be broken at all. You guys, take down that space-time spirit mouse. The black-robed man in the sky spoke again. Buzz. 12 men in black stepped out with formation discs floating above their heads. They sealed the space and flew towards the bubble. Boom. At this moment, a huge tower came crashing down on Lu Ming. The attacks of the 4 experts had arrived again. With a flap of his black wings, Lu Ming dashed forward at top speed, avoiding direct confrontation with the giant pagoda. However, what greeted him in front of him was a terrifying saber light. The 4 experts controlled their holy weapons and attacked together, not giving Lu Ming any chance to catch his breath. He could not avoid it. Lu Ming threw a punch and a faint shadow of the prison-suppressing steel appeared. Boom. The fist collided with the saber beam. Lu Ming destroyed the saber beam, but his body was also sent flying. The 12 men in black sealed the space and flew toward Lu Ming, trying to suppress him in the space. Let's go all out. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with ferocity. A steady stream of energy from his 3rd bloodline gushed into his body. Not enough, not enough. And again. Lu Ming roared in his heart as he frantically borrowed the power of his 3rd bloodline. The power in his 3rd bloodline seemed to be endless. As the power gushed into his body, a terrifying killing intent erupted from Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes turned blood red and so did his hair. It was like blood. At this moment the giant pagoda was pressing down from above. Get lost. Lu Ming threw a punch. Thump. A terrifying sound was heard and the sky trembled. The giant pagoda was blown away by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body trembled and he stepped in the air, retreating a dozen steps. However, he managed to block the attack, unlike before when he was sent flying and spat out blood. Boom. A huge metal rod swept toward Lu Ming from the side, accompanied by a loud rumbling sound. Everything in its way was about to be smashed into pieces. Lu Ming threw another punch and it collided with the huge rod. Buzz. The giant staff shook continuously and was sent flying by the terrifying force. However, Lu Ming suffered the same fate. He was sent flying 1,000 meters, creating a path of air waves in the sky. But then a small mountain in the sky came crashing down on Lu Ming. The 4 of them joined forces and their attack seemed endless. Not enough, it's still not enough. And again. Lu Ming let out a long howl. He was going all out. The power of his 3rd bloodline gushed into his body continuously. His body swelled up because of the terrifying power. His hair was blood red, and his eyes were like those of a demon who had walked out of the abyss of hell. Kill, kill. Lu Ming roared. His boundless killing intent, combined with the divine sword technique, spread in all directions. Even though these people had long made defensive preparations against the godly sword technique, the endless killing intent still made them shiver and their hearts tremble. Boom. Lu Ming punched the hill above his head and sent it flying. This time Lu Ming's body did not move an inch. Kill. Lu Ming stomped on the ground and rushed out with a whoosh toward the person who was controlling the holy weapon. His opponent's true essence boiled as he slashed out a terrifying blade light. Lu Ming's punch directly shattered the saber light and he charged at his opponent at top speed. A terrifying killing intent enveloped the other party, causing his face to turn pale. Splitting light with a thought, the blade breaks the firmament. The saint blade trembled and slashed at least hundreds of times in an instant. However, the hundreds of blade gleams condensed into 9. The 9 blade gleams were connected from head to tail and slashed at Lu Ming continuously. The terrifying saber intent kept cutting at Lu Ming's body. However, they were blocked by a layer of terrifying energy on Lu Ming's body. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming swung his fists continuously, shattering the man's saber light. He dashed forward and appeared in front of the man. Chapter 1555. 1555 Chapter 1555 The Half-Saint takes action. Kill. The iron fist struck out and the void trembled violently. The other party's expression changed drastically and he blocked it with his saint blade. Clang. The other party was sent flying and crashed into a mountain peak, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Lu Ming stepped forward, wanting to rush forward and kill this person. Die. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the sky. A black light flashed and an invisible force bombarded Lu Ming's spiritual god. The spiritual god's defensive armor glowed and blocked the attack, but it kept shaking. Soul attack technique. Lu Ming was shocked. At this moment, buzz, and NBSP whoosh. At least a dozen people in the surroundings attacked at the same time, using soul attack techniques to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming's spiritual god was shocked. These people were all high-level martial royal realm experts. One of them was a soul attack technique that belonged to the person who gave the order. It was terrifyingly powerful. If not for Lu Ming's powerful soul power and the spiritual god defensive treasure, his soul would have been obliterated. This is the godly sword technique. You're from evil spirit. Lu Ming roared angrily. He finally knew who the other party was. Evil spirit. The other party was definitely from evil spirit. It was not the deity sect, the Tianyu demonic sect or the desire poison sect, but the evil spirit sect. Evil spirit had its eyes on him. More than a dozen experts were attacking Lu Ming with soul attacks. At this moment the pagoda, the hill and the giant staff had also arrived. Roar. Lu Ming roared like a wild beast. More energy gushed into his third bloodline, filling his heart with endless killing intent. His mind was almost drowned by the endless killing intent. Boom. After sending the giant iron rod flying with a punch, the black wings flickered wildly and bombarded the small mountain and the pagoda, sending them flying. Then he took a step forward and charged at the powerhouse who was controlling the saber. Let's go. The expert was shocked and wanted to escape. However, he was enveloped by Lu Ming's terrifying killing intent and his body stiffened. Lu Ming flew past him, his black wings like blades, and killed the man. Lu Ming grabbed the holy weapon saber. With a flash of his black wings, he charged toward the powerhouse who was controlling the small mountain. From all around, soul attacks were continuously launched at Lu Ming. Lu Ming withstood the soul attacks and charged forward. Clang. The saint blade slashed at the other party. The other party blocked it with a small mountain, but the small mountain was sent flying. The other party's face was pale as he quickly retreated. On the other side, the huge pagoda charged toward Lu Ming in an attempt to save the powerhouse who was controlling the small mountain. Whoosh. Lu Ming threw the saint sword in his hand to block the pagoda, but he did not stop and continued to attack the other party. The other party did not have time to recall the small mountain and could only block it with his own strength. However, in Lu Ming's current state, his strength was shocking. His opponent's king's spiritual weapon was torn apart by Lu Ming's punch. The terrifying fist force killed his opponent in the air. Retreat, retreat. The other two were shocked. They did not dare to approach Lu Ming and retreated frantically. Lu Ming's current state was too terrifying. He was like a legendary bloodthirsty demon. It was extremely terrifying. I'll do it. At this moment, the black-robed man who had given the order in the sky moved. He took a step forward and unsheathed his combat sword. A beam of sword light instantly crossed the void of 10,000 meters and slashed at Lu Ming. It was fast, extremely fast. Moreover, the terrifying pressure made Lu Ming feel frightened even though he was almost drowned by the endless killing intent. The sword light reached Lu Ming's throat in an instant, about to cut off his head. This was a half-saint who was half a step into the saint realm. The half-saint realm and the 9th level of the martial royal realm seemed to be only one level apart, but the battle strength of a half-saint was much stronger than that of a 9th level martial royal realm. It was not as simple as one level. A half-saint could easily kill a LV9 martial royal realm expert. Roar. At this moment, Lu Ming roared and shifted to the side at the last moment. Lu Ming's chest was still hit by the sword light. The vital essence, chaos domain, and the dragon scales on his skin were split open, revealing a deep sword wound. Even his bones were broken and blood was flowing. At the same time, the terrifying sword qi continued to drill into Lu Ming's body, trying to destroy his body. Without a doubt, the weapon used by the other party was also a holy weapon. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such terrifying power. Whoosh! The sword did not kill Lu Ming. The other party's sword light changed direction again and slashed at Lu Ming's waist. It flapped its black wings and swept them towards Lu Ming. Clang! The sword radiance slashed at the black wings. The wings trembled violently and a terrifying force blasted toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming was sent flying backward and smashed into a mountain, breaking it apart. There was a loud explosion. In the next moment, Lu Ming's body flew out from the rubble. A LV5 Martial Royal Realm expert actually has such a strong vitality. No wonder the Elder ordered us to dispatch so many forces. This person must be eliminated as soon as possible. Lu Ming's stubbornness made the black-robed half-saint's heart sink. He took a step forward and turned into a ray of sword light, charging toward Lu Ming. The terrifying sword power made Lu Ming's hair stand on end and his muscles tense up even from a distance. It's the power of the laws. Lu Ming growled in a low voice. The other party was obviously a half-saint who had mastered the laws of nature and was extremely powerful. There were strong and weak half-saints. Half-saints who had mastered the power of laws were absolutely terrifying. The sword gleam neared Lu Ming in an instant. Ping! Bubbles shouted and waved its claws. A transparent bubble suddenly appeared on the black-robed half-saint's body and covered him. However, the other party's body was almost unaffected. Sword light burst forth and directly broke the transparent bubble. The space-time spirit mouse can control space-time. It's indeed very mysterious. Unfortunately, it's too weak. The black-robed half-saint said in a hoarse voice. 2 rays of black light shot out of his eyes and pierced Lu Ming. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming's eyes also shot out 2 rays of black light. The two of them used the divine sword technique at the same time. After the black light collided, the other party immediately destroyed Lu Ming's black light. The sword light did not stop and continued to attack Lu Ming. The other party was a half-saint who also cultivated the divine sword technique. His soul force was stronger than that of an ordinary half-saint. Even if Lu Ming's soul force was dozens of times stronger than that of martial artists of the same level, he was still inferior to the other party. Ping! The bubble cried out and pounced from Lu Ming's shoulder. Wherever the bubble flew, the void rippled like waves. With a wave of its claws, terrifying spatial blades shot towards the other party. Whoosh! The opponent slashed out with his sword, shattering the spatial blade. Then the sword light slashed at the bubble. Bubble's body emitted a rich milky white light. With a wave of her claws, the opponent's sword light, which was originally moving at an astonishing speed, actually slowed down. It was not that his opponent had slowed down, but that the bubble had affected time and used time deceleration to slow down his opponent's sword light. Break! The black-robed half-saint yelled. The sword light suddenly expanded and broke the bubble's time deceleration. The terrifying sword light crossed the space and slashed at the bubble. Chapter 1556. 1556. Within the third bloodline, the black-robed half-saint slashed at Bubble's body and her body shattered like glass. It was a spatial afterimage. Bubble's true body had already appeared on the other side of the black-robed half-saint. With a wave of her claws, the space-time domain enveloped the half-saint. On the other side, Lu Ming's black wings flapped like 2 blades and slashed at the black-robed half-saint. At the same time, his vital essence gale poured into the Luyuan gloves and he punched the half-saint. Whoosh! Whoosh! The black-robed half-saint's expression did not change in the face of Lu Ming and Bubble's joint attack. He released his sword radiance and slashed twice. With one stroke he broke the Bubble's space-time domain. With another stroke he blocked He Yufeng's attack and slashed at Lu Ming's fist. Boom! Lu Ming's fist seemed to have collided with a terrifying force. His body shook violently and he was sent flying. At the same time, a powerful force passed through the flowing essence gloves and blasted into Lu Ming's body, causing him to spit out blood. The power of laws. Lu Ming was shocked. The power of the law was too strong. Laws were the foundation of heaven and earth. A world was made up of different laws. The power of these laws far exceeded that of a domain. No matter how mysterious Lu Ming's chaos domain was, it was still a domain after all. It was difficult for it to resist the corrosion of the law power. In the future, Lu Ming would be able to turn the chaos realm into the laws of chaos. That way he would be able to suppress other laws. Bubbles shouted and used the spacetime domain. Its body kept flashing around the black-robed half-saint's body. It kept attacking and was extremely agile. The black-robed half-saint couldn't hit it at all. Get lost. At this point, the black-robed half-saint seemed to be really angry with Pow Pow. With a cold shout, a terrifying aura exploded from his body. A terrifying true essence like black demonic fire burning, blasted in all directions. The black-robed half-saint exploded his extremely powerful genuine vitality and crushed in all directions. With that, there was no way for Paoba to dodge and her body was sent flying by the surge of primeval essence. Suppress him. The black-robed half-saint's cold voice sounded. Buzz. The 12 men in black controlled the array discs and suppressed the bubbles, sealing the void. Boom. The black-robed half-saint used his powerful vital essence to send Pow Pow flying into the area. The 12 men in black controlled the array disc and sealed the area, trapping the bubble in the void. Bubbles cried out and used the spacetime domain in an attempt to rush out. However, the void seemed to have become an iron wall and was completely confined. Bubbles could not rush out at all. Release him. Lu Ming roared and flapped his black wings, charging towards the 12 men in black. Kill. The black-robed half-saint swung his sword horizontally. The sword radiance was 1,000 meters long. It hit Lu Ming and sent him flying. Today none of you can leave. This place will be your burial ground. The black-robed half-saint said coldly. He took a step forward and became one with his holy weapon and sword. He turned into a bright sword light and stabbed at Lu Ming's forehead. It was too fast. It was so fast that Lu Ming could not react in time. Moreover, a terrifying force was locked onto Lu Ming, causing his muscles to tremble slightly. Whoosh. In an instant the sword light approached. The terrifying sharpness pierced Lu Ming's glabella, causing it to hurt. At this critical moment Lu Ming shouted loudly. He stretched his right hand forward and grabbed the blade of the black-robed half-saint's holy weapon. Zivizi. The holy weapon and the Luyuan glove rubbed against each other, making an ear-piercing sound and sparks. Although the holy weapon sword had been caught by Lu Ming, it was still slowly moving forward. With your cultivation, don't even think about catching my sword. Kill. The black-robed half-saint bellowed. His vital essence exploded and the power of his holy weapon sword became stronger, pushing Lu Ming back. Boom. After retreating for a while, Lu Ming crashed into a mountain peak. The entire mountain peak shook violently and almost exploded. Zivizi. The sound of friction between the combat sword and the glove grew louder. The combat sword was slowly approaching Lu Ming's glabella. Bang. Lu Ming's left hand was covered in dragon scales. It transformed into a dragon claw and grabbed the blade, stopping it from moving forward. If the sword pierced through his glabella, the terrifying destructive power would explode and Lu Ming would die. However, Lu Ming's left hand did not have the Luyuan glove. The blade of his holy weapon sword was extremely sharp. It cut through the chaos domain and quintessential essence that covered his palm, cutting through the dragon scales on his hand. Blood flowed from Lu Ming's hand and his entire palm was almost cut off. Lu Ming did not care about the pain and tried his best to stop it. You can't stop it. The black-robed half-saint kept urging his power, and the power of the sword became stronger and stronger. On the other side, the 12 men in black had sealed the void, and the area of compression was getting smaller and smaller. There was no way for Bubbles to escape and she was about to be captured. Power, I need power, great power. At this moment, Lu Ming was roaring in his heart. He was too weak. In the vast Yuan continent his power was too weak. Martial emperors were like ants. He urgently needed powerful strength. He didn't care about the consequences and madly borrowed the power of the third bloodline. You want power? We'll give it to you. At this moment, a vast, deep and ethereal voice came from the third bloodline. Boom. When the voice rang out, Lu Ming felt an explosion in his head. Then his mind seemed to have entered his third blood meridian. What was reflected in his eyes was an incomparably huge and boundless blood-colored ocean. The sea seemed to be filled with endless blood. But at this moment the waves were rolling. A face appeared in the endless sea. It was extremely huge and boundless. He looked at Lu Ming with a pair of cold eyes. Power, here you go. The giant face opened its mouth and said, boom. At this moment, endless killing intent completely drowned Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to have sunk into endless darkness, and only endless power surged into his body. At this moment, Lu Ming's hair was growing rapidly. It was at least 2 meters long and was dancing in the wind. Lu Ming's body wriggled rapidly, and in the end hideous bone spikes grew out. Lu Ming's eyes had turned completely blood red and he had lost all rationality. Roar. Lu Ming let out a roar like a wild beast. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming let out a loud roar and a terrifying power suddenly erupted. Buzz. The power went directly into the holy weapon combat sword. The power went through the combat sword and into the black-robed half-saint's arm. The black-robed half-saint's body trembled violently. His arm actually exploded. He spat out blood and retreated with disbelief. What kind of monster are you? The black-robed half-saint shouted in shock. He had never expected that Lu Ming's form would suddenly change drastically, turning into the legendary devil from hell. Chapter 1557. 1557. Lu Ming went crazy. Kill, 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 kill. Lu Ming bellowed. At this moment he had completely lost his mind. There was only one thing in his mind, and that was to kill. Kill everyone, kill all the living creatures in the world. Whoosh. Lu Ming threw the holy weapon in his hand. The holy weapon whistled and cut through the void. It was extremely fast. An 8th-level martial emperor was pierced by the sword and died on the spot. The black wings were covered with a layer of blood-red light, which made them more powerful. With a flap, Lu Ming appeared in front of the black-robed half-saint and clawed at him. The half-saint's pupils shrank and he retreated quickly. However, he immediately realized that it was useless. Lu Ming's claw was faster than his retreat. Lu Ming's claw grabbed his body. Puchi. Following that, Lu Ming's other claw landed on his body. The emperor's spiritual weapon and armor on his body were like paper, unable to withstand a single blow. No! The black-robed half-saint shouted in fear. The next moment, Lu Ming howled and tore the half-saint's body into pieces. His spiritual god flew out in shock and was crushed by Lu Ming. A half-saint who had comprehended the laws of nature was torn apart and killed by Lu Ming. Kill, kill, Lu Ming roared. After killing one person, Lu Ming's killing intent grew stronger. Buzz. With a flap of his black wings, Lu Ming was the first to charge at the 12 men in black who were imprisoning the bubbles. Imprison him. One of them roared and controlled the array disc, trying to seal the void in Lu Ming. Selah. Lu Ming's claws tore and it was as if the space was about to be torn apart. The space trembled, but it could not imprison Lu Ming at all. In a flash, one of the men in black was killed. With one person killed, the spatial ceiling formation broke apart. The bubble seized the opportunity and flew out. Kill, kill. Lu Ming kept on shouting and flapping his black wings. Pew, pew, pew. The other men in black were killed by Lu Ming one after another. They did not even have the chance to escape. The bubble flew towards Lu Ming, but Lu Ming did not seem to recognize it. He clawed at the bubble. The bubble immediately cast the space-time domain and retreated, avoiding Lu Ming's attack. Bubbles looked at Lu Ming from afar, her big black eyes filled with anxiety. Roar. Lu Ming let out a beast-like roar and charged at the others. Not good, let's go. Seeing that a half-saint was easily killed by Lu Ming, the others did not dare to fight back. They all ran away frantically. However, at this moment Lu Ming's entire body was filled with boundless energy. The black wings were boosted by this energy, and the power of a holy weapon seemed to be fully activated. His speed was terrifyingly fast. Lu Ming's body flashed and he appeared behind the 9th-level martial royal realm expert who was controlling the holy weapon. Go to hell. The man was terrified. He waved the iron rod in his hand and swept it at Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw a punch and the holy weapon, the iron rod, was sent flying. The terrifying power flowed through the iron rod and into the opponent's hand, causing it to explode. Then Lu Ming's figure flashed. The man could not fight back at all and was torn apart by Lu Ming. Then Lu Ming's figure flashed and he charged at another person. With a wave of his hand, that person was killed. Following that, Lu Ming's body flashed and hunted non-stop in the void. Lu Ming was unrivaled. One by one Lu Ming took down one of them. Their screams echoed in the night sky. There were dozens of experts, all of whom were at the 7th level martial emperor realm and above. They scattered in all directions. Lu Ming was like a demon, chasing and killing them everywhere. Half an hour later, Lu Ming caught up to the last person hundreds of thousands of miles away and killed him. This time all the experts who had come to besiege Lu Ming were annihilated. After killing so many experts, Lu Ming's killing intent did not weaken in the slightest. Instead it became stronger. The ice-cold killing intent made people shiver. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming roared. His heart was filled with endless killing intent. He wanted to kill everyone in the world. Bubbles appeared not far away. They looked at Lu Ming worriedly and fearfully, not daring to approach him. Buzz. Lu Ming suddenly looked at Bubbles. He flapped his black wings and charged towards Bubbles. Bubbles was alarmed and hurriedly cast her space-time domain to retreat rapidly. Lu Ming continued to chase after the Bubbles. However, after a while he realized that he could not catch up to the Bubbles. He roared and flew into the distance. Bubbles' body flickered and swallowed the black-robed men's holy weapons and storage rings one by one. Then she followed Lu Ming from a distance, worried beyond measure. Beneath his feet was a boundless mountain. Lu Ming flew at high speed, like a demon tearing through the night sky. In the forest below, some wild beasts and demonic beasts were swept by Lu Ming's killing intent. They instantly trembled and hid in their respective cave abodes in fear. Lu Ming's blood-red eyes swept across the mountain forest below. He did not stop and continued flying. It seemed that the level of the wild beasts and demonic beasts below were too low and not worth his time to kill. The boundless mountain continued to pass under his feet. A huge castle appeared in front of them, built on a towering mountain. There were guards around the castle. At the sight of the castle, Lu Ming let out a loud roar that echoed in the night sky. Who is it? The guards of the castle discovered Lu Ming instantly. Kill! Lu Ming roared loudly. He flapped his black wings and rushed towards the castle. This is the Lu clan's castle. Stop right there. The guard shouted, but at the next moment he screamed in pain as he was killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming dashed past them and more than 10 corpses fell to the ground. Enemy attack. The entire castle was alarmed. The war drums sounded and experts flew out of the castle one after another. The 4th, 5th, 6th and all the way to the 8th level of the martial royal realm. These people flew out and charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming roared and rushed into the crowd. A moment later these experts were all dead. Demon! Someone shouted in fear and retreated frantically. Close the gate and activate the formation. Someone shouted in the castle. Then the gate of the castle closed and a large formation rose. Kill! Lu Ming dashed toward the castle and punched the array. Boom! The array shattered immediately. Lu Ming dashed past it and the gate of the castle exploded. Lu Ming rushed into the castle and started a massacre. A demon! Run, quickly run! The entire castle was in chaos. Countless people rushed out in all directions. Demon, I'm going to kill you. An elder at the 9th level of the martial royal realm charged at Lu Ming and was killed in one move. It seemed that the LV9 martial royal realm was the strongest in this castle. The others were all below LV9 martial royal realm. Mother, mother, I'm scared. Not far away a tender cry was heard. It was a 6 or 7-year-old girl who looked extremely cute. Her small face was flushed red and she was extremely frightened at this moment. She was tightly hugging a young woman beside her. Xianxia. The young woman hugged the little girl tightly and looked at Lu Ming in horror, wanting to retreat. Die! Lu Ming roared. His figure was like the wind as he rushed toward the little girl and the young woman. He clawed the little girl. Chapter 1558 Cloud Dragon Valley Master takes action. Mother. The little girl hugged the young married woman tightly. Her big eyes were filled with fear but were also filled with innocence as she looked at Lu Ming. At the sight of this pair of eyes, Lu Ming suddenly stopped. This pair of frightened and innocent eyes seemed to have touched Lu Ming's heartstrings. Lu Ming's rationality, which had been completely drowned by the murderous intent, recovered a little. No, I can't kill innocent people. The little bit of rationality he had left roared. Kill, kill, kill. There was even more boundless killing intent. Loud roars rang in Lu Ming's mind, urging him to slaughter the world. Don't kill my mother. The little girl was very scared. She hugged the young girl tightly and looked at Lu Ming with her big eyes. She spoke in a trembling voice. No, I can't kill him. I can't kill him. Lu Ming roared in his heart. His face turned extremely ferocious. Roar. In the end, Lu Ming let out a terrifying howl and his figure soared into the sky. He flew frantically into the distance and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Xianxia. The young woman hugged the young girl, her tears falling like rain, her whole body trembling in fear. Lu Ming roared as he flapped his black wings frantically. At this moment, the only trace of rationality left in his heart was engaged in an intense battle with the endless killing intent. Not far away, a white light flashed and bubbles appeared. They looked at Lu Ming worriedly. Bubbles. Leave quickly, leave. Lu Ming roared. He was afraid that if he lost control he would even kill Bubbles. Fing. Bubbles shook her head and looked at Lu Ming from afar. Lu Ming roared and continued to fly forward. He felt that he couldn't control himself anymore. The endless killing intent was about to drown his rationality again. He was about to turn back into a killing machine. He was unwilling, but the endless killing intent was too strong, and it kept attacking his rationality. At this moment he only wanted to kill all the living beings in the world. Whoosh. Lu Ming was like a black lightning bolt flying across the sky. After flying for an unknown distance, a huge forest appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. In the forest, the ferocious beasts roared and were full of vitality. Kill. Lu Ming could no longer control himself. He rushed into the forest and tore a 7th-grade emperor tiger into two. Lu Ming's killing intent grew even stronger as he bathed in blood. His last shred of rationality was once again drowned by the killing intent. All that was left was to kill. Lu Ming was hunting the ferocious beasts in the forest crazily. One by one the powerful beasts died at Lu Ming's hands. Roar. A half-saint giant bear tried to slap Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming punched through the bear's palm and cut off its head with his black wings. At this moment Lu Ming's strength was so powerful that he could kill a half-saint instantly. One by one the ferocious beasts in this huge forest fell to the ground. Lu Ming was bathed in blood and had killed countless ferocious beasts. At this moment, a gentle-looking elder suddenly appeared in the sky above the forest. This elder was actually Lu Ming's master, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. Ming-er. Even the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's eyes flashed with shock when he saw Lu Ming. What kind of power is this? Bloodline? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master frowned. Fing. At that moment, Bubbles appeared not far from the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. He waved his little claws, cried out and gestured non-stop. Space-time spirit mouse. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's eyes revealed a hint of shock as he muttered, Ming-er is really lucky. Even the space-time spirit mouse is with him. But sometimes the more lucky you are, the deeper your tribulation will be. It's really difficult. With that, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master turned to Bubbles and said, Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to Ming-er. With that he took a step forward and walked toward Lu Ming. At that moment Lu Ming had also discovered the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. His eyes burst with a shocking killing intent. With a loud roar he charged at the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. With a flap of his black wings, he brought with him a violent gust of wind as he slashed at the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's expression was gentle. He pointed his finger like a sword and sliced it slightly. A beam of sword chi appeared and slashed at the black wings. The black wings were blocked, but Lu Ming roared and punched at the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. Ming-er, wake up. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master shouted, and the sound waves surged towards Lu Ming. Boom. Lu Ming felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His body was sent flying and his head was buzzing. It'll give you strength. At this moment the voice from the third bloodline rang out in Lu Ming's mind again. An even stronger force surged into Lu Ming's body, making him look even more ferocious and full of killing intent. Bang! Lu Ming took a step in the void and charged madly at the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. The power of the bloodline. What kind of bloodline is this? So strange. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master frowned. With a wave of his hand, a huge palm appeared in the air and pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming let out a long hiss. A blood-red light burst forth from his body and rushed toward the large hand. Boom. Lu Ming was crushed by the huge hand and his body was sent flying. He crashed into the ground and created a huge pit. The giant hand trembled and then cracked. What powerful strength! The Cloud Dragon Valley Master murmured as his vital essence surged. A mysterious force was controlled by the Cloud Dragon Valley Master, forming a huge claw that grabbed at Lu Ming. That was the power of the laws. This time the huge claw contained the power of laws. Roar! Lu Ming roared and rushed out of the crater. The blood-red light around him almost materialized and blasted towards the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's hand. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled and invisible waves of air swept in all directions. The giant trees within hundreds of miles were swept away and exploded. This level of destructive power was already extremely shocking. One had to know that this was the Yuan continent, not the Divine Wilderness. If this was in the Divine Wilderness continent, this power would have caused the ground to crack and split open for millions of miles. Lu Ming was sent flying once again. The huge hand only trembled a little but did not dissipate. It continued to move toward Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming rushed forward again. His body had cracked due to the influx of too much power into his third blood meridian, and blood was flowing out continuously. After all, there was a limit to the strength of Lu Ming's body. He had already endured too much power and could not channel more power. Otherwise his body would collapse. Lu Ming threw another punch at the giant palm. He was sent flying again, but this time a second palm formed behind him and grabbed him. Lu Ming roared and struggled with all his might, trying to break free from the palm. Suppress! The Cloud Dragon Valley Master murmured. He clenched his fist in the air and burst with power, grabbing Lu Ming tightly. No matter how Lu Ming struggled, he could not break free. His cultivation was far inferior to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's. Ice Seal! The Cloud Dragon Valley Master continued to speak. A terrifying cold air emanated from his palm, and Lu Ming's body was immediately covered in a layer of ice. Chapter 1559 sealed in ice for half a year. Lu Ming roared. Blood-red light burst forth and shattered the ice, but more ice covered Lu Ming's body. Gradually the ice on Lu Ming's body grew thicker and thicker. In the end it turned into a huge ice block, sealing Lu Ming inside. Lu Ming's body was frozen and he could not move at all. The terrifying cold air seeped into his body and mind, as if it was going to freeze his killing intent. Then the Cloud Dragon Valley Master waved his hand and a round pearl flew out. It floated above Lu Ming's head and endless cold air continuously poured in, solidifying the ice. Ping! Bubbles cried out and flew near the ice block, her face filled with worry and concern. All right, I'll suppress Ming Heir's killing intent with my saint weapon. I'll take him back to Dragon God Valley and put him in the 10,000-year-old ice jade. I'll use the ice jade's cold air to erase Ming Heir's killing intent. Little guy, come back to Dragon God Valley with me, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. All right. Pow Pow nodded and landed on the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's shoulder. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master waved his hand and kept the ice block that sealed Lu Ming. He took a step forward and left the place. Not long after, the Valley Master of Cloud Dragon Valley returned to Dragon God Valley and placed Lu Ming in the 10,000-year ice jade. He used the cold air of the ice jade to erase the cold air on Lu Ming's body. Time flew by and the days went by. Not long after, the treasure sealing assembly ended, and the news of the event also spread throughout the Azure region. This time it was still the Xianxia sect that suppressed everyone and seized the throne of the first place. The two ancient treasures continued to be kept by the Xianxia sect. In this time's treasure auction, the Xianxia sect had displayed an even more terrifying strength. The Divine Child, number 1 of the 10 demon-level geniuses, lived up to his name. He continued to take first place, suppressing all the other demon-level geniuses, and stood at the peak of the Azure region's younger generation. No one could match him. The most shocking thing was that a new heaven's favorite had appeared in the Xianxia sect. His strength was terrifying, second only to the deity, and he had obtained the second place in this competition. From then on, the top 10 geniuses of the Azure continent were reshuffled, and the Xianxia sect occupied the first 2 places. It could be said that their limelight was unparalleled. The matter of Lu Ming challenging the Divine Sun in 3 years was pushed to the forefront of the news. There was news that the Divine Sun had returned to the Xianxia sect after the end of the treasure auction and was preparing to enter seclusion to break through to the Saint realm. With the deity's talent and his many years of cultivation in the half-saint realm, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to break through to the saint realm. 3 years later, what would Lu Ming have to compete with the Divine Sun who had reached the saint realm? Many people even said that it was impossible for Lu Ming to have a chance to compete with the Divine Sun. If he participated in the treasure-fixing assembly, he would most likely be killed by the demon who was ranked second in the Divine God sect. In this time's treasure auction, Dragon God Valley had suffered heavy losses. Many powerful heaven's favorites were killed by the Xianxia sect. Even Zifeng, one of the top 10 monstrous talents, returned with serious injuries. In the Azure region, almost every place was talking about what had happened in this year's treasure sealing assembly. It was only after several months that the storm slowly calmed down. Of course, Lu Ming did not know about all this. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a year passed. Lu Ming had been frozen in the 10,000-year ice jade for half a year. On this day, a cracking sound came from the 10,000-year ice jade. Finally, it completely cracked. Lu Ming's eyes, which had been closed for half a year, opened. There was still a faint trace of killing intent in his eyes, but it disappeared in a flash and was concealed by Lu Ming. Where am I? Lu Ming looked around and realized that he was in an underground ice cellar. There were cold ice blocks everywhere. His eyes revealed a trace of confusion. He only remembered that when he was besieged by evil spirit, he had no choice but to borrow the power of the third bloodline. In the end, he was drowned by the endless killing intent and completely lost his mind. Later on, because of a little girl, he regained some of his rationality and rushed into a forest. He could not remember what happened after that. What happened after that? Ming-er, you're awake. At this moment, a gentle voice sounded. An old man walked over. Master. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The old man was his master, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. Master, did you save me? Lu Ming stood up and bowed to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master as he asked curiously. I have left a mark on you and your fellow disciples. Within a certain range, I can sense it. Fortunately, you were not too far from Dragon God Valley, so I sensed it and rushed over immediately. If you were too far away, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Lu Ming felt a lingering fear. It was true. If the Cloud Dragon Valley Master had not saved him, he would have been reduced to a killing machine. The final result would have been to be besieged and killed by other experts. At that moment, a screech was heard. A white light shot out from the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's shoulder and flew into Lu Ming's arms. It was Bubbles. At this moment, Bubbles was curled up in Lu Ming's arms. Its furry body rubbed against Lu Ming's body with all its might. Bubble. Lu Ming stroked Bubbles' soft fur and felt very sorry. He must have hit Bubbles back then. Master, how long have I been asleep? Lu Ming asked. It's been half a year. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Half a year. Lu Ming was shocked. He did not expect that he would sleep for half a year. My cultivation. Lu Ming sensed his cultivation and realized that he had a breakthrough. He was at the peak of the 5th level Martial Emperor realm back then. Now he had actually broken through to the early stage of the 6th level Martial Emperor realm. He had probably digested a little of the endless energy in the bloodline. The energy in the 10,000-year ice jade had also surged into his body, pushing his cultivation to break through in the past half a year. My chaos domain has also reached level 6. Lu Ming thought to himself. Ming-er, what happened to you back then? Why did he completely enter the slaughter status? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master asked. Master, on my way back from the Tsong Mountains, I was ambushed by evil spirit cult. Following that, Lu Ming told him everything that had happened in the past. Evil spirit, it's actually evil spirit. Seems like evil spirit has really revived. Ming-er, perhaps it's because of your performance in the Tsong Mountains that evil spirit has set their eyes on you. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's eyes turned solemn. In being targeted by evil spirit? Lu Ming frowned. The evil spirit cult specializes in hunting people with the potential to become emperors, or even great emperors. Perhaps they think you have the potential to become an emperor, so they sent people to kill you. Cloud Dragon Valley guessed. Maybe. Lu Ming muttered. However, he felt that it was not that simple. Perhaps it had something to do with the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel. Back then he had used the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel to destroy Elder Mo Hun's physical body. Elder Mo Hun might not have died. Ming-Er, so you're saying that the reason you entered that slaughter status was entirely because of your bloodline? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Yes, I am. Lu Ming nodded. I've never heard of such a bloodline. There's actually such a strange bloodline in this world. Ming-Er, in the future try not to use this bloodline as much as possible. In fact, you might even not use it. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Chapter 1560 Chapter 1560 Traveling the World. Lu Ming nodded. The third bloodline was too strange. He felt a lingering fear in his heart. The third bloodline, the endless blood sea and the giant face above the blood sea. What was that? How could there be such a bizarre bloodline in this world? It was completely different from any other bloodline. It was impossible for any other bloodline to possess such fearsome power. Furthermore, it seemed to have its own will. Ming-Er, although I've sealed you in the 10,000-year-old ice jade and used it to erase your killing intent, some of it has already seeped into the depths of your heart and even your soul. This is also a potential danger. In the future you might be affected by this hidden killing intent and slowly change your personality to become a bloodthirsty person. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Master, what should I do? Lu Ming asked. Go out and gain experience. Walk in the world and nature, temper your heart and use the chi of the world and nature to eliminate the killing intent in the depths of your soul. Only in this way can you truly get rid of the influence of the killing intent on you. It will also be of great help to your future cultivation. To become a saint you need to master the divine law which is also in the world and nature. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Yes, Master. Lu Ming nodded. Go out and train for a year. A year later you'll return to Cloud Dragon Valley and I'll send you to a place. That place might be of greater help to you when you defeat the Divine Child in 2.5 years. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Clearly, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master already knew that Lu Ming had challenged the Divine Sun. Master, what place is it? Lu Ming was curious. It's a place full of endless dangers and opportunities. Before you go there, you must erase the killing intent in the depths of the spiritual God. Otherwise, you'll probably be affected by it and become a bloodthirsty person. You'll know when you come back in a year. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Lu Ming was helpless and could only give up. That's right, Master. There seems to be an expert from the intentionless saber sect among the people from Evil Spirit. Lu Ming suddenly said. The intentionless saber sect? It seems that some sects have already been infiltrated by Evil Spirit. Ming-Er, I will discuss this with the Valley Master and the other sect masters. You don't have to worry too much. Alright, go out. 7th and 8th, we've been waiting for you. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master began to frown but he soon smiled. Lu Ming nodded. This matter concerned the top sect of the Azure Continent. With his current strength he could only reveal the news. He couldn't interfere with anything more. He believed that the sect leaders of the top sects in the Azure Continent would be more concerned about the fact that Evil Spirit had infiltrated them. There was no need for him to worry. Senior brother Tian Chue and senior sister Shui? Then Lu Ming revealed a smile on his face. He followed the Cloud Dragon Valley Master out of the ice cave and came to a glacier valley. This place was still a part of Cloud Dragon Valley. 2 figures were waiting outside. They were Tian Chue and Xianxia. Little junior brother, you're finally awake. It's great that you're fine. Little junior brother, you've been sleeping for half a year. When Tian Chue and Xianxia saw Lu Ming, they smiled. 7th senior brother, 8th senior sister, long time no see. Lu Ming smiled as well. He then swept his gaze across the room and said, Congratulations, senior brother and sister. Your cultivation has broken through to LV7 Martial Emperor realm. In half a year's time, Tian Chue and Xianxia's cultivation had improved greatly. They had already reached the 7th level of the Martial Royal Realm and had entered the ranks of high-level Martial Royal Realm. If we don't hurry up, junior brother will catch up with us. Tian Chue laughed. You guys can chat first. Ming-Er, if you go out you don't need to report to me. You can just come back a year later. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. He took a step forward and disappeared. Little junior brother, let's go. We haven't seen each other for half a year. Let's go and have a few drinks. Tianshui grinned. All right. Lu Ming readily agreed. The three of them went to Tianshui's cave abode. Tianshui took out more than 10 jars of fine wine. Xianxia was very forthright. She picked up a jar and drank it in one go. Junior sister, drink slowly. I don't have that much wine for you to drink like this. Tianshui eagerly said. Stingy. Xianxia disdainfully glanced at Tianshui, causing Tianshui's face to turn bitter. Lu Ming laughed heartily and picked up a jar of fine wine. The three of them drank to their heart's content. After 3 rounds of drinks, Lu Ming bade farewell to Tianshui and Xianxia, then strode out of Cloud Dragon Valley. After a while, a beam of light cut through the void. Lu Ming stepped on the air and left Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming did not take the space-breaking flying shuttle as it was meaningless. Lu Ming did not have a goal for this trip. As the Cloud Dragon Valley Master had said, he wanted to walk in the natural world and borrow the chi of nature to wear down the killing intent in the depths of his soul. In Lu Ming's arms the bubble called out. It opened its mouth and a long spear flew out from it. Black Dragon's Spear. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Back then, when they were surrounded by many evil spirit cult experts, Lu Ming had thrown out the Black Dragon Spear and killed one of them. He did not manage to retrieve it in time and it turned out that it had been kept by Pow Pow. Lu Ming grabbed the Black Dragon Spear and kept it in his sea of consciousness. Thank you, Bubble. Lu Ming touched Bubble's furry little head. Paoba called out softly, revealing a comfortable expression. Then she opened her mouth and 5 weapons flew out. All of them were saint weapons. A battle blade, a battle sword, an iron rod, a small mountain and a pagoda. It was the holy weapon that evil spirit had used to kill Lu Ming. Haha, Bubble, you're amazing. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He waved his hand and put away the 5 holy weapons. Following that, a few dozen more storage rings flew out from its mouth. Needless to say, they were all storage rings left behind by the people who had besieged Lu Ming. Lu Ming was overjoyed and kept all of them. Then he took out all the spirit herbs and fed them to Bubbles. Bubbles took a ginseng that was even bigger than his body and gnawed on it. Bubbles' cultivation base is also progressing very quickly. Lu Ming sensed carefully with a smile on his face. The Titan Longhorn Beetle had given Bubbles a time and space spinel back then. With the help of the spinel, Bubbles had improved rapidly. Lu Ming's flying speed was not fast. After he left the Dragon God Valley, his speed became even slower. He had no purpose and just flew as he pleased. If he sensed something or was thinking about something, he would stop. Sometimes, when he saw the beautiful scenery, his mood was lifted. He would stop and enjoy the beautiful scenery. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Suddenly, Lu Ming looked ahead and his expression changed. In front of them there was a huge fortress on a towering mountain. Lu Ming's thoughts could not help but go back to half a year ago. When he was drowned by the murderous intent, he had fought his way into a castle. That castle was the one in front of him. He didn't expect that he would come to this place again. Chapter 1561. 1561 Chapter 1561 Life form. Back then, Lu Ming had been completely drowned by his killing intent. He had lost all sense of self-awareness and had fallen into a frenzy of killing. Later, because of a little girl, he became a little more clear-headed and stopped killing. But it was too late. By that time, many people in this castle had already died in his hands. It was also because he had recovered a bit of his consciousness that he had some impression of this castle. Since you're here, let's go pay our respects. Lu Ming sighed slightly. The people in this castle could be said to have no grudges with him, but he had killed many of them. Lu Ming felt guilty. Lu Ming had always been a person who drew a clear line between gratitude and grudges. He would take revenge for grudges and repay kindness for kindness. He would never kill the innocent. The people he had killed were all people who had enmity with him or wanted to kill him. Lu Ming would never have done that if he had not been influenced by his endless killing intent. At the thought of this, Lu Ming stepped forward. Who's there? This is the Lu clan's castle. Stop. As they neared the castle, a few burly men flew out and stood in front of Lu Ming, looking at him warily. The Lu clan? You have the same surname as me. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He cupped his fists and said, I'm Lu Ming, a disciple of the Dragon God Valley. I heard that the Lu clan fort was attacked half a year ago and many people were killed or injured. I'm here to pay my respects. Are you a disciple of the Dragon God Valley? The few burly men's expressions changed. That's right, this is my identity token. Lu Ming took out the Dragon God Valley identity token and handed it to the other party. The other party took a look and his expression eased a lot. He said, "So it's the disciple of Dragon God Valley. I've been disrespectful. This place was not very far from Dragon God Valley. Small forces like them were still in awe of a big sect like Dragon God Valley. My ancestors used to be friends with the Lu clan. I'm here to pay my respects when I heard the bad news about the Lu clan." Lu Ming repeated. Yes. Half a year ago the Lu clan was suddenly attacked by a demon and suffered heavy casualties. I wonder if the demon was sent by our enemy. Young master, please follow me. One of the burly men sighed, then made a please gesture and walked forward. Lu Ming felt helpless. The devil that the other party was referring to was naturally him. He followed the burly man and flew for a while before arriving at the back of the castle. There were many tombstones here. Half a year ago more than 100 people died and were all buried here. The burly man said. Lu Ming looked at the tombstones, then cupped his fists and bowed deeply. Although Lu Ming had no choice that day, it was still his fault. From now on the Lu clan's fort's matters are Lu Ming's matters. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. Big brother, it's you? Suddenly a crisp and tender voice sounded. Lu Ming turned around and was shocked. A young woman and a little girl of 6 or 7 years old were standing not far away. The little girl was looking at Lu Ming with her big black eyes. This little girl was the one who helped Lu Ming regain his consciousness during the massacre. The young woman was the little girl's mother. Big brother. The little girl called out again. In her large eyes, there was a hint of fear, but there was more curiosity. This little girl recognized me. Lu Ming's heart trembled. He felt that it was somewhat unbelievable. Half a year ago, when the power of the third bloodline surged in, Lu Ming's appearance was completely different from now. Back then his eyes and hair were blood red and his body was covered with bone spikes. He looked like a demon. Even his aura was completely different. Even a martial arts powerhouse would not be able to recognize Lu Ming. This little girl did not seem to have started cultivating. How could she recognize him? Xianxia, do you know this big brother? The little girl's mother asked. The little girl nodded and didn't say much. Young madam, this is an expert from the Dragon God Valley. His ancestors used to be friends with the Lu clan. He has heard of the bad news and is here to pay his respects. The burly man explained. So you're a disciple of the Dragon God Valley. Thank you for coming to pay your respects. The young woman bowed to Lu Ming. You're welcome. Lu Ming returned the salute with cupped fists. He then looked at the little girl and said, What's your name? My name is Xianxia, Lu Xianxia. The trace of fear in the little girl's eyes slowly faded. She looked at Lu Ming curiously. Xianxia, good name. Lu Ming said. At this moment his eyes emitted a strange glow as he sized up the little girl. He was very curious about this little girl. How did the other party recognize him? Moreover, this little girl was able to make him recover from the killing. It was definitely not because of her young age that Lu Ming felt compassion for her. Back then he had completely lost his mind and had no compassion. All he had was to kill. There must be another reason. Lu Ming was now casting a secret skill. This secret skill was obtained from the memory fragments of the 9 dragons. When this secret skill was used, it could roughly see a person's physique and check a person's talent. Of course, this was under the condition that the other party didn't resist with true essence at all. In Lu Ming's eyes, Lu Xianxia had changed. She seemed to have turned into a ball of light, a ball of dazzling radiance, filled with endless vitality. What a strange physique. What an amazing physique. After a long while, Lu Ming removed the secret skill and his eyes were filled with surprise. A peerless genius. This little girl was simply a peerless genius. She was more talented than any other geniuses that Lu Ming had met. She was like a piece of unpolished jade that had not been carved. Even Lu Ming was shocked by the vast vitality hidden deep in his body. Could it be the legendary body of life? Lu Ming thought of a legend and he was shocked. In this world there were some terrifying physiques that were born from birth. It was difficult to discover them unless one had special means. However, they were universally shocking. The body of life was one of them. If it's a living body, then it can explain why the other party was able to make me regain a trace of consciousness. It can also explain why the other party was able to recognize me. Lu Ming's thoughts were flying. The body of life was astonishingly sensitive to all kinds of living creatures. As long as he could recognize a person through their life characteristics, this was a talent that outsiders could not learn. The two of you, Lu Ming has something to do and would like to have a private chat with Xianxia. Is that all right? Lu Ming said to the young woman and the middle-aged man. The young woman was a little hesitant. Don't worry. I can see that Xianxia is very talented and have the intention to take her as my disciple. So I have a few questions to ask. Lu Ming explained. Take Xianxia as a disciple? The young woman's eyes lit up. Lu Ming was an outstanding disciple of Dragon God Valley. If Xianxia Bela could be her disciple, she would naturally be happy. All right, young master, please ask. The young woman hurriedly said before leaving with the large man, standing in the distance and looking over. Only Lu Ming and Xianxia remained at the scene. Xianxia, since you know who I am, aren't you afraid of me? Don't you hate me? Lu Ming looked at Xianxia Bela and asked. Chapter 1562. 1562 Lu Ming's first true disciple. I'm not afraid. Xianxia Bela shook her head and said, I know that Big Brother didn't do it on purpose. He didn't have a choice. That's why Xianxia Bela isn't afraid of Big Brother now. She also doesn't hate Big Brother. Xianxia Bela spoke. Her voice was very tender, but it was reasonable. And Big Brother thanks Xianxia. Then this matter will be a secret between the two of us. Xianxia, don't tell anyone, not even your mother, okay? Lu Ming said gently. And alright, Xianxia won't say it. If Xianxia says it, mother and the others will be afraid of Big Brother. Xianxia Bela shook her head. Her small braids swayed and she looked very cute. Good Xianxia. Xianxia, Big Brother will take you in as a disciple and teach you martial arts. What do you think? Lu Ming smiled. To be honest, Lu Ming was really tempted to take him in as a disciple. The body of life was too shocking. If other people knew about this, countless experts would fight to take Xianxia as their disciple. Even some great emperors would fight to take her as their disciple. Lu Ming did not want to miss out on such a good opportunity. Perhaps this was karma, fate. Good. Xianxia has long wanted to cultivate martial arts. Xianxia Bela happily nodded her head. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He then nodded at the young woman in the distance and the two of them flew over. The two of you, Lu Ming has the intention to take Xianxia as his disciple, and she has agreed. Lu Ming said. Thank you, young master. Xianxia, why aren't you kneeling to pay respects to master? The young woman was overjoyed. Xianxia Bela pays her respects to master. Xianxia Bela knelt down obediently and kowtowed to Lu Ming, acknowledging him as her master. And quickly get up. Lu Ming hurriedly helped Xianxia Bela up, feeling overjoyed. Then he stretched out his finger and touched the space between Xianxia Bela's eyebrows. A ray of light flashed and disappeared. Xianxia, I've passed on a cultivation technique to you. Your physique should be very suitable for this step of the cultivation technique. In the future, cultivate according to this cultivation technique. Lu Ming said. The cultivation technique that he had just passed on to Xianxia was called the Universal Scripture. It was also a cultivation technique from the Nine Dragons' memory. It was very brilliant and mysterious. However, Lu Ming's physique did not match it and he could not cultivate it at all. However, it was the best to pass it on to Xianxia as a foundation. Lu Ming took Xianxia as his disciple and taught her cultivation techniques. The young woman was very happy. She felt that she had become more familiar with Lu Ming and started chatting with him. Through their conversation, Lu Ming learned that the young woman's name was Lu Wanjun. Xianxiang's mother was the young madam of the Lu clan. Xianxiang's father was the young master of the Lu clan. However, he had passed away a few years ago when he was out adventuring. Xianxia Bela's grandfather was the clan head of the Lu clan fort. Back then, when Lu Ming went berserk and attacked, Xianxia Bela's grandfather was in seclusion, so he managed to escape. Lu Ming secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, the person closest to Xianxia Bela did not die in his hands. Otherwise, Xianxia Bela might have a grudge against him. Thump, thump, thump. At that moment, a loud drum sound was heard from the Lu clan fort. It was the sound of war drums. Enemy attack, enemy attack. The Zhao family, it's the Zhao family. An anxious shout was heard as figures rushed out of the Lu clan's fort. At the same time, the entire Lu clan's fort glowed with a brilliant light as the formation was activated. Lu Wanjun and the middle-aged man's expressions changed. The Zhao clan is here again, damn it. The middle-aged man was furious. I'm afraid that they're not here with good intentions. Lu Wanjun's expression was grave. Young madam, you guys stay here. Go take a look. The middle-aged man flew toward the front of the castle and met up with the other people from the Lu clan. Let's go and take a look. Let's go, Lu Ming said as he held Xianxia Beila's hand and walked forward. Lu Wanjun quickly followed. There were already many figures standing in front of the Lu clan's fort. They were all experts from the Lu clan. However, Lu Ming noticed that there were not many experts at a glance. There were pitifully few high-level martial emperors above the 7th-level martial emperor realm. The leader of the group was an old man with white hair and a white beard. He seemed to be at LV8 martial royal realm. Grandpa. Xianxia Beila called out softly as she looked at the old man. Outside the Lu clan's fort there was a huge warship. The warship was towering and menacing, and a terrifying aura emanated from it. Buzz. A burly middle-aged man stepped out of the warship. His aura was violent and his cultivation was at LV8 martial royal realm. This is Zhao Tianba, the head of the Zhao family. Lu Wanjun stood beside Lu Ming and whispered. Old Lu, I've given you a month's time. Have you thought about it? Hurry up and surrender to the Zhao family. Zhao Tianba's voice reverberated throughout the entire Lu clan fort. Don't even think about it. Xianxia Beila's grandfather shouted. Zhao Tianba's face darkened. If you don't surrender, I'll kill every single one of you in the Lu clan fort. Boom. The aura on Zhao Tianba's body became even more violent, and it pressed toward Xianxia Beila's grandfather. Xianxia Beila's grandfather did not give in at all and used his aura to resist. What's going on? Lu Ming asked Lu Wanjun. Half a year ago the Lu clan encountered a great disaster. A demon descended upon us and many high-level martial royal realm experts died in our hands. Our strength was greatly weakened. The Zhao clan took advantage of this and tried to take over the Lu clan. They came here once a month and said that they would give the Lu clan a month to consider. Otherwise they would raze the Lu clan to the ground. Lu Wanjun explained. Lu Ming had a sudden realization. In the world of martial Dao, the strong preyed on the weak. Regardless of whether it was a large sect or a small faction, it was the same. Without strength, one would be swallowed up by other factions. Weren't the 13 top powers of the Azure continent the same? If a large number of sages in Dragon God Valley died, the Tianxian sect and other sects would immediately send people to annex Dragon God Valley. Old Lu, if the Lu family is looking for death, don't blame us. Don't think that you can stop the Zhao family with a broken formation. Zhao Tianba coldly said. Buzz. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. One figure after another flew out of the huge warship. The moment these figures flew onto the warship and stood in front of the Lu clan's fort, their powerful auras burst forth, forming a terrifying pressure. Many of them were high-level martial royal realm experts, above the 7th level. The terrifying aura made the people from the Lu clan's fort turn pale. So many experts. Did the Zhao clan turn out in full strength? They're determined to get our Lu clan fort. Many people from the Lu clan's fort spoke out, their voices trembling. The Lu clan had suffered heavy losses. How could they fight against the Zhao clan? Boom. An old man stepped out from the crowd of the Zhao clan. His terrifying aura spread out, causing the expressions of many people from the Lu clan to turn even uglier. LV9 Martial Royal Realm. The old man from the Zhao clan was a LV9 Martial Royal Realm expert. In forces like the Lu clan and the Zhao clan, LV9 Martial Royal Realm was the peak of existence and dominated everything. The Lu clan fort had a 9th-level Martial Royal Realm Grand Elder. Unfortunately, he was killed by the demon half a year ago. Lu clan, if you don't surrender, then don't even spare a chicken or a dog. The 9th-level Martial Royal Realm Elder from the Zhao clan spoke coldly as he struck his palm toward the Lu clan's castle. Chapter 1563. 1563 Take a blood oath. Then get lost. The LV9 Martial Royal Realm expert from the Zhao clan attacked with a terrifying aura. A huge palm formed and covered the sky, shrouding the entire Lu clan fort. Boom. In the end, the huge palm landed on the Lu clan's fort's defensive formation. The defensive formation shook violently and only stabilized after a long time. It's blocked, it's blocked. Many people from the Lu clan fort were overjoyed. Their defensive formation had blocked the others' attack. How can a broken formation stop me? The 9th level Martial Royal Realm Elder from the Zhao clan said coldly. His palm glowed and a spear appeared in his hand, emitting a terrifying sharp chi. A saint weapon? You have a saint weapon? Xianxia Beilao's grandfather shouted in shock. It's an honor for your Lu clan to be destroyed by my holy weapon. The LV9 Martial Royal Realm Elder from the Zhao clan laughed out loud. His vital essence burst out as he thrust his long spear toward the Lu clan's castle. Whoosh! The holy weapon spear seemed to grow in size rapidly. Like a pillar that reached the sky, it stabbed heavily into the defensive formation of the Lu clan's castle. Boom! The defensive formation of the Lu clan's fort began to shake violently. In the end, a crack appeared on the defensive formation of the Lu clan's fort. The crack grew bigger and bigger until it finally exploded with a loud bang. The Lu clan's defensive formation had been broken. Everyone in the Lu clan fort turned as pale as a sheet. Now that there were only a few powerful cultivators in the Lu clan, how could they fight against the Zhao clan without their defensive formation? Could it be that the Lu clan fort was really going to wipe out all of them? Young Master Lu Ming, please wait a moment. Please take Xianxia away. You are a disciple of Dragon God Valley. The Zhao family would not dare to touch you. Lu Wanjin's face was pale and she looked at Lu Ming pleadingly. She only hoped that she could save Xianxia's life. Lu Ming shook his head. You don't want to? Lu Wanjun was in despair. Just tell the Zhao family to get lost. Lu Ming continued to speak and Lu Wanjin's eyes lit up. People of the Lu family, you're so stubborn. Kill. The elder at the LV9 Martial Royal Realm from the Zhao clan broke the Lu clan's defensive formation with a single spear strike. He was overbearing and arrogant. He wielded his holy spear like a god, ready to take the lives of the Lu family members. His spear was about to strike the Lu castle. The terrifying aura made Xianxia Beilao's grandfather, who was at the LV8 Martial Royal Realm, feel desperate. Boom. At this moment, a stone the size of a water tank flew out of the Lu clan's fort. It flew toward the LV9 Martial Royal Realm expert from the Zhao clan at a terrifying speed. Due to the high speed, the rock rubbed against the air and burned like a shooting star. The 9th level Martial Royal Realm expert from the Zhao clan changed his expression. He turned his saint weapon spear around and stabbed it at the rock. Boom. The rock exploded, but the elder's body shook and he couldn't help but retreat 3 steps. Who is it? The LV9 Martial Royal Realm elder from the Zhao clan shouted with an unsightly expression. He was actually forced to take 3 steps back by a rock. Me. A clear voice rang out. Lu Ming rose into the air and stomped toward the 9th level Martial Royal Realm expert from the Zhao clan. Lu Ming had casually grabbed a stone from the side and threw it out. Although it was just an ordinary stone, it contained Lu Ming's quintessential essence and chaos domain. It was as heavy as a mountain and forced the other party to take 3 steps back. Young Master Lu Ming. Lu Wanjin's face turned pale. However, on second thought, Lu Ming was a disciple of the Dragon God Valley. The Zhao family would not dare to touch him. Kid, who are you? The 9th level Martial Royal Realm old man from the Zhao clan said coldly. You have no right to know who I am. Now I'll give the Zhao clan a chance. If you realize the blood oath, you will never invade the Lu clan fort again. Then get lost immediately. Lu Ming said calmly. Ha ha ha. Not only did his words make the 9th level Martial Royal Realm experts from the Zhao clan laugh, but even Zhao Tianba and the other members of the Zhao clan laughed. Who is this kid? What a big tone. You actually want us to take a blood oath and then get lost. I'm afraid this kid has gone mad. What a joke. Leave this kid to me. I'll kill a LV6 Martial Royal Realm expert with one move. The crowd from the Zhao family laughed sarcastically. Who is this person? In the Lu clan fort, many people were also looking at each other. Family head, this man is called Lu Ming. He is a disciple of Dragon God Valley. He has even taken Xianxia as his disciple. The middle-aged man who had led the way for Lu Ming came to Xianxia Beila's grandfather and reported in a low voice. Disciples of Dragon God Valley. Xianxia Beila's grandfather's eyes lit up. Then he sighed and said, "It's a pity that his cultivation is too weak. He's only at the 6th level of the martial royal realm. However, he's a disciple of the Dragon God Valley. I don't think the Zhao family would dare to touch him. If there's a big battle later, let him take Xianxia away." He had the same thought as Lu Wanjun, which was to leave with Xianxia. The 6th level martial emperor realm was too weak to turn the tide. "It seems like you guys aren't leaving?" Lu Ming said calmly. "Nonsense. Today, we'll make sure not a single chicken or dog is left in the Lu clan fort. No, we'll leave the young woman behind." The 9th level martial royal realm expert from the Zhao clan said coldly. "Sai, I didn't want to kill anyone during this period of time, but you guys just have to send yourselves to death." Lu Ming suddenly heaved a long sigh. During this period of time he really didn't want to kill anyone because if he wanted to kill someone he had to be filled with killing intent. His killing intent would grow stronger if he used his killing intent. His main goal now was to obliterate the killing intent in the depths of his soul. But now it seemed like he had no choice but to kill. "Big words, I'll kill you first. Die." The LV9 martial royal realm expert from the Zhao family shouted coldly. He wielded his holy spear and charged at Lu Ming. "Be careful." Xianxia Beila's grandfather Lu Wanjun and the others couldn't help but shout. Buzz. At this moment the black dragon's spear appeared in Lu Ming's hands. A dragon's roar was heard as the black dragon's spear burst out. A spear radiance clashed with the opponent's long spear. At the moment of collision Lu Ming cast, storing power 13 strikes. The 13 attacks overlapped and exploded. The terrifying power passed through the spear and entered the man's body. The man screamed and was pushed back. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The hand that was holding the spear exploded because of the power. Now with Lu Ming's cultivation at the 6th level of the martial emperor realm, it was very easy for him to deal with an ordinary 9th level martial emperor. "Kill, die," Lu Ming shouted. A terrifying killing intent enveloped the other party. At the same time he activated the divine sword technique and stabbed into the other party's spiritual god. Arg. The other party screamed as he felt like his soul was about to be torn apart. Whoosh. The spear radiance pierced through the void like a rainbow and pierced through the dantian of the LV9 martial royal realm elder from the Zhao clan, destroying his spiritual spirit in one fell swoop. The other party screamed and stopped breathing, his corpse falling to the ground. He was dead. LV9 martial royal realm expert with a holy weapon was killed by Lu Ming in 2 moves. The entire place fell silent. Whether it was the people from the Zhao clan or the Lu clan, they were all dumbfounded. Chapter 1564. 1564 Chapter 1564 Deterrence. With a cultivation of LV6 martial royal realm, he had killed a LV9 martial royal realm expert with 2 moves. It was almost an instant kill. This was too shocking. He's a heaven's favorite, a peerless heaven's favorite. He must be a peerless heaven's favorite from Dragon God Valley. Xianxia Beila's grandfather was so excited that his entire body was trembling. He was definitely a peerless heaven's favorite, and an extremely terrifying one at that. To be honest, he had lived for so long but he had never heard of such a person. What else could he be if not a peerless heaven's favorite? That's amazing. Young Master Lu Ming is actually so powerful. Lu Wanjun was also dumbfounded. Then at the thought that Lu Ming had already taken Xianxia as his disciple, she was extremely happy. For such a genius to take Xianxia as a disciple, this was Xianxia's great fortune. Buzz. Lu Ming reached out his palm and sucked the long spear of the LV9 martial royal realm elder into his hand. Do you all still want to continue fighting? Lu Ming looked at Zhao Tianba and the rest coldly. Zhao Tianba and the others all shivered, their faces pale. Fight again? How to fight? Even the Zhao clan's most powerful great elder, a LV9 martial royal realm expert who wielded a holy weapon, was killed by Lu Ming in 2 moves. What could they do to fight? Are you looking for death? If you don't want to fight, then make a blood oath that you will never invade the Lu clan. Let me tell you, Dragon God Valley will protect the Lu clan from now on. Lu Ming said coldly. Are you from the Dragon God Valley? Zhao Tianba spoke with great difficulty. Not bad, Lu Ming said. So it's the pride of the Dragon God Valley. We were blind to not know that the Lu clan has a connection with the Dragon God Valley. We swear now that we will never invade the Lu clan ever again, Zhao Tianba hurriedly said. Upon hearing that Lu Ming was from Dragon God Valley, Zhao Tianba had completely given up on the idea of attacking the Lu clan. Lu Ming, who was only at the 6th level of the Martial Royal Realm, could easily kill a 9th level Martial Royal Realm expert. Such a heaven's favorite was definitely a rare one in Dragon God Valley. His status was not to be underestimated. If they disobeyed such a person, they would not dare to invade the Lu clan's castle even if they were given 100 times more guts, unless the Zhao clan wanted to be destroyed. At once, Zhao Tianba and the higher-ups of the Zhao clan swore a blood oath that they would never invade the Lu clan's castle again. Then they boarded the warship and left. The people from the Lu clan's fort heaved a long sigh of relief, knowing that they had dodged a calamity. Lu Zhenghao. Thank you for your help, young Master Lu Ming. Xianxia Beila's grandfather came to Lu Ming and gave him a fist salute. Senior, you don't have to be so polite. I'm Xianxiang's master, so I naturally won't sit idly by, Lu Ming said with a smile. Young Master Lu Ming, please come in. Lu Zhenghao quickly invited Lu Ming into the Lu clan fort. Lu Ming nodded and went into the Lu clan fort with Lu Zhenghao and the rest. Lu Zhenghao immediately ordered the servants to prepare a banquet to celebrate Xianxiang's apprenticeship. After the banquet, Lu Ming, Lu Zhenghao, Lu Wanjun, and the higher-ups of the Lu clan sat on both sides of the hall. Of course, little Xianxia was beside Lu Wanjun. The higher-ups of the Lu family were overjoyed. Since Xianxia Beila was able to become Lu Ming's disciple, she could be considered to have established a connection with the Dragon God Valley. In the future, with the Dragon God Valley as her backing, no one would dare to touch the Lu clan's fort in this area. Xianxia, come here. Lu Ming looked at Xianxia. Xianxia Beila came to Lu Ming obediently. A storage ring appeared in Lu Ming's hand. He put it on Xianxia Beila and said, I have something to do during this period of time. I can't bring you back to Dragon God Valley to cultivate for a while. There are some spirit herbs and elixirs in here that can assist you in your cultivation. There are also some spirit weapons, inscription scrolls and so on. You can keep them for your use. Thank you, Master. Xianxia Beila said obediently. Yes, I will be back in a year and take you back to Dragon God Valley. With that, Lu Ming's body glowed and he tapped the area between Xianxia Beila's eyebrows 3 times. I've left 3 marks on your body. Each mark has the power of a full force attack from me. If anyone tries to harm you, the mark will appear and kill them. His words made some of the Lu clan's people's hearts tremble. They knew that Lu Ming's words were meant for them. Lu Ming had just given Xianxia a storage ring. With his status, he would definitely not hold back. Some people would inevitably be greedy. However, his words made some people's greed disappear completely. Clan head Lu, you'll be staying at the Lu clan fort for a few days. First, I'll bring Xianxia to cultivate and let her join us. Second, I know a little about the Tao of Inscriptions. I'll set up a large array around the Lu clan fort in the next few days. Even a half-saint won't be able to break it in a short time. Lu Ming looked at Lu Zhenghao. Lu Zhenghao was overjoyed. He thanked Lu Ming repeatedly. Xianxia, follow me. Then Lu Ming pulled Xianxia Beila, took a step forward and disappeared. After a while, Lu Ming brought Xianxia Beila and appeared on a mountain peak not far away. Then Lu Ming's glabella glowed and Ming Lian walked out. Xianxia Beila looked at the 2 identical Lu Mings in astonishment. Her dark eyes were filled with curiosity. The second clone smiled and took a step forward. He appeared around the Lu clan's castle and began to inscribe a defensive formation. He had put in so much effort because, firstly, he felt guilty towards the Lu clan. Secondly, Xianxia was going to stay in the Lu clan for the next year. He was also thinking about her safety. The inscription clone began to inscribe the formation, while Lu Ming took over and taught Xianxia Beila how to cultivate. Before Xianxia Beila started cultivating, her bloodline had yet to awaken. Now the first step was to help her awaken her bloodline and enter the first level of martial cultivation, the connective meridian level. Xianxia, sit properly and do as I say. Lu Ming instructed. Xianxia Beila sat cross-legged on the ground obediently. Lu Ming circulated his essential core and tapped a few hundred times around Xianxia Beila's body. Streams of essential core flowed into her body. After a while, Xianxia Beila's body started to emit a green radiance. What is this? At this moment, Lu Ming discovered a shocking scene. The grass around Xianxia Beila began to grow rapidly. In a short while, the grass had grown taller than Lu Ming and drowned him and Xianxia Beila. Lu Ming's essential core shook and the grass turned into powder. However, there was still grass growing on the ground and the green light on Xianxia Beila's body was getting stronger. Buzz. At this moment, a green ball of light flew out from Xianxia's spine. On the green ball of light, there were 9 golden chakras that were shining. Divine level 9th rank bloodline. This. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. This ball of light was, without a doubt, a bloodline. But wasn't this the first bloodline? How could it be a level 9 divine level expert? It had directly reached the highest level. What was going on? Lu Ming's spiritual sense entered Xianxia Beila's body and sensed it carefully. Amazing, it's really amazing. Seems like there's only one bloodline. Lu Ming's current cultivation level was very high. In addition to the secret skill in the 9 dragons memory that could see through one's talent, he could naturally sense it very clearly. Xianxia Beila seemed to only have one bloodline. In the future, when she cultivated, she would not be like others who would awaken a second or third bloodline. No wonder she was a level 9 divine level expert the moment she appeared. Chapter 1565. 1565 Terrifying Cultivation Speed and NBSP Hoo. After Xianxia Beila's bloodline appeared, wisps of green energy gathered around the mountain and between heaven and earth. They flowed into Xianxia Beila's body and began to flow through her meridians. Not long after, a ray of light shot into the sky. This is the first divine meridian. It's so fast. Lu Ming was slightly shocked. But then the second and third light beams shot out. All 3 holy pulses had been opened. Lu Ming was already speechless. This speed was too shocking. Back then, when Lu Ming had just stepped into martial arts, he had spent a lot of effort to open up his 3 divine meridians. He had even used the true war dragon technique to open them up. But now it had only been a few minutes and Xianxia Beila had already opened up all 3 divine meridians. Once the 3 holy pulses were opened, Xianxia Beila's cultivation naturally entered the first realm of a martial artist, the warrior realm, and she reached the first grade warrior realm. However, this was far from over. Between the heaven and earth, there was a constant flow of green energy that gushed into Xianxia Beila's body. Xianxia Beila naturally circulated her universal scripture cultivation technique to absorb and refine the energy. Her petite body was completely enveloped in a ball of green light. You've already learned how to use the universal scripture? Lu Ming was getting more and more surprised. Ooh. The energy in the world was constantly being refined by Xianxia Beila. Her aura became stronger and stronger, and her cultivation level was also rising crazily. First grade, second grade, third grade. In less than half a day, Xianxia Beila's cultivation had reached the 9th grade warrior realm. Then after a while, Xianxia Beila's body let out a loud sound. She had broken through to the first grade master realm. Lu Ming was already numb to it. He had just started cultivating, and in just half a day his cultivation had already reached the 1 Dan master realm. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it. Talent. This was what talent was. Lu Ming's own talent was far inferior to Xianxia Beila's. Lu Ming's mouth was about to split into a smile. He knew that he had picked up a treasure. This disciple's future achievements would most likely be extremely shocking. At this moment, Xianxia Beila's cultivation finally stopped increasing. She opened her eyes. Is this my bloodline? With a thought, Xianxia Beila's bloodline flew in front of her, and she started to examine it curiously. With a thought, her bloodline would fly into her spine and hide. It would then appear and hide again. She was having a lot of fun. How wonderful, my body. Xianxia Beila took a step forward and was a few meters away. Then green true energy spread out from her body and grass grew under her feet. Xianxia, in the future, try not to reveal your bloodline and cultivation in front of others, understand? Lu Ming urged. Xianxia Beila's current cultivation was still weak, and if she revealed too much of her abilities she would probably be targeted by people with ill intentions. Yes, Xianxia understands. Xianxia Bela nodded obediently. For the rest of the time, Lu Ming began to impart his cultivation experience and a few martial arts techniques that were more suitable for Xianxia Bela to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Xianxia Bela's progress was simply too shocking. It was practically an increase of 1 realm a day. 7 days later, Xianxia Bela's cultivation had already reached the 7th grade master realm. However, as her cultivation level increased, Xianxia Bela's improvement finally slowed down. At this moment, the inscription of the secondary body array was finally completed. It was time for Lu Ming to leave. Lu Ming took Xianxia and returned to the Lu clan fort. He found Lu Wanjun and Lu Zhenghao and handed Xianxia to them. "Shizuan, Xianxia is waiting for you to come and pick me up." Xianxia Bela blinked her big black eyes and looked at Lu Ming. "Of course." Lu Ming touched Xianxia Bela's little head. He then bade farewell to Lu Zhenghao and Lu Wanjun and left the Lu clan fort. And NBSP hoo. As the wind blew on his face, Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. After passing through the mountains, they began to see cities. Lu Ming's body shape began to change as well. He turned into an ordinary young man with dark skin. Now that evil spirit had set its eyes on him, he naturally had to be more careful on this trip. It was the safest to travel in disguise. This time he didn't have a goal and just walked casually. Sometimes he would feel something and sit on the top of a mountain, watching the sun rise in the east and set in the west, watching the clouds roll and relax, and the sky filled with multicolored light. He sat there for a month. During this process he didn't cultivate. Instead he emptied his mind and forgot everything. It was as if he was one with nature. A month later he left the place. In the middle of a volcano, Lu Ming sat cross-legged at the mouth of the volcano. He let the flames engulf his body and wear down the killing intent in the depths of his heart and soul. He was like an old monk in meditation. Another month passed. After that he came to a land of ice and snow. He laid down on the glacier and let the snow cover his body, but he fell asleep. This sleep lasted for another month. Just like that, Lu Ming traveled all over the Tsang region, appreciating the different sceneries. His mind and body were empty and he became one with nature. Time flew by and in the blink of an eye, a year's time was almost up. The Feng family village was a very small village with only a few dozen families. It was located in the far west of the Azure continent. In the village, in front of a wooden house, a dark-skinned young man was holding a piece of wood in his left hand and a small knife in his right hand. He was carving seriously. The knife flew in the young man's hand smoothly and harmoniously, as if it was one with nature. The wood splinters flew everywhere and soon, a piece of wood turned into a woman, a peerless woman with the beauty to topple a country. "Big brother Lu, is this your lover? It's so beautiful." A young girl about 15 or 16 years old with slightly dark skin, but healthy and beautiful, skipped over and looked curiously at the wooden statue in the young man's hand. This young man was naturally Lu Ming, who had traveled all over the Azure region. 3 months ago, Lu Ming had come to this small mountain village in the far west of the Azure region. This small mountain village was simple, natural, and sincere. Lu Ming liked this small mountain village very much. He settled down in this small mountain village and became a carpenter in the village. He would help the village fix the furniture, and when he had nothing to do, Lu Ming would carve some statues. "Oh really? The Ling girl is also very beautiful?" Lu Ming smiled faintly. The young lady in front of him was called Feng Ling. She was the granddaughter of the village chief. Lu Ming's small wooden house was located near the village chief's wooden house. As they went back and forth, Lu Ming, Feng Ling, and the village chief were very familiar with each other. "Oh really? Hehe." Feng Ling laughed excitedly like a northern sparrow. "Big brother Lu, you should also carve a statue for Feng Ling." Feng Ling looked at Lu Ming in anticipation. "All right, I'll give it to you tomorrow." Lu Ming smiled and his gaze fell on the statue that he had just carved. The statue was Xianxia's appearance. The wooden statue gave off a faint fragrance that made one's mind calm and enter a state of emptiness. Chapter 1566. 1566 Chapter 1566 Phoenix Cry Phoenix Incense Wood. This small mountain village actually has so much phoenix incense wood. Lu Ming felt rather emotional. There were faint patterns on the wood. It looked like a phoenix. It was a very precious spirit wood, phoenix incense wood. The phoenix incense would emit a faint fragrance. Martial cultivators often carried it with them. It could calm one's heart and prevent inner demons from forming. It was very helpful for cultivation comprehension. Although it couldn't be compared to the path understanding ancient tree, it was still a very precious treasure. This small village actually had a lot of such spiritual wood. Some villagers even used it to make some furniture. It could be said to be extravagant. As a carpenter, Lu Ming had collected quite a lot of phoenix incense wood. He carved them into statues, accessories and other items, planning to give them to his friends and family in the future. They would be of great help to his cultivation. The 1-year period is almost up. In a few days I should leave and return to Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming thought to himself. He liked his life in this small mountain village very much. It was a memorable day, but he had to leave in the end. He didn't belong here. After nearly a year, Lu Ming had completely erased the killing intent in the depths of his soul. Now his eyes were warm and pure like a clear spring. In the past year he had never deliberately cultivated. However, his cultivation base was still slowly rising. Now his cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th level martial royal realm, and his chaotic domain had also reached the peak of the 6th level. This year he did not deliberately try to comprehend the chaos domain, but it was not like he did not gain anything. He felt that he was in perfect harmony with heaven and earth. As for the chaos realm, it was also comprehended from nature. He felt that as long as he spent some time he would be able to upgrade the chaos realm to level 7. Moreover, because of his compatibility with nature, he would definitely be able to comprehend the chaos realm faster than before. Little brother Lu Lingling, it's time to eat. A slightly aged voice sounded. It was the voice of the village chief, Grandpa Feng Ling. "I'm coming, Grandpa." Feng Ling responded and pulled Lu Ming. "Big brother Lu, let's go and eat. Grandpa has prepared a few bottles of good wine today." Lu Ming put away Xianxia's statue and followed Feng Ling into the village chief's small courtyard. "Little girl, you want to drink again?" A white-haired old man in his 60s looked at Feng Ling kindly and scolded her with a smile. "Grandpa, I'll just drink a little, just a little." Feng Ling ran in front of the old man, pulled his arm and shook it hard. Good, you little girl." The old man patted Feng Ling's little head lovingly. The 3 of them sat down and the village chief poured 3 cups of wine for them to eat and drink. Buzz. Right at this moment, a bird's cry rang out from the distance, reverberating through the entire world. The 3 of them couldn't help but look towards the north. "It's calling again. The phoenix is calling again. It's been half a month. I'm afraid this area will not be peaceful anymore." The village chief sighed. "Grandpa, is there really a divine phoenix in the heavenly wind plains?" Feng Ling asked curiously. "That's right, according to the ancient legends, there is indeed a divine phoenix in the heavenly wind plains." The village chief said. "Grandpa, why do I hear the phoenix cry like it's wailing in pain and despair?" Feng Ling said. "I feel the same way. I don't know what happened. I hope nothing happened." The village chief sighed, seemingly deeply worried. "A divine bird phoenix?" Lu Ming's gaze was also directed to the north. He frowned slightly. The Heavenly Wind Plains was one of the 6 forbidden areas of the Tsong region, and this small village was not far from the Heavenly Wind Plains. According to the village chief, the phoenix incense wood was blown out from the Heavenly Wind Plains. However, since half a month ago, the cries of phoenixes could be heard from time to time in the Heavenly Wind Plains. They were filled with despair and unwillingness. Buzz. Buzz. In the northern sky, a few rainbows flashed. Finally, a martial arts powerhouse has been attracted here. The village chief sighed as he also saw the rainbow lights. Soon the 3 of them finished eating and drinking and night fell. In the night sky, Lu Ming stood in midair looking into the north. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. In the northern sky, rainbow lights would flash across the sky from time to time like meteors. Each rainbow light was a martial arts master. Lu Ming took a look and returned to the wooden house to rest. In the next few days, the cries of phoenixes continued to ring out and more experts arrived. They could even see groups of powerhouses whistling through the sky. The phoenix had been chirping non-stop for half a month, so there must be something unusual. When the nearby experts heard the news, they would naturally dare to come and check. On the morning of the third day, Lu Ming rose into the air and flew north. Very soon, Lu Ming arrived at the outskirts of the breezy plains. It was a spectacular sight to see the heavenly wind plains from high up in the sky. The heavenly wind plain was filled with endless gales. Tornadoes as large as mountain ranges were howling in the heavenly wind plain, moving and breaking through the sky. There were countless giant tornadoes in the vast sky gale plain. These tornadoes were so terrifying that even a saint would be cut into pieces if he were to enter. There had been many saints who had wanted to go in and explore, but they had all died inside. That was why the heavenly wind plains was known as one of the 6 forbidden areas of the Tsang state. However, the strange thing was that the tornadoes seemed to only move within a certain range and would not leave that range. The area outside the breezy plains was very calm, as if they were in 2 different worlds. Outside the heavenly wind plain, many people were standing in the air, looking at the plain, but no one dared to enter. The people from the Desire Poison sect and the Heaven God sect. Lu Ming muttered. He discovered that among the experts who came here, the Yudu sect and the Xianxia sect had the most people. This was also within reason. The Yudu sect and the Xianxia sect were located in the western part of the Tsang region and were the closest to this place. Naturally, the number of people who rushed here was the highest. There were also some scattered experts from small forces. At that moment, some uninvited guests arrived in the small mountain village. These were a few burly men who were floating above the village chief's wooden house. Their expressions were haughty and their powerful auras enveloped the village chief and Feng Ling, causing their bodies to feel as if they were being pressed down by a huge mountain. From their clothes, they were obviously from the Xianxia sect. "Old man, I'll ask you a few questions. Answer me honestly." A middle-aged man with cold and arrogant eyes looked down at the village chief and said in a commanding tone, Yes, my lords, if there's anything you want to ask, just ask. This old man will definitely tell you everything he knows." The village chief hurriedly bowed and nodded. The village chief had lived for a long time, so he naturally knew how to deal with people. These people had strong cultivation and they were at least at the martial emperor realm. Although their small village also cultivated, the village chief had the strongest cultivation, and he was only at the spiritual god realm. In front of these emperors, the village chief naturally had to be respectful. Chapter 1567. 1567 Chapter 1567 Stealing someone's tablet. The arrogant middle-aged man seemed to be satisfied with the village chief's attitude. He nodded and said, "Since you live here, do you know when the phoenix's cry in the heavenly wind plains started?" "About half a month ago it was very loud, but now it seems to be getting weaker and weaker." The village chief answered honestly. "Oh, half a month ago? Do you have any legends about the heavenly wind plains in your village? Tell me in detail." The icily arrogant middle-aged man ordered. The village chief told him about the legend of the breezy plains in detail. After the village chief finished speaking, the few Heaven God sect disciples frowned and pondered. Then their eyes swept across the village chief's courtyard, hoping to find some clues. All of a sudden, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up. He took a step forward and appeared in front of a chair in the courtyard. After taking a closer look, he revealed a surprised expression. "Phoenix incense wood. This is actually made of phoenix incense wood. To actually make a chair out of phoenix incense wood, this is simply a waste of God's gift." With that, he waved his hand and kept the chair. The other middle-aged men were envious as they looked around. "That stool is also made of phoenix incense wood. And this bamboo steamer is also made of phoenix incense wood." The middle-aged men's eyes lit up, and their bodies flickered as they collected all the items. "Haha, the bed inside too." The arrogant youth laughed and was about to rush into the room. "Hey, how can you guys be like this? That's my bed. If you take it away, where will I sleep?" Feng Ling couldn't help but call out. "What did you just say?" The icily arrogant middle-aged man turned around and a powerful aura pressed down on Feng Ling. Feng Ling's body trembled and she retreated continuously, blood flowing out of her mouth. However, Feng Ling was extremely stubborn and was about to speak again. The village chief quickly went forward and stopped Feng Ling. He cupped his fists towards the few burly men of the heavenly god sect and said, "My lords, please forgive me. My granddaughter is still young and insensible. Milords are all heroic figures, please don't lower yourself to her level. Keep her mouth shut or she won't even know how she died. The icily arrogant middle-aged man said coldly. The village chief naturally agreed. The icily arrogant middle-aged man walked into the room and kept Feng Ling's bed. Bang! And NBSP at this moment, a wooden house in another part of the village collapsed, sending dust and smoke into the air. A few green-robed youths took away a wooden pillar. Obviously, other than the few men from the Heavenly God sect, there were other people who had come to the village and found the phoenix incense wood. There's still more in the other houses. Let's go. Don't let the people from the Desire Poison sect finish taking them. When the few burly men of the Heaven God sect saw this, they immediately rushed to the houses of the other villagers. In their eyes, this village was simply a treasure trove. They had to plunder it clean before anyone else discovered it. A few burly men from the Heaven Deity sect rushed to the houses of the other villagers and started plundering them wantonly. Any villagers who tried to stop them would be sent flying with a slap. Grandpa, what kind of big sect are these disciples from? They're like bandits. Feng Ling was indignant. Sigh, the world of martial Dao has always been the law of the jungle. Village chief sighed, and in the next moment his expression suddenly changed as he shouted, "No, that's the ancestral hall." After saying that, the village chief hurriedly rushed towards the largest stone house, and Feng Ling quickly followed. At this moment, the few burly men of the Heaven God sect and a few green-robed young men had already arrived in front of the stone house. Those memorial tablets inside are actually all phoenix incense wood. We're rich, we're rich. A burly man from the Heaven God sect cried out in surprise. That's ours. The green-robed young men's eyes lit up. Don't even think about it, we found it first. The cold and arrogant middle-aged man from the Heavenly God sect said. The few of them strode forward and were about to rush into the stone house. Milords, please wait. The village chief rushed over and blocked the stone house. He bowed and paid his respects. Old man, what are you doing? Get lost. The cold and arrogant middle-aged man berated. My lords, inside are the memorial tablets of my village's ancestors. Please don't take them away. I'm begging you. The village chief immediately knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly. In the stone house, there were the memorial tablets of the village's ancestors. Other things could be taken away, but he could not let others take away the memorial tablets. Otherwise, how would he have the face to face his ancestors? You old fart, get lost. The icily arrogant middle-aged man kicked out and sent the village chief flying. The wall of the stone house was smashed into pieces. The village chief sprawled on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Grandpa! Feng Ling shouted and rushed towards the village chief to help him up. Seeing that the village chief was only injured, she was relieved. She then glared at the cold and arrogant burly man and the others, scolding, I can't believe you're the disciples of a big sect. You're no different from bandits. No, you're even worse than bandits. You even want to snatch the memorial tablets of other people's ancestors. Little slut, what did you say? You're looking for death. The icily arrogant middle-aged man's body emitted an icy cold killing intent. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Feng Ling, sending a slap towards her. The icily arrogant middle-aged man had already used some of his strength in this slap. With Feng Ling's cultivation base, she would definitely die from this slap. However, the arrogant middle-aged man's palm was caught by a large hand halfway. A dark-faced young man had appeared in front of Feng Ling without her noticing and grabbed the icily arrogant middle-aged man's wrist. The black-faced young man was Lu Ming. Just now, he had gone to the outskirts of the Windy Plains to check out the situation. He had not found anything unusual, so he returned to the village. He did not expect to see this scene. Big brother Lu. Feng Ling called out subconsciously. I'm sorry I'm late. Lu Ming nodded to Feng Ling and the village chief. Brat, you dare to stop me? You're courting death. The arrogant middle-aged man saw that the person who was holding him was a black-faced young man who looked very ordinary. In addition to the conversation between Lu Ming and Feng Ling, he thought that Lu Ming was from this small village. He immediately roared and his killing intent burst out. Boom. The essential core in his body exploded, trying to break Lu Ming's palm. However, Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He clenched his fist and a terrifying force rushed towards the other party. And Mbsbikachakov. In an instant the icily arrogant middle-aged man's true energy was scattered. The bones in his arm were broken inch by inch like a piece of mud. Ah, my hand. The icily arrogant middle-aged man screamed in pain. Bang. Lu Ming grabbed the cold and arrogant middle-aged man's arm, lifted him up, and threw him heavily on the ground as if he was a broken sack. The ground trembled as the arrogant middle-aged man smashed a human-shaped hole in the ground. Lying in the hole, he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. All the bones in his body were broken and he was like a pool of mud. On the side, the other burly men of the Heavenly God sect and the green-robed young man were stunned for a moment. Then a few of the burly men of the Heavenly God sect shouted crazily, "Brat, you dare to hit the people of my Xianxia sect, you're looking for death. I'm going to skin you alive." "You're too noisy," Lu Ming said coldly. He moved his body and then heard banging sounds and shrill screams. When Lu Ming reappeared, the people from the deity sect and the green-robed young man were all lying on the ground, wailing. They were stacked on top of each other, and it was unknown how many bones in their bodies had been broken. Their storage rings were all in Lu Ming's hands. Chapter 1568. 1568 Chapter 1568 Kill one if they come, I'll spare your lives today. Next time I'll definitely kill you. Lu Ming spoke with a cold killing intent. Then he kicked out. The 5 or 6 people from the deity sect and the desire poison sect were sent flying like a ball. They disappeared into the sky and flew for an unknown distance. If not for the small village, Lu Ming would have already killed these people. At the side, the village chief and Feng Ling were dumbfounded. It was only then that they realized that Lu Ming, who had lived with them for 3 months, was also an unfathomable expert. "Village chief, are you all right?" Lu Ming asked. "It's nothing serious. I'm just afraid that these people will come back." The village chief sighed. "If they come again, I'll kill them one by one." Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. Then Lu Ming passed the storage rings that he had obtained from the Heaven God sect and the Yu-Du sect to the village chief. However, the village chief did not dare to take out the villagers' furniture for fear that other experts would see them and bring trouble to himself. The village chief even walked into the ancestral hall and put away those memorial tablets. As for Lu Ming, he sat down on a chair in the village chief's courtyard and waited quietly. There was a small mountain peak outside the sky and wind plains. A few young men in white robes stood with their hands behind their backs and looked into the distance. "Those guys are getting more and more daring. I told them to go to the small village to inquire about the situation, but they haven't returned yet." One of the young men said coldly. "Wait for a while more. If he hasn't returned, you guys go and check." The young man in the middle seemed to be the leader of the group. Soon, a few hours had passed and a few middle-aged men were flying towards the mountain peak in a hurry. These middle-aged men were the people who had gone to the small mountain village just now. Although they had all their bones broken by Lu Ming, they were all martial emperors and had extremely strong vitality. They had recovered a little by now and had rushed over. "What's going on?" The young man in the lead swept his gaze around and discovered that a few of the burly men were injured. A sharp glint flashed through his eyes. "Young Master Luo, you have to seek justice for us. We found the phoenix incense wood in that small village. We wanted to bring it to show our respect to young Master Luo, but there was an expert in that small village. Not only did he refuse to give it to us, but he also beat us up. He was so arrogant that he didn't even put our Xianxia sect in his eyes." The cold and arrogant middle-aged man shouted. "Phoenix incense wood? That small village has phoenix incense wood?" The eyes of young Master Luo and the other young men lit up. "That's right, there's indeed phoenix incense wood and there's quite a lot of it," the arrogant middle-aged man said. "Humph, people from a small village actually dare to hit the people of my Xianxia sect. You're really looking for death. Let's go." Young Master Luo shouted coldly, and with a few other young men and middle-aged men, he flew towards the small village in an aggressive manner. Nearby, the others saw this and revealed curious expressions. The people of the Heavenly God sect are so aggressive. What do they want to do? Could it be that someone has offended the Xianxia sect? Look at the direction they're heading. Seems to be that small village. Interesting, let's go and take a look. Let's go and take a look. There were quite a few people in the vicinity, and they followed young Master Luo and the others towards the small village. In the small village, in the village chief's courtyard, Lu Ming was sitting on a chair, resting with his eyes closed. The village chief and Feng Ling, on the other hand, seemed rather anxious. They were afraid of the revenge of the Xianxia sect. Suddenly, Lu Ming opened his eyes and said coldly, "They're here." The village chief's face paled. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. From the north, young Master Luo and the others stepped on the air and arrived above the village chief's courtyard. They looked down at Lu Ming and the rest. "You are the one who injured the people of my heavenly god sect?" Young Master Luo glared at Lu Ming coldly. "Not bad." Lu Ming replied indifferently. "It's fine if it's you. Take your own life so that I don't have to do it." Young Master Luo said coldly. "Hee hee." He sneered and was too lazy to answer young Master Luo's question. Instead, he looked at the middle-aged men behind young Master Luo and said, "I just said that if you come again, I'll kill you. It seems that you didn't take my words seriously." Brat, don't be so arrogant. You're the one who's going to die today." The arrogant middle-aged man shouted. "Is that so?" Lu Ming's eyes glowed even more sharply. "You're looking for death, kill?" Young Master Luo said in a cold voice. A cold killing intent burst out from his body. His powerful aura burst out and enveloped the entire village. Lu Ming actually dared to ignore him. A lowly ant from a small village actually dared to ignore him. He was a heaven's favorite of the Divine Sky sect, with a cultivation at the peak of the 6th level of the Martial Royal Realm. The aura of the peak LV6 Martial Emperor Realm enveloped the entire village. The huge pressure even made some villagers kneel down in fear. "I'm telling you, I'm not from this village. If you need anything, just look for me. It has nothing to do with the villagers," Lu Ming said coldly. "Unrelated? I'm telling you, not only will you die today, but all these lowly ants will die." Young Master Luo said coldly. Boom. A huge palm condensed and descended from the sky. It was as if it covered the sky and the sun, enveloping the entire village. He wanted to flatten this village with a single palm strike. Boom. At this moment, Lu Ming was furious. He was completely furious. An extremely cold killing intent burst out. He had been tolerating them because he was worried about the villagers. Previously, he had not killed those middle-aged men because he was worried about the villagers. But now it seemed that for a sect like the Xianxia sect, it was useless to be patient. They could only kill. Kill until the other party was afraid, and then they would naturally retreat. Boom. Lu Ming threw a punch and a fist force soared into the sky, shattering the huge palm print. Lu Ming stepped into the air and charged towards young Master Luo and the rest. His powerful aura pressed down on the other party. "I've already given you a chance. You're the ones who are seeking death," Lu Ming said coldly. "Peak LV6 Martial Royal Realm? No wonder you're so arrogant. But let me tell you, there's a world of difference in combat strength between the same level of cultivation," young Master Luo said. A spear of divine punishment appeared in his hand. He took a step forward and thrust the spear at Lu Ming. However, he was met with Lu Ming's punch. The punch was destructive. When it hit the spear of God punishment, the spear of God punishment was shattered. The terrifying fist force broke young Master Luo's defense and hit his dantian, penetrating it. Young Master Luo's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't understand how an ordinary young man he met in a small village could be so terrifying. He was at the same level as him, but he killed him in one move. He was a heaven's chosen of the Xianxia sect. "How dare you?" The other young men and the middle-aged men were so scared that their faces turned pale and they stuttered. This dark-skinned young man had killed young Master Luo with one punch. Chapter 1569. 1569 Chapter 1569 Meeting Acquaintances, Kill. Lu Ming shouted coldly. His eyes were like lightning and his killing intent was like a knife as he charged at the other young men. The fist radiance seemed to be able to crush everything. The few young men were killed before they could even scream. Then his cold gaze swept over the few middle-aged men. The few middle-aged men were covered in cold sweat and their faces were pale. "Spare me, spare me." The arrogant middle-aged man was the first to kneel down, his body trembling. I've said it before, if you come again I'll kill you. But you didn't take my words to heart, so you're asking for death. Lu Ming said coldly and then smacked his palm down. The middle-aged men were only low-level martial royal realm martial artists. How could they stop him? They were killed by a single palm. What a domineering method. Not far away there were other people who had come to watch the show. At this time they were also amazed. No one had expected that a person from a small village would be so bold and powerful. He had killed the people of the Heavenly God sect, including a few Heaven's Pride experts, with such a crushing force. There's going to be a good show. There are more than a few people from the Heavenly God sect. I'm afraid that many experts have gone crazy. That's right. It won't be long before the people of the Heavenly God sect come to kill us. These people discussed and retreated. Oh, they're all dead. The village chief was dumbfounded and then he was worried. He had killed so many people from the Heavenly God sect. The Heavenly God sect would definitely come for revenge. What should he do? Village chief was worried. Village chief, do you have any intention of moving to another place to live? Lu Ming asked. This small village was too weak. In this world of martial Dao it could be destroyed at any time. Just like today, if it was not for Lu Ming, Feng Ling would most likely have been killed. In that case it would be difficult for the village chief to survive. In the end, if he angered the cold and arrogant middle-aged man and the others, the entire village would also be destroyed. This was because the village didn't have a powerful martial force, but it had phoenix incense wood. In the past it hadn't been discovered, but now that it had been discovered, it was only a matter of time before it was destroyed. This was the sorrow of the weak. Grandpa, let's leave this place. Feng Ling advised. Zai, we also want to leave, but in the Tsang region there are powerful beasts everywhere. Even one emperor-level beast can easily destroy our village. But here we are close to the Heavenly Wind Plains. The Heavenly Wind Plains has a phoenix that can scare away all the beasts, so we are safe. As for those big cities, we have to spend a large number of raw gemstones to live in them. We don't have that many raw gemstones. The village chief sighed. It wasn't that they didn't want to leave, but they had nowhere to go. Village chief, I have a Grotto Heaven treasure. You can enter the Grotto Heaven treasure first. After that, it'll bring you to a place. Lu Ming said after a moment of silence. There were only a few dozen families in this village. Lu Ming planned to send them to the Lu clan's fort. The Lu clan's fort was extremely spacious. A small piece of land was enough to house a few dozen families. An estate world treasure. The village chief revealed a shocked expression. It seemed like this little brother Lu in front of him had an astonishing background. Alright, I'll call the villagers over. I'll have to trouble you later, brother Lu. The village chief bowed to Lu Ming and then hurried away to call the other villagers. Lu Ming waved his hand and all the villagers were kept into the mountain and river diagram. Then Lu Ming sat there and waited quietly. At this moment, the news of an impressive villager killing a few Heaven's Pride experts of the Heavenly God sect had already spread in the outskirts of the Heavenly Wind Plains. The Heavenly God sect will definitely take revenge on such powerful villagers. Let's go and take a look. Let's go. As the rainbow light whistled, one figure after another came to the small village and stood around it. To1. Could he have already escaped? No, there's one person. Many people's gazes swept across and finally landed on Lu Ming. Senior brother, senior sister. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the crowd and actually found someone familiar. Tianxia and Xianxia. The Dragon God Valley was quite far from here. He didn't expect that Xianxia and Xianxia would also appear here. Xianxia and Xianxia, like the others, stood at a distance and sized Lu Ming up curiously. That is, Mo Yang actually came? What a beautiful woman. Who is that woman? There was a sudden commotion in the crowd and everyone looked in one direction. In that direction there were about a dozen people. There were 2 young men and women and a dozen old men and men. All of them had extremely powerful auras and demonic qi. Nianqing. Lu Ming's eyes lit up when he saw one of them. The most beautiful woman among the 2 young men and women was actually Xianxia. The other person was Mo Yang, one of the top 10 geniuses of the Azure continent. Lu Ming's gaze landed on Xianxia and Xianxia looked back at him at the same time. When their eyes met, Xianxia was slightly stunned. Then a smile appeared in her eyes and she winked at Lu Ming. He had been recognized. Lu Ming smiled. He was too familiar with Xianxia. No matter how much a person changed his appearance, his aura and appearance could change, but the look in his eyes would never change. Clearly, Xianxia recognized Lu Ming through his eyes. Lu Ming shook his head slightly at Xianxia, who nodded in return. What Lu Ming meant was not to reveal his identity for the time being. Xianxia naturally understood Lu Ming's intention. Besides Xianxia, Mo Yang seemed to have noticed Xianxing's unusual behavior. He looked at Lu Ming with a cold and suspicious look in his eyes. "The people of the heavenly god sect are here," someone exclaimed. In the distance there were at least a few dozen figures flying over. All of them were dressed in white robes and had powerful auras. There were young, middle-aged, and old people. The person at the front was bathed in holy light, like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. Lu Ming recognized this person at one glance. A year and a half ago, Yu Xing had been the leader of the Xianxia sect during the treasure auction. He was extremely talented and had amazing combat strength. A year and a half later, Yu Xing had become even stronger. His powerful aura filled the air and was extremely terrifying. The early stage of LV8 Martial Royal Realm. This was Yu Xing's cultivation base. Clearly, he had made rapid progress in the past 1.5 years. The people of the heavenly god sect stood in the sky above the village. Their eyes swept across the village and finally landed on Lu Ming. "So you're the one who killed the Heaven's Pride expert of my heavenly god sect?" Yu Xing said coldly. "Not bad," Lu Ming replied indifferently. "You're really audacious. You're simply courting death. Where are the other villagers? Where have you hidden them? Hand them all over and die." A middle-aged man beside Yu Xing shouted. He exuded the aura of a peak LV7 Martial Royal Realm. He as expected of a large sect. So impressive, so domineering. A disciple of the sect came to this remote mountain village to bully ordinary villagers and even try to steal an ancestor's memorial tablet. As expected of the #1 sect in the Azure region. Lu Ming sneered. His tone was full of ridicule, especially the self-address. Chapter 1570. 1570. He is Lu Ming. Lu Ming's words made everyone from the heavenly god sect look extremely ugly. What? He actually stole someone else's tablet? You are indeed a disciple of the Xianxia sect. It's so embarrassing. Such a sect can actually be as famous as my Dragon God Valley. I spit. A deep voice resounded. It was Tianti. Since the last treasure auction, the relationship between Dragon God Valley and Xianxia sect had worsened. Now that he had the opportunity, Tian Chue naturally wanted to ridicule them. Nonsense. Brat, you dare to slander my Xianxia sect. Today I will make you beg for death. The burly man at the peak of the 7th level Martial Emperor realm roared and stepped forward. He clawed with his hand and a huge khaki hand formed in the sky, grabbing toward Lu Ming. A small knife appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It was the knife he used to carve the statue. Whoosh. Lu Ming threw the knife. The small knife seemed to have turned into a bolt of lightning, piercing through the big yellow hand and then continued to rush towards the big man. The big man's face changed. A giant axe appeared in his hand and he chopped at the small knife. Clang. The huge axe hit the small knife and the knife was sent flying. It returned to Lu Ming's hand. The burly man's body shook violently and he took 5 to 6 steps back. He spat out a mouthful of blood. What? Many onlookers' expressions changed drastically as they looked at Lu Ming in shock. They could clearly see that the small knife that Lu Ming had thrown out was definitely an ordinary small knife, an extremely ordinary spirit weapon. However, such a small knife that was casually thrown out had actually forced a 7th level peak martial emperor back and made him spit out blood. This kind of power was too terrifying. They did not know that Lu Ming's attack was covered by a level 6 chaos domain. It was as heavy as a mountain. How difficult would it be to injure an ordinary 7th level martial emperor? Who are you? Yu Xing said with a serious expression. He didn't believe that a small village on the border would have such an expert. He's just a carpenter from a small village. Lu Ming replied indifferently. Everyone looked at each other. A carpenter? It was actually so powerful. If you're just pretending. Let's see how long you can keep up this act. Kill. An elder stepped out with a spear of divine punishment in his hand and stabbed it at Lu Ming. Whoosh. The other expert made his move as well. A terrifying sword light was aimed at Lu Ming's head. The two of them were both at the LV8 martial royal realm. They were working together to kill Lu Ming in one move. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. He took a heavy step and soared into the sky, avoiding the sword light and throwing a punch. Boom! And NBSP, the spear of God punishment from the old man shattered. But the fist energy didn't stop and continued to bombard the old man. The old man screamed as his body was torn apart. LV8 martial royal realm expert was killed by Lu Ming in one move. Whoosh! Then Lu Ming flipped his hand and threw the knife in his hand at another person who attacked. The man was shocked and tried to block the attack with his sword. However, the powerful force on the knife numbed his arm. At this moment, Lu Ming was already charging at him. Boom! With a single punch, heaven and earth trembled. The man's body was directly penetrated and his body flew a few thousand meters away. He fell heavily on the ground and no longer had any breath. Many people gasped at the sight of him killing two LV8 martial royal realm experts in an instant. He's so powerful. His cultivation is only at the peak of the 6th level martial royal realm, but he has such powerful combat strength. He killed two LV8 martial royal realm experts in an instant. He's comparable to a top heaven's favorite. Could this person be a top-notch heaven's favorite? The people in the surroundings were discussing and speculating. You're looking for death. Yusheng's eyes were extremely cold. He stepped out and holy light filled the air. A terrible pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. Many people thought that Yusheng was going to make a move. Yusheng was a heaven's favorite with a superior grade earth spiritual body. His combat strength was terrifying. Although he was also at LV8 martial royal realm, his combat strength was many times stronger than the previous two. Yusheng would probably be able to kill the two of them in one move. Kill! Yusheng shouted coldly. He also condensed a spear of divine punishment in his hand and stabbed it at Lu Ming. The spear of divine punishment was incomparably sharp and powerful. It was far from what that person had been able to compare with. Boom! Lu Ming's method of fighting was still very simple. He simply threw a punch. A terrifying vibration was heard. The spear of God's punishment in Yusheng's hand was shaking violently as if it would collapse at any moment. The terrifying power continued to rush toward Yusheng, causing his expression to change. Boom! Following that, Lu Ming's other hand also punched out. Yusheng's expression changed. He struck out with his other palm and collided with Lu Ming's fist. There was another loud boom. Yusheng's face turned pale and he retreated quickly. In a head-on confrontation, he was actually suppressed by Lu Ming. A year and a half ago, Lu Ming was able to kill a genius like Yusheng even though his cultivation was 2 levels lower than Yusheng's. Now, Lu Ming's cultivation was at the peak of the 6th level martial emperor realm, while Yusheng was at the early stage of the 8th level martial emperor realm. The difference was less than 2 levels. Kill! Die! Lu Ming shouted as his fists flew towards Yusheng. Yusheng let out a long roar and burst out with holy light. He used all his strength to fight Lu Ming. The two of them exchanged more than a dozen moves and Yusheng was forced to retreat. Let's attack together. Let's join forces and kill this person. The rest of the people from the Heavenly God sect shouted and rushed forward to surround Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming let out a long roar. A dragon's roar sounded from within his body. With a loud shout, the divine sword technique burst out. The people who were charging at Lu Ming screamed in pain as if their souls were being torn apart. The black dragon spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. With a shake of the spear, rays of spear radiance shot out like lightning. More than 10 powerhouses of the Xianxia sect were killed by Lu Ming in an instant. Lu Ming, he's Lu Ming. Yusheng's eyes widened as he roared. What? He's Lu Ming? Kill him. Use your saint weapon. The remaining people of the Heavenly God sect shouted. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. A few of them exuded a powerful aura and a few saint weapons appeared, shining with terrifying light. It's actually Lu Ming. Kill him. Not far away, some of the Yudu sect's powerhouses had also taken out their holy weapons and were charging at Lu Ming. And NBSP at this moment, the nearby spectators were stunned. Lu Ming? This person was Lu Ming? The Lu Ming whose name had spread throughout the Azure region a year and a half ago. The Lu Ming who wanted to challenge the Divine Sun in the next treasure-fixing assembly? He was actually hiding here in a small mountain village on the border. His junior brother Lu Ming. Kill. Tian Chui and Xianxia were stunned for a moment before they roared and charged forward. Their saint weapons also flew out from their hands. Boom. Boom. A few experts of the heavenly god sect were directly killed. Tian Chui and Xianxia's cultivation had also progressed very quickly. They had both stepped into the LV8 martial royal realm, which was the early stage of the LV8 just like Yu Sheng. With their cultivation, how powerful would they be when they controlled holy weapons? Chapter 1571. 1571 How thick-skinned people of the Sky Demon sect attack and stop the Desire Poison sect. On the other side, Xianxia ordered. Junior sister, what are you doing? Mo Yang shouted. Attack. Xianxia spoke again, his face cold. Yes, holy maiden. The others responded, and together with Xianxia they charged towards the Desire Poison sect. Tianyu Demon sect, what are you doing? Are you trying to go against my Desire Poison sect? The members of the Desire Poison sect all roared in anger. However, Xianxing's face was cold. A black lotus floated above his head and pressed down. Some of the Yudu sect's powerhouses spat out blood and retreated. Xianxing's cultivation had already reached the peak of LV7 martial royal realm. His progress was amazing. The black lotus was clearly a holy weapon. Although the other members of the Tianyu demonic sect didn't want to attack, they could only obey the saint's orders. Mo Yang stood not far away, his face cold. He did not make a move, but the experts from the Desire Poison sect were terrified. Mo Yang was one of the top 10 geniuses of the Tsang prefecture. His cultivation had long broken through to the half-saint realm. If he were to attack, they would be in danger. Retreat, retreat first. The Yudu sect's expert roared. He began to defend while retreating, no longer having the heart to fight. Meanwhile, Lu Ming had already unleashed his black wings and charged towards the Tianxia sect. His black dragon spear had grown to 1,000 meters long. He struck out with the spear and sent a holy weapon flying. At the same time, the black dragon spear stabbed out like lightning, killing an expert at the peak of the 8th level martial royal realm. Then the black wings slashed out like blades, killing a LV7 martial royal realm and a LV8 martial royal realm expert. As for Tian Chui and Xianxia, they also displayed their godly might. Tian Chui's giant hammer was now a saint weapon, and every swing of his hammer was extremely powerful. Even a saint weapon would be knocked away by his hammer, and with a single swing, it would be either dead or injured. Xianxia, on the other hand, was controlling a 7-colored holy weapon which was also very powerful. Although there were only 3 of them, Lu Ming and the rest had suppressed the many experts of the heavenly god sect. People were being killed continuously. Let's go. In the end, Yu Sheng let out a loud roar and took the rest of the people with him. They turned around and fled at top speed, leaving more than 20 corpses behind. Lu Ming and the other 2 didn't pursue them. The remaining people were at the 9th level of the martial royal realm and had holy weapons. They were determined to escape, so it wouldn't be easy to kill them. Haha, junior brother, so you're here. You've disappeared without a trace this year, and I haven't heard any news about you. Tian Chui put away his giant hammer and gave Lu Ming a heavy pat, laughing out loud. I was about to return to Dragon God Valley. I didn't expect to meet my senior brothers and sisters here. Lu Ming smiled as well. His body changed into his original appearance. Lu Ming. Xianxing's cold voice was heard as he stepped into the air. Like a demoness, he attracted everyone's attention. She's so beautiful. Is she the saint of the Tianyu demonic sect? I think so. I heard that the sect master of the Tianyu demon sect took in a new saintess as a disciple and trained her with all his might. Some people were discussing. Little Qing. Lu Ming smiled. The 2 of them looked at each other affectionately. Everything was conveyed without words. Tian Chui's gaze fell on Lu Ming and Xianxia. He grinned. Ah, junior brother, this must be your sister-in-law. She's really beautiful. She's the golden boy and jade girl with you, a match made in heaven. Junior brother, sister-in-law is so beautiful. Why didn't you introduce her to us? You must be punished. Xianxia also joked. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming smiled and began to introduce them. Xianxia also politely bowed to Tian Chui and Xianxia, making them extremely happy. Junior sister, let's leave this place first. They have killed so many people of the Heavenly God sect. The Heavenly God sect will not let this matter rest. We must not get involved. At this moment a discordant voice was heard. Mo Yang walked over with a cold expression. When he looked at Lu Ming, a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. You guys can leave first. I want to be with Lu Ming, Xianxia said. Junior sister, you. Mo Yang's expression turned even colder. He looked at Lu Ming with intense jealousy, and the killing intent in the depths of his eyes turned even colder. When Xianxia first joined the Tianyu demon sect, Mo Yang had been in seclusion. He only came out when the treasure auction was about to begin. When he saw Xianxia, he was instantly shocked. She was his junior sister, and in his heart, Xianxia was already his woman. When he heard that Xianxia had a boyfriend, he was filled with jealousy and killing intent. Therefore back then at Song Mountain, that was why he would make a move to stop Zifeng. Junior sister, this place is not safe. It's more suitable for me to stay with you. Mo Yang's eyes flickered as he spoke. This made Xianxia frown. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent. How could Lu Ming not see through Mo Yang's thoughts? Sister-in-law has already let some people go. Some people are really thick-skinned and insist on following her shamelessly. Aren't they ashamed? Tian Chui sneered. What did you just say? Mo Yang said with a dark expression. What did I say? Someone knows what I'm talking about. Tian Chui curled his lips. Humph. Mo Yang snorted coldly. He looked at Xianxia and said, Junior sister, you have to think this through. Our Tianyu demon sect and Dragon God Valley are after all different sections. Moreover, Lu Ming has challenged the Divine Sun. In a year and a half he will definitely be killed by the Divine Sun. He won't live for long. It's not too late for you to leave him now. Mo Yang. Xianxia snorted coldly, his face was unusually cold. Let me tell you, 1.5 years later Lu Ming won't die. The one who will die will be the Divine Sun. Also, I only respect you because you're my senior brother. If anyone else had said such words, I would have already taken action. Now please leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for falling out with you. Junior sister. Mo Yang's expression was extremely unsightly. In the end he gave Lu Ming a cold and gloomy look, then turned around and left. The other members of the Tianyu demonic sect also left with Mo Yang. Lu Ming, I'm sorry. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming apologetically. You and I don't need to say such things. Besides, this shows that you are very charming. If such a charming beauty likes me, I will have a greater sense of achievement. Lu Ming said with a smile. You're so smug. Xianxia also smiled. Oh right, little Qing, why are you here? Lu Ming asked. The Tianyu demonic sect and the Dragon God Valley were neighbors, but they were far from the western part of the Azure continent. Why would Xianxia and the others be here? Even if they had heard the news and wanted to rush over, they wouldn't have been able to do it so quickly. Mo Yang and I, as well as other people from the Tianyu demonic sect, were hunting down a traitor of the Tianyu demonic sect. We happened to be in the vicinity and we heard the news, so we rushed over to take a look. Xianxia said. After that, Lu Ming went to ask the Sky Hammer and Xianxia. It turned out that the two of them were adventuring outside and had just arrived in the west of Zhangzhou. After hearing the news, they had rushed over to watch. Chapter 1572, 1572 Chapter 1572 Entering the Windy Plains. There's a change in the heavenly wind plains. What? Let's go and take a look. At this time a piece of news came. The surrounding people all flew towards the sky wind plains. Is there a change in the heavenly wind plains? The expressions of Lu Ming and the other three changed. Junior brother, how about we go and take a look? Tian Chui said. All right, let's go. Immediately, Lu Ming, Xianxia, Tian Chui, and Xianxia flew towards the windy plains. At this moment, another cry of a phoenix could be heard from the heavenly wind plains. The cry was filled with despair and unwillingness. The phoenix's cry is getting softer and softer. It seems to be getting weaker and weaker. Lu Ming said. Could it be that the divine bird phoenix is about to fall so it keeps chirping? Xianxia guessed. It's not impossible. Lu Ming said. Very quickly, the four of them arrived at the outskirts of the Heavenly Wind Plains. The Heavenly Wind Plains was extremely vast. Many people were standing in the air outside the plains. Lu Ming and the other three stood at the back, not at all eye-catching. And NBSP hoo-hoo. In the sky and wind plain the wind was howling. Giant tornadoes swept across the sky and the earth. There were many of them and they were densely packed. From a distance it was a spectacular sight. No one knew how these tornadoes were formed. It seemed to have suddenly appeared 80,000 years ago. Some people guessed that there had been a terrifying battle between experts here and it was formed by the power of laws. Some people also guessed that it was formed because a large array had been set up inside. There were many different opinions and no one agreed on the answer. But now some of the tornadoes were actually moving, slowly moving towards the depths of the plains. And as time passed, more and more tornadoes were moving in the same direction, towards the depths of the breezy plains. Slowly, the tornadoes on the Heaven Wind Plain became less and less violent. At this time, the cry of a phoenix was heard again and it seemed to be more clear. The heavenly wind has retreated, so something must have happened inside. There must be a treasure inside. In any forbidden land, opportunities and dangers coexist. Now that the heavenly wind has retreated, it's a once-in-lifetime opportunity. Many people were moved, revealing a fiery gaze. Whoosh! Suddenly someone moved. He rushed into the heavenly wind plain. He avoided the remaining tornadoes and quickly rushed into the depths of the heavenly wind plain. Seeing that the man was fine, more and more people started to move. They kept rushing towards the windy plains and disappeared from everyone's sight. Let's go in and take a look. If there's any danger, it won't be too late to retreat. More and more people rushed towards the sky and wind plains. Riches and honor were obtained from danger, and it was even more so for martial cultivators. One had to rely on themselves to grab opportunities. As the rainbow light flickered, countless figures rushed into the sky wind plains and disappeared. Lu Ming saw the people from the Yudu sect, Yu Xing from the deity sect Mo Yang, and the others also rushing into the sky wind plains. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming said. Just what I wanted. All right. Tian Chui and the rest also nodded their heads. They then stepped forward and rushed into the sky wind plains. And NBSP hoo-hoo. As soon as they rushed into the sky wind plains, they felt the wind whistling like blades. They used their Jin Yuan to protect themselves from the wind. The four of them carefully avoided the tornadoes and rushed inside. There were still many tornadoes left and they were constantly moving, but they were not fast. There were many gaps, enough for them to pass through easily. Very quickly the three of them had flown over 1,000 miles. Die. Not far away there were people fighting. One of them was blown away and caught in a tornado. He let out a shrill scream. In the eyes of Lu Ming and the others, the man was crushed into pieces by the tornado. What a terrifying power. Tian Chui said as he licked his lips. Lu Ming took out a 9th-level spiritual weapon and threw it at a tornado nearby. After the 9th-level spiritual weapon was sucked into the tornado, it was shattered into pieces within a few breaths by the terrifying wind. The four of them became serious. The power of the tornado was terrifying. No wonder it was said that even saints would be killed if they were caught in it. The four of them continued to move forward. Along the way they saw that the ground was flat and barren. Buzz. Suddenly he saw a branch being thrown out of a tornado. It's phoenix incense wood. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Their eyesight was extremely good. Even though they were still a distance away, they could clearly see that there was a phoenix mark on the branch, which was the characteristic of the phoenix fragrance wood. According to the villagers, the phoenix incense wood they had obtained was also blown from the heavenly wind plains. The four of them hurriedly rushed towards the phoenix incense wood. This section of phoenix incense wood was 3 meters long and as thick as a human waist. It looked like a branch of a huge ancient tree. Ah, such a big piece. How many raw gemstones would it be worth? Tian Chui laughed. Buzz. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. Right at this moment the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. 7 to 8 figures appeared and surrounded the four of them. Put down the phoenix incense wood and then get lost. A black-robed old man coldly shouted. All of them were middle-aged or old men. They all had strong auras and even the weakest of them was at LV8 Martial Emperor realm. A few of them had even reached LV9 Martial Royal realm. You're telling us to scram? You're the ones who should get lost. If you want to die, then come and try. A giant hammer appeared in Tian Chui's hand as his eyes revealed a malevolent look. Stubborn. Kill. One of the black-robed men roared and took the lead, charging towards Tian Chui. A long spear pierced out, filling the sky with spear shadows that enveloped Tian Chui. Die. Tian Chui let out a loud roar as his giant hammer smashed towards his opponent. Boom. The spear shadows that filled the sky disappeared, and the giant hammer directly struck the opponent's body. With a loud bang, the opponent's body was smashed flat, flying a few hundred meters away without a trace of life. He was killed in one move. Let's join hands. The black-robed elder roared in anger. The aura of a peak LV9 martial royal realm expert burst out, and a terrifying saber radiance slashed toward Lu Ming. These people were obviously not present when Lu Ming and the rest fought with the Heaven Deity sect. They did not know Lu Ming and the rest. If they had seen that battle, they would not have attacked Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. His essential core surged into the flowing elemental gloves and he threw a punch. Boom. The flowing essence glove's weight had become shocking. Coupled with the chaos domain and the prison-suppressing heavenly art, its power was extremely terrifying. With a single punch, the other party's blade light immediately dispersed. The fist momentum did not stop as it continued to punch towards the black-robed elder. The black-robed old man's expression changed drastically, and he used his saber to block in front of him. Clang. Lu Ming's fist landed on the saber, causing it to explode. His fist did not stop and continued to land on the black-robed elder. The black-robed elder let out an indignant roar and his body exploded like his saber. He's only at the 9th level of the martial royal realm, but he doesn't even have a holy weapon. He's so weak. Lu Ming pursed his lips. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.